Ladies, gentlemen, NBs, and of course Pontiff, Sad Boy Survivalists, welcome one and all to this, the last hurrah. The last gasp of a dying game, but it's not dead yet, ladies and gentlemen, because we have an exciting show. So much so that I think I had to bring out someone very special for this event, and that very special someone is, of course, LBU. How are you doing, darling?
I am doing absolutely phenomenal, and I'm excited, man. I was just taking a peek at the challenge while you were setting everything up, and there are some amazing players that we're going to see coming out today. Really just a spectacular event that we have going on today.
Someone would argue that they're, the best in the world, but you know what? Listen, ye Yanks, listen, I don't want to upset anyone. I want to be friends with you all at the end of the day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, for sure, I think a couple of these players are probably, top 100 in Europe. So it's definitely good that we have them. I'm joking. Some of the best European players are out in this event, and it's going to be insane matches. I mean, just looking at the challenge, I don't see a matchup that I'm like, oh, okay, this is going to go this way or not. There's just some phenomenal players that you were able to get into your tournament. So, kudos to you. Thank you, everybody, for showing up.
And again, we have about 14 different nations, that are allowed in. I know you Americans don't know your geography all that well, and, we're all here.
It's all one area for us. So, like, for example, you can go to, like, 4 countries in the time I can get to, like, 2 of my states. So it's kind of, it's the disconnect there, the cultural disconnect, as they call it.
I reckon the plan is we're going to go over the challenge together, and we're going to take a quick peek with all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick peek and see what we got going on. So, shall we take a look then, LB?
Let's take a peek.
All right then, ladies and gents, here we are. The challenge is as follows. We have double elimination 1v1 tourney. Of course, Tommy Vestora, who has been so kind to host the losers bracket for us, which we're eternally grateful, with Huddle, wonderful person who's been fantastic to have on streams. It's going to be it's going to be a trip, honest to goodness. I'm expecting it to be a trip.
I'm really excited to see what they get put together. Tommy and Kevin did a phenomenal job last weekend, and I'm really excited to see how Huddle and Tommy work together. I think it's going to be a blast.
It's going to be one hell of a trip.
Not going to want to miss the losers bracket, folks.
For sure. And we'll hopefully have an opportunity to send all you beautiful people over to them once the time comes. And of course, we have his Twitch there. If someone in chat could again shout out Tommy Vestora, please give him a follow. He's more than worth it. We have 500 euros for a prize pool, so I don't know what that is in Monopoly money. I think it's something close to
about just under 600. Yeah, just under 600. Yeah, it's about 590, I think.
Yeah, and then so first place we have 275 euros. Second 150, and third place will get $75. We have no one entering the fashion contest. Cowards, I say, cowards, and no fun.
Absolutely. I actually think the fashion that I put together, my character probably would have won, but I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll
And
never
then
know.
at the end, we have the Fighter's Choice Award with a prize to be disclosed at the very end, ladies and gents. Once we get close, we'll allow the players to vote for who they believe performed exceptionally well, given the circumstances.
Yeah, just one thing I'm gonna mention really quick here, folks. In the event, somebody will end up being eliminated, going, losing basically twice in a row. It's just the nature of this type of tournament. Somebody is going to do that. When you do that, please don't leave and just ignore everything, because we do want you to be a part to vote in this at the end. So even if you leave for a while, just please make sure you can come back to vote in that, because we don't want any of this skewed. And of course, you could be the fan favorite. So just keep that in mind as players get knocked out. Just keep an eye on what's going on, so when we get to that point, everybody can be a part of that vote and make it nice and smooth for us.
Precisely. Well said, LB. And then, of course, carrying on, the rules. You must be 125. Imagine not being 120. Reddit is crying right now.
Yeah, I'm actually 124, so.
And then we have must be embered. Imagine. It's so far from the vision of the developers. Disgusting. And then quick step is not permitted. I'm sorry. We were all waiting for those murky mirrors. It's just not going to happen, folks. Not going to happen. Poise casting, infinites, bow glitching, moveset swaps, or KSS recovery cancel and pivot cancels are prohibited. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The swappers are weeping. Regen, except Dark Hand and kind of active regen, is not permitted at all. It's just flat out gone. E-bolts are limited to 6. I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Purse is limited to 4. Ashen limited to 5. The match will begin with an E-bolt being shot. Resets will be called the same way, and if both players die at the same time, it's a reset. Fairly simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Standard healing.
I like the hang them both rule, but I think the reset's a little bit more fair.
I think it gives everyone a better opportunity for a bad trade to try and get a reset.
Absolutely.
All healing items are banned. Imagine, I know. Blessed Infusion, regen. It's worth pointing out in case someone tries it. Caritas Blood Ring in case of maulding. I think that's their anti-mold measures put in for good measure. Obscuring Ring, so we can see what the hell's going on in some Princess Ring. It's regen. Better to call it out. Anri Straight Sword for the regen. Corvian was requested, but it gets complicated. Murky and Harp are banned as well. The PK, the Demon Scar and the Simi. I did want the Simi in, but I completely understand why the other players didn't. I completely understand that.
Yeah.
Rotten Grew, because it's the best one-handed dagger in the class. It outclasses pretty much everything else. Ethereal Oak and the Ancient Dragon Great Shield for regen, no doubt. Sacred Chime of Filianor for probably regen as well, because it doesn't need to be active, right? If I recall correctly.
Exactly. So and that's gonna be specifically for the regen on that one, considering you can use that weapon art, get the regen, and put it away, allowing you to sword and board with really, really good regen. So again, this is all is a kind of restating that any type of healing and regen is banned. But like you mentioned, it's very good to point that stuff out just in case someone wants to be cheeky. We want to avoid that. Have a nice clean tournament.
Then we have the Heal Aid. Heal. Mid heal and great heal. Imagine the healing miracle's gone. As funny as it would be to allow it, everyone would run it. So, listen. Replenishment, Bountiful Light, yeah, again, regen banned. Projected heal and warmth. It kind of does as it says in the tin. Fire Surge, another anti-mold measure. Humming Soul Mass, Magic Barrier, Great Magic Barrier, and, of course, Hidden Body. So we can see what the hell's going on.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yes. So that is the state of affairs today, ladies and gentlemen. That is the state of affairs. Oh, man. Am I blind or is it not here? Where is the quick step ban? I have a band. Don't worry. Quick step is banned.
Yes, quick step is not going to be allowed. As much as I think Enda and I could have a lot of fun, casting a quad or, quintuple regen Murky Mirror. I think it would actually be kind of fun, and it would be almost a test to us, really. Unfortunately, it's just, it to do things in a timely fashion and to try to balance the rules the best we can to really be, up to what the players are playing as and not necessarily what they're playing with. I think the rule set does a very, very good job of that, and they did a really good job with the rule set on this one. There was a few tweaks here and there, but actually a lot of that stuff was voted by the players. So which I think is, really, really good to consider that, these players actually were the ones that picked some of these things, which is good. They're the ones playing in the tournament. We want it to be fair for them. So it's nice that they were able to participate in that, in finding those things that they felt the need to control that a little bit, which is good. And it's nice that Enda allowed them to have that say instead of just saying, nope, this is my tournament, this is how it is, which I think shows a lot about Enda.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, it's our job, LB, to cast the most interesting matches we can. And I think Shirai should start bringing people in shortly. Perfect. I believe.
Yeah.
And we'll just take a look at who's up, what the first sets of matches are going to be like. So we have, of course, Misaki versus J0. First up. No pressure, lads. I'm really excited to see how Misaki will do. Listen, the Bah with the PK doing his business, but now only a Rotten Grew. You hate to see it. Or will he whip out the Painted Guardian?
I think Rotten Grew is... I think Rotten Grew is quite good. I think Rotten Grew Curve Sword is quite good. J0 is definitely known for his different setups in those hyper armor, either main or offhand weapons, and he's very good at utilizing those setups. So I am curious to see how if Misaki goes Curve Sword, how that Curve Sword is going to handle dealing with that hyper armor, dealing with those trades. It'll be very interesting to see.
Second up, then we have Dimka and Ominers, Finland versus. I believe this chap is from Belarus, so this should be an exciting matchup. Omi, of course, a dear friend of mine, and Dimka, a formidable player indeed, another really good Curve Sword player. So Curve Sword mains are out in force, and then we have Saxy versus Laugh. This is going to be one of those what on earth is going to happen here kind of matchups, I think. It's a coin toss who's going to take that one away. Kandemir, of course, versus Hurrah. And then we have Accelera versus Lino. A Soviet Spaceship versus Randomless.
Okay.
Yeah. Another player who's come up through the Elden Weight ladder, so I'll be excited to see how he does. Simple Most then versus Whitnick. A rough matchup for sure, but we'll see what happens. And then Supra versus Aerofel. I am super excited to see what's going to happen here, folks. Super excited. And I think we should be starting to get people in.
Yep, Shurai's working on. There's a few hiccups in getting the actual summons set up and grabbing the signs and whatnot. So she is working on getting that cleared up. It shouldn't be too long whatsoever. There is, as you mentioned, as we kind of go through this challenge and looking at all the people that are in this, there is some very, very good players. And like we kind of talked about earlier, there won't be that much of a dull match. I mean, looking at all these, we see the Accelera Lino matchup, and those two players, from my understanding and playing with the two of them and watching them play, are very on par with one another. Yeah, and it'll be really, really interesting to see how that plays out. We take a look at the Dimka and Omi and at the Misaki and J0, two different styles of play, seeing how they're going to clash in one another. And, I'm really, really excited to see how a lot of these matches work out. I think there's, it was very cool that we get so many people from all these different nations. And this is one of the cool things about Europe, right, is that you're able to have a low latency tournament when everybody is from a different country, which is phenomenal. And it's very cool that we're able to put that together. So I for sure am very, very excited to see how exactly these are going to work out. What do you suspect we're going to see, Enda? And actually, surprisingly, so we just did a low lat tournament last weekend, right? And one of the things that we noticed was there was not that much Curve Sword. There's only about 2 or 3 players that used Curve Sword, and arguably in an arena that's better for Curve Sword than Old Wolf is. What do you suspect we're going to see setup wise from all these players? Because again, yes, Curve Sword is just, for what's allowed, Curve Sword's probably the best weapon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's somebody's most comfortable, and the gap is not that far from the other setups because of the limitations that are applied. So what do you think that we're going to see from all these players? I
have a feeling we're going to see an awful lot of SS off stock. I think given the latencies we have, I think that's pretty much where we're going to be at with it. SS off stock is going to be king, and it's going to be played at an incredibly high level. That's what I see see happening.
Okay.
But we are pleased to announce something very, very special, ladies and gentlemen. If I can get everything now set up and ready to go, this is going to be hype. For the first time in a very long time, we have something new to show all of you. And that is this new overlay that we have set up, which is the health bars on screen, ladies and gentlemen. So
Yes.
let me get all the players set up. We have in the Irish team, we have Misaki, a fantastic player who is a dear friend of the channel. In the first round, Misaki, and then we have, of course, the wonderful from the Netherlands, J0. J0.
All right, are we ready, Enda?
One moment, please, while I make sure that poor J0 doesn't get offended by my choice of country, and then we are ready to go. There we go. Ladies
All right,
and gents.
and a 3 and a 2, and as Enda would say, allez.
Let us dance. And there
All
we
right,
go.
and there's the Bolt in the arena. We are going to see J0 on that setup he's so well known for. We're actually going to see the Poison Rotten Grew coming out from Mizaki, throwing out the Dragon Slayer Great Axe to try to get some damage, but the 2 R1s are going to come in from the Curve Sword. Get up against the corners, actually able to find the roll catch there. 176 damage off of that roll catch. Now we're going to see how Misaki's going to actually handle this moving forward. J0 doing a really good job of not letting him aggress with that Curve Sword and finding the way in. There's going to be the offhand of that Dragon Slayer main hand trying to push that pressure in. Goes for the block on the straight sword, actually able to not get guard broken off of that. J0 understands that stamina very, very well and knows what he can and can't take, but the pressure is still going to go in favor of Misaki here, though J0 still does have that hyper armor to kind of trade out, and there's going to be the running attack comes into a full combo off of that, and actually gets a roll catch on the straight sword.
Yeah, I'm not surprised here. Again, J0's looking to punish those running attacks. He's looking to try and bait Misaki into doing something with his straight sword and then hammer down upon him, both literally and figuratively. An accidental jumping there. And
yeah, and that's actually going to cause a full, the L2 and backswing off of that straight sword, and that's going to be the very good spacing comes out from J0 to find it. Mizaki now trying to find the pressure forward. Does have the corner pressure lined up against J0 here. How well he can actually manage that and keep J0 out. J0 is going to try to walk out, setting up for that straight sword, trying to feint in for the running attack of the Dragon Slayer. Unable to actually land that, though, as Mizaki's going to find his footing now and run back in. So we do see the players kind of reset back to neutral here. The bundles coming out from Mizaki, really trying to maximize the damage to end this fight as soon as possible. Straight sword's going to come out, goes for the whiff punish on the side of Mizaki. Mizaki really trying to find the pressure here as J0 is just dancing around that curved sword quite well, I might add, onto the running attack. J0 is able to see that roll out of the way, and now we're going to see the pressure coming in. There's going to be the stagger's going to come out off of that. Actually, Legion's Kids Warm up, able to space it out, tries to find the damage there, unable to get it. J0 is able to walk away. The bundle coming out on the straight sword now, trying to find the damage, able to get the shockwave off of the Dragon Slayer, and now we're going to see Mizaki trying to find that pressure. There's the first R1. He's going for the roll catch. He does absolutely land it, but the roll poise is actually going to save him.
He has to be so careful there. Again, like, that vortex potential that Misaki has can just put so much pain on him. And he can't even worry about his positioning as well, so Misaki has an even better job trying to corner him and do damage that way, you know. It's a really rough matchup, but Jay's probably the best in the business of dealing with these kinds of things. Absolutely incredible play there on both of their hearts. Oh, and then
there's
going to be put away!
So he's actually, Mizaki's going to go in for that running attack, and we talked about this a lot last weekend, and things we've talked about in the past is those running attacks on low latency and how easy it is to actually deal with the curve sword running attack on low latency, and J0 able to space that out, find the offhand straight sword to just get the damage in that he needs. So very good play on the side of those players. So again, you mentioned J0, probably the best in the business with this setup at dealing specifically with a fast curve sword, and he does it very, very well as we see here.
Yeah, for sure,
the
for sure.
Bars are reversed, by the way.
Okay, I'll sort that out now. Sorry, this is our first time using these overlays, so we'll just have to sort that out.
Bound to have some hiccups. I appreciate you guys letting us know.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, very good.
Just fix that now. Again, when you're not used to doing these things, I've done my best to try and make sure. But we'll get there. We'll figure it out as we go. So that is 3, and that is 2. And I think that's us set and sorted.
There we go.
Yeah, and we are set and sorted. Thanking you, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect.
Excellent. But yeah, really, really exceptional play there on both of their parts. Like, again, like, Jay to be able to get out in a nasty vortex like that is genuinely impressive. Like, Roll Poise did come in to help him out towards the end there, but even without that, like, to not get cornered.
Yeah, what it boils down to when we watch these, very high tier players, what we're seeing is just the discipline in all of the actions that they take. Mizaki has the pressure. He has J0 up against the wall. It leads to a roll catch. He disciplines himself to not spam, to make it difficult for J0 to get out of that. Goes up and waits for his discipline as well. J0, on the other hand, is very good in his roll discipline and getting away from that. Yes, the roll poise comes in and saves him, but able to understand that, take advantage of that, and get out of the corner freely is a feat in its own. And J0 did a really, really good job of his situational awareness there to have the discipline to know what Mizaki was going to do, have very clean reads in that, and then executing it phenomenally.
Yeah, again, just even the reaction times alone, and to having that like muscle memory that, oh, I'm safe. Let's press R1 a bunch, or L2 as the case may be in this. But yeah, again, J0 is infamous for that setup, I think, at this stage. I can't say I'm particularly surprised he's still on it. But it'd be more shocking.
I think things boil down to a comfort, right?
Yeah.
It's it's signature comfort. All those things do make a difference when these players are in these tournaments. So very, very excited to see the continuation as it looks like Misaki's on his way back in.
And
I'm very curious to see how Misaki's going to take this back, because Misaki's up against match point now. He needs to get this win to continue this match forward. If I understand correctly, we are doing best of threes.
Best of
for all
threes
these rounds up until
the
end.
semifinals, which are best
Correct.
of 5, and then we go on to our best of 9s again. Double elimination. Some of those last rounds can go on for a very, very long time. So
yes.
Whew.
Yeah, and I think it's like I said, I think it's it adds to that pressure for Mizaki. He now has to, he really is up against a wall now, and he really needs to find this win. So we'll see how these players are able to keep that moving forward.
Sure. So I think we're pretty much ready to go whenever you are.
Alrighty, and a 3, 2, 1, Bolt is out.
Kaboom.
And there's the Bolt in the arena. We are going to see that poison buff coming out from Misaki again. And, of course, the same mirror that we just saw. J0. Actually, Misaki running out perfectly, but J0 going to space that out and finds the 2 R1s. Goes for the roll catch off the Dragon Slayer and able to land that. Now Misaki trying to find the pressure off of that, trying to switch this back around as he is holding the curve. So finds the running attack in for the punish, 144 damage. Reading that he's going to go for the wiggle. Actually lands into a full combo. 719 damage, 2 L2s off of the straight sword, then the R1 off of the Dragon Slayer, goes for the charge R2, does find the stagger, able to get 212 off of that straight sword as well, and now Mizaki up against the corner trying to get away from these backswings, actually lands the backswing and the roll catch, 424 damage, he's in arena, and there it comes back. Was that a flawless?
That was apparently the
No,
overlay.
he had the running attack in, and we saw a roll swap.
There was one
we saw a ring swap, so it was not a flawless, but played flawlessly either way on the side of J0. My goodness, I mean, just the reads that J0 had there were really second to none. Reading that, Misaki finds the damage, gets himself in a position. You and I have talked about this a little bit, that almost 50-50 when you're on a curved sword up against a straight sword, when you're in their face, you need to make a decision if you need to commit to whether you're going to R1 or you're going to roll catch them. Misaki committed to the roll catch. J0 read that and committed to the damage himself. Yeah. So really, really well played by those two players. And I think what we'll see coming up next is going to be Dimka and Omi, assuming I can read the challenge correctly.
Dimka and Omi. Well, let's get that set and sorted. We are having some technical issues with the overlay, it seems, which is quite unfortunate. But we will see what we can do. Let me sort that out while we get the other players sorted out. But yeah, that was an exceptional match. Again, patience is the name of the game in that setup. Patience is the name of the game. And if J0 can punish pretty much everything as well as he has, it's going to be one. It's really rough. Really, really rough now, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And poor Misaki couldn't adapt to it. You hate to see it.
It's it's one of those things when you're fighting semi off meta setups that you don't see a lot. They can sometimes be harder to fight than the meta setups that you're used to fighting. It's it comes down to comfort, it comes down to experience, and J0, as you mentioned, has a lot of experience in handling those setups and showed that really, really well. That first match wasn't quite as one-sided. Misaki was a lot safer in how he was setting everything up. But that second match, Misaki, I think we kind of mentioned that pressure a little bit of being up against that wall, knowing he has to get the win. He went in very aggressive, and J0 just played that phenomenally, flipped the aggression back onto Misaki, and was able to clean up from there.
Yeah, and again, it was a very clean. Even though it wasn't quite a flawless, it's not often you get to say that in a tournament. It was still exceptional play there on J0's
It was quite good.
Like, again, waiting for those moments, taking full advantage of them. And yeah, really, really solid play there. And there we go. I think we're getting our overlay sorted. So
it looks like our people are coming in. So it doesn't look like the overlay is picking up my health.
I can see that, yeah.
And I don't know if there's a way that we can have it not do that.
Interesting. Yeah. And Omi, and I believe we have it now sorted. So we have it arseways.
Okay, so you wait for them, then you select them. Perfect.
Yeah,
So there is a way around that.
There is a way around that, yep.
And is that...
I have it sorted.
Is that Omi on the mage build?
That would be Omi. Dimka? That does seem exactly like something Omi would do at the moment, anyway.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Lion?
I am prepared. I am...
Alrighty.
On the edge of my seat to see that this is going to go.
Perfect.
Yeah, the flag, yeah. We'll get the flag sorted first. One moment. Dimka, and there we go.
All right, and a 3 and a 2. Oh, I'll wait for you to get that popped in there perfectly.
I am very confused why it is not being... There we go. And there we are.
There it is.
Let's go.
Phenomenal. All right, and a 3 and a 2 and a 1.
1, 2, 3. LA. Let's go.
And there is the bomb in, and we're going to see them moving forward now. So again, we do see the straight sword S-Stock coming out from the side of Dimka. Omi on the mage build here, throwing out the Farron Darts to find that chip. That can be quite annoying to deal with, and we'll see how well he's going to implement that moving forward. Throws out the throwing knife here, trying to get an R1 off that halberd. Perhaps gets him in the corner, does find the R1, goes for the backswing. 450 damage, goes for the roll catch, and able to land it. The straight sword S-Stock just trying to get away from that now to try to space these attacks out and find the pressure in. So again, we're going to see Omi finding this pressure, immediately pushing him back up against the corner, and we see the straight sword S-Stock trying to get away from this wall. The R1's coming out from the halberd, unable to land that. Throws out another one. That's going to be punished. Actually, Omi able to block that and get out. He doesn't get roll caught by the S-Stock. The straight sword comes out already behind. Very good read on the side of Dimka to know that Omi's going to try to punish that, knowing that he spaced it out. So again, we see these players falling back to neutral, trying to find a way to aggress one another with these setups.
And again, it's another issue of the SS off stock has to be patient here in order to make that aggression. And again, Omi can punish it pretty much on reaction, but he has to be fairly sure they're going to do it, because if he messes up, he's in for a world of hurt. Yeah,
we actually see the poise reset coming out from Ominar. So yeah, I think important to point that out. He is resetting the poise to try to win as many trades as he can here. Good block on that S-Stock. Really good reaction roll. Again, we talked about that roll discipline. Goes in to find the right attack. Unable to land it. Throws with the knife. Again, 29 damage is all permanent here. There is no regen allowed, and we're seeing the fish comes out from Omi, unable to land that. And here's gonna be the weapon art trying to catch that in. Goes into the Farron Dart, trying to find the damage there. Goes for the arm. That's gonna be punished by the S-Stock. It's gonna be 2 S-Stocks. Goes for the roll catch in the straight, so unable to land that. Good roll discipline from Dimka to get away from the Albert as he throws out another running attack. There's gonna be the S-Stock trying to punish that. And here comes the running attack off the straight sword. Very good reaction by Omi to get out of the way, and now trying to throw the R1s out to catch the damage here. And we're going to see this kind of odd neutral coming back where they're really just throwing attacks out here, trying to find something, but the pressure is going to come from the movement of Omi, and Dimka's going to realize that and apply some pressure of his own. There's going to be the straight sword, actually lands a trade off of it with the throwing knife for 31 damage, and actually going to see the swap to the straight sword. Now finds an R1 for the roll catch, swapping back over to that halberd, throwing these R1s out. Here's going to be the roll catch off the S-Stock, unable to land that. Very good placement of the rolls by the side of Omi, and now these Farron Darts come out trying to get this chip. Bundles coming out in the straight sword. There's going to be a guard break, and who's going to be able to do it? That's going to be 628 damage off the repost. The first match going in favor of Omi.
Oh my word, Ominers ending it with absolute style. 1-0 to Ominers.
Yeah,
This is really that was a really impressive match there, I must say. Honest to goodness, like Omi has improved so much over the course of the last few months that it's not to be sneezed at by any stretch. Like Dimka is as well an incredibly formidable opponent. Like I've been on the receiving end of his play the last while, and it's been I don't want to talk about it. In fact, I'm having night terrors even going anywhere near it. But yeah, we're just
and and that's one of the things with a tournament like this is you're taking a look. Okay, we have some of the best players, realistically in the world, but even specifically in Europe, probably the best players in Europe are in this tournament. And, when they fight up against each other, it's going to make for really, really exciting matches. And you're going to see a level of play that you aren't used to seeing. I think Omi and Dimka do a very good job of showing that and explaining that. We do see an off-meta build coming out from Ominars, and Dimka trying to find a way around that, kind of like the last matchup we saw of trying to find the way around these off-meta setups that you might not be used to dealing with. So we'll see if Dimka learned anything and how he's going to apply that this time. Are you all set?
I am set, ready, and mentally prepared.
All right. And 3, 2, 1. Here's the bolt.
There we go. And they are off. We have Dimka there.
All right.
In the less advantageous position here. Omi did have, we'll say, the positional advantage there very briefly, although Omi's going to hold on to it by the looks of things, but not very well, because he's taken some serious damage there. serious
Yeah,
damage early on, which is...
Ooh, and then the backswing up against the corner there to find the roll catch as well. So we see Omi get a little bit too aggressive, and I think Dimka remember that he's on that straight sword S-Stock. Here's going to be the Expo bolts coming out, trying to find a little bit of damage. Omi resetting the poise, trying to find a way to use that perseverance to get up in the face. The chip comes out, 22 damage from that throwing knife, and here comes the Farron darts, trying to chain those into the throwing knives. Goes for the backstab there. Really good read on the side of Dimka. Goes for that R2 roll catch, unable to land that. There's going to be the bolt again for 166 damage, and actually misses the lightning bolt entirely, trying to find that chip off of the lightning bolt now. And Omi really needs to find a way to get the pressure here. We see a massive health advantage from the side of Dimka, and now Omi trying to find that. Here's going to be the straight sword finding it out. There's going to be the Expo trying to find the roll catch, unable to land that. Omi's trying to find a way for it. Here's going to be the next bolt that we see coming out. That is going to be an exploding bolt. The weapon art comes out from Omi, trying to find a way to bait Dimka in here. Dimka reads that perfectly and does not take the bait, and now Omi left in neutral, trying to find it. The straight sword comes out for the running attack, trying to find a way to keep this pressure moving forward. Here's going to be the straight sword feints coming out from the side of Dimka. Actually just commits to that, but Omi not able to punish that based on his positioning, trying to find the roll catch off of that. There's another 34 damage off of the shivs there, and there's going to be that Farron dart coming in for that chip damage. Able to bait him in for the trade for 500 damage in total. Decides to just chain it forward, or maybe reading a trade or something instead of going for the roll catch. So not a bad play considering Omi is on his last 131 health, and we're going to see this roll catch come out from the side of the S stock.
Yeah,
and that's going to be it. Leveling this out to a 1-1.
That careful play on behalf of Dimka there gave him that opportunity to come in and take that one away, and it was really, really impressive there. He learned his lesson from the last time. He chilled out. He probably had to think about what he was doing, reflected, did what he needed to do, and he went and turned it around, which I'm very, very impressed with. Very, very impressed with. And let me just make sure that I can reset the overlay, because we're still working out the kinks on this one, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure.
It is a late arrival, but we do know that it is working.
Yeah, it's one of the things, when we're community members are the ones putting these things together. It's only going to be a matter of time before we see stuff like this. Things are going to have hiccups. It will take time for us to figure those kinks out. Again, huge thank you to Ryonic for actually putting that together, and it looks phenomenal on screen. Yeah, there's going to be kinks, but those are part of the things that we kind of accept when we take things upon ourselves as a community, and I'm more than happy that Ryonic was able to put that together, and I'm sure we can figure out the kinks as we move forward. It might make for a few slow spots here and there, but I think all in all it's a for the better thing. So we're going to see, looks like Omi is in, then it looks like Dimka is on the way as we see the 1-1 in this best of 3. So this is truly our match point to try to reset this for these opponents.
Yeah, and again, we have both of our contestants here. We will find out very soon whether or not the overlay works. If both of you gentlemen could throw a dagger at one another very quickly, just to make sure that we've figured out exactly what it is that we're doing, although if they can't, that's fine. Oh, we see it, we see it. No, hold on. Okay, never mind. Gentlemen, if you could just call a reset real quick there, it's fine. I think we.
It looks like they're going back into their corners. Okay, they are going back into the corners now. All right, so it looks like it's working. Are we ready for me to throw the bolt out?
Throw her down, please.
All right, and 3, 2, 1. There's our bolt. I missed entirely.
That's true.
But it looks like the players are aware of it. Okay, there we go.
Let's go.
And we're going to be moving this forward. So we see Omi coming out on the same setup. We see the same setup coming out from Dimka. They're trying to find the way in here. We're going to see actually switching over to the Strodel here and trying to find the way in. The Ostok comes in trying to punish that really good macro by the side of Omi there to get around that and try to punish it. But unfortunately, that help is just a little bit too slow. Does find the running attack, though, 218 damage. Trying to find a way up, switching over to that Strodel for the running attack. And now we're going to see the straight sword coming in to find that 184 damage and the running attack to chain it more. And now Omi in the corner. And interesting, Dimka decides not to take advantage of that and keep him in the corner. Omi able to use the aggression to keep Dimka away and get out of it a little bit, but still up against the walls. He's throwing out these attacks from neutral, and that's going to lead him going back in the corner when he spaces out that S-Stock, rolling back in, but again, able to use that aggression, get back up over to the middle of the map here and try to reset this to a neutral, but Dimka doesn't want to let that happen. But now we're going to see it kind of reset here a little bit. Omi able to throw these Farron dots up to find out, but the trade's going to come in. Actually, Omi wins that trade outright. On the side of the hyper armor, so able to bait out the S-Stock, find the damage. The Leo S-Stock does do a good chunk of damage, but unfortunately, Omi's able to handle it. There's going to be the R1s coming out for the roll catch. 580 damage in total from that combination that we see Dimka go out. And now we're going to see the Expo coming in and Omi right in his face, not letting him land that. There's 193, 386, going for the roll catch for 570. And now back up in the corner, the Strodel comes out for 194 damage, but the Expo's able to trade it out. 183 damage. Omi now very, very low, pulling out the Black Knight Shield to try to negate the remainder of this damage that the Expo can do. And we're actually going to see the Shuttle come out for the chip now on the side of Dimka. out, and we actually see that shield going right away. So dropping the shield out entirely, there's going to be 33 damage again, but there's going to be the Expo bolts. Got to be getting low on those. Another one comes out, and now we're going to see Omi trying to find this in. And I think was that the last Expo bolt? Was that? No, I think
there is one more.
There's two more. Yeah, there's one more now. So he throws that one out. 35 damage again that Omi's able to find on the throwing knife that we see, and now trying to find these feints in and out. We see Omi trying to do to get something to happen on the side of Team Cup. There's the throwing knife.
Dagger.
He uses the tech of Omi to take him down. There's going to be a throwing knife for 18 damage to finish that one out.
Oh man, like the aggression earlier on there was night and day compared to the first round. He found the spacing, he found where he needed to be at any given time, and he went to town with it. I think we have... The score was 2-0 to J0 on the last round.
All right.
And then in this round we have 1-2. 1 to Omi. Or is it... Yeah, it's 1-2.
It was 1-2 in favor of Dimka. And really quick, and not to take things away from the tournament and go into staffing and stuff, if you want me to do the challenge for the winners bracket or for this bracket while you're setting up stream,
that would be fantastic if you could.
I believe I have the ability, so I can certainly take care of that. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure we get on top of that. But it looks like our next match is going to be Saxy and Laugh. This is a match I'm really, really excited for. Two very, very good players, and we'll see how well this is going to move forward.
So... Saxy. And then, of course, the wonderful Laugh, not to be laughed at by any stretch. Both of these are exceptional players. And let's change these things here real quick. We got this going. Again, like... The quality of play here so far has been really, really solid. It's really, really solid. I'm super excited to see how this one is going to pan out. Like, these are two really, really high-level players who definitely know what they're doing. And we will just have to see how it is going to pan out, because... Yeah,
it looks like, I believe that's Laugh that we have summoned now, and it looks like we are going to see that Rotten Grew coming out from him. I'm gonna suspect that we see Straight Sword S-Stock coming out from Saxy. That's something I know he's very, very comfortable with and very, very confident on. And you know, really that Straight Sword S-Stock versus Grew is not nearly as one-sided as some might portray it. It really does come down to players, so I'm really excited to see if that's the setup that we see coming out from Saxy and how well, you know, Laugh and him clash with those setups.
Yeah, we could very well end up seeing Laugh come out with a with his usual... We'll see Curve Sobri, either that or SS off stock, but I'd imagine Hunter may very well end up going for their usual setup as well, which is Sword and Board. They are Sword and Board main, and they're incredibly good at it. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one is going to pan out.
Yeah, it looks like we're working on getting. I think it's Saxy that we're waiting on to get in the world, so that should be in shortly. And yeah, like you said, I think it's really going to be a matter of, you know, what exactly Saxy is going to be using and how well Laugh, because it looks like from my perspective that Laugh is on the Rotten Grew, which I kind of expected. I think you expected as well. You know, again, the Rotten Grew Curve Sword is such a good weapon. We will see it throughout the entirety of the winners bracket, the entirety of the losers bracket, and in the final matches, I'm sure. So it's going to be a weapon that we'll see a lot of today. So it, you know, makes sense to talk about it a little bit. That, you know, that Curve Sword has really, really good abilities to roll catch off of reaction on this latency, and that's the big thing is, you know, the way this low latency works is that you can basically roll catch off of reaction, so it really boils down to the player discipline and getting in each other's minds, and that's kind of where that neutral game comes in off of those weapons, and it does look like we do see the Straight Sword S-Stock coming out from Saxy.
Well, we see you were correct. I eat my cap. It turns out that Hunter is in fact an SS off stock, and I am ready to go.
And a 2 and a 1. Here's our bolt. And there's our match. So we're going to see the poison coming out from the side of Laugh, and we see that Straight Sword on stock. Looks like we do have a Dex build coming out from Saxy here, trying to aggress this Rotten Grew. So the Dex build going to allow him to get those Leo trades. 178 damage off the running attack from Saxy. Saxy now trying to find a way to get this Straight Sword in the corner to really apply the pressure. But there's going to be 238, change into 476. Goes for the third instead of the roll catch. Good read by Saxy there to get out of that. Goes for the punish of the S-Stock, but the Curve Sword is going to be able to get out of the way on the side of Laugh. Laugh now trying to find a way in, trying to find that pressure just by walking forward. Saxy really, really good feints there to get that R1 out. Tries to find the punish, but unable to land it, and there's going to be that roll catch that we talked about. 238 damage off of the Rotten Grew, actually foregoing the poison buff to get some perseverance up to try to continue this pressure. 238 damage now comes out onto Saxy as well, but Saxy's going to find the trade there. 578 damage in total, goes for the running R2, but I'm going to charge for the R2 rather not able to find it. The R1 comes out from left trying to punish that. That's not going to be able to. So Saxy up against the corner here, trying to find these backswings to get out of the corner, but now up against the corner, actually uses that to find pressure. 415 damage in total, and actually forces a roll, unable to land it. Perhaps just maybe a little bit of nerves there, push him back from actually landing that roll that he was able to force, but Laugh able to get out freely from that corner pressure. There's going to be a really good trade coming out from Laugh. They're able to space it out for a total of 657 damage, and there's going to be the poison build up, and there's a running attack in for the trade. Saxy very low now with that poison building up, is not in a good position, trying to find the pressure to get out of it. Looks like he's going to back up and actually eat the clump. So he does get the clump, and there's going to be the running attack coming out for the Mailbreaker. There's going to be the rolling attack to find it, and Laugh's going to take that one.
Damn, dude, that was absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible play there on the behalf of Laugh.
Yeah.
Like, keep in mind that while it is still a curved sword, it does not have the range. The ability to aggress is very much limited to the opponent making like serious mistakes, but Hunter is also solid enough to punish him for his advances, so... But again, he kept that pressure up and managed to put him away. Really, really solid play. Well done, Laugh. Very, very well done,
one of the things that I actually want to point out on the side of Saxy's play was Saxy was up against the corner, and up against the corner against a Rotten Grew, especially in the hands of Laugh, that has to apply a certain amount of pressure to you. But he kept his cool really well, and he actually, knowing, he read Laugh extremely well, knowing Laugh's going to come in and immediately try to take advantage of that, set him up for a really nice combo with that off stock into the straight sword, and actually found 2 R1s on the straight sword and nearly found a roll catch on the S stock. So he did a really good job of showing that when you're up against the wall and the pressure's on you, if you can aggress correctly in that situation, you can get out of that pressure freely and actually gain pressure from it. And he did a really, really good job of that. Nearly leveled out the match. What it boiled down to at the end of that was like you had mentioned previously, Laugh just did a really, really good job of dancing outside of Saxy's attacks, and it just boiled down to those 1 or 2 little hits that led to those different vortexes.
And I believe as well that particular matchup is incredibly lat dependent as well, like the difference between your ability to roll catch, your ability to reaction roll, or have like that slight little bit of a delay. It makes a huge difference when it comes to these kinds of matchups when we are on the latencies that we're at. So I'd be really interested to see now what Hunter does next. We may very well see Hunter go Rotten Grew as well. Very
absolutely.
Well may. But we'll
entirely could be an option. It looks like he's actually going to... Is that Sword and Board?
That's
or
Sword and Board. That's Hunter.
Sword and Board.
So by the looks of things. And
so I think it looks like we're going to see a comfort pick coming out. And we're going to get this second round set up in this match, as I'm going to be getting the bolt in 3, 2, 1. There's the bolt out and in the arena. So we're going to see the poison buff coming out. Saxy trying to aggress that immediately, though, but decides to back up a little bit, letting Laugh get those buffs, and now into neutral we go. So each player just trying to feint one another out and find a way to get in the damage. The R1 comes out from neutral from the side of Laugh. Really, really good spacing from the side of Saxy. Doesn't take advantage of it. Hesitates a little bit there when he takes advantage, giving Laugh the ability to get out of the way. And there's going to be the running attack coming in, but here's going to be the R1's really good macro coming out from the side of Saxy, but unable to actually use any pressure off that. The running attack's coming in from Laugh now, trying to find a way to aggress this sword and board, but here's going to be the R1's coming out from Saxy. Going from the running attack, trying to trade it, but really good read on the side of Laugh, finding 2 R1s. Block comes out from Saxy, and the sword and board really good at dealing with that curved sword in the face simply by holding the block up and getting out of the way. And now we're going to see the ring swap coming out from Laugh, and able to find a running attack to chain off of that for 239 damage. Here's going to be the backswing on the side of Saxy, able to find the backswing for 158, trying to find the damage moving forward now. Again, Laugh doing a really good job of holding down this, able to bait out the running attack and find 2 R1s off of it, and there's going to be the poison build-up that we talked about earlier. So now Saxy up against the corner with poison on, and here's going to be the roll catch, goes to the backswing off the curved sword as well, goes to the running attack, and able to land that, and now we're going to see that really just slowly chipping down. The perseverance comes in to try to take advantage of this, and we're going to see that running attack come in, and there's going to be 2 R1s to finish it out, and Laugh's going to clean that one up in a 2-0.
Put away. Unfortunate. But again, Hunter's Sword and Board is formidable, just to give you like a good indication of like the skill of Laugh here. Really, really solid play, like honest to goodness. I couldn't do what Hunter did there against that kind of pressure. Like again, the ability to like push people into corners, to take advantage of those backswings, like those subtle little details that separate like a solid Sword and Board player from the best, and Hunter is definitely up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunter understands the weapon extremely well, and that the setup in general extremely well. One of the things that I liked was his shield play. Actually, was he was up in the face of Laugh, forcing Laugh to do something, and he's kind of on that back foot a little bit because you're in the face of the curve sword. He did a really, really good job of just blocking out the attack, allowing him to safely reaction roll off of that. As everybody knows, curve sword is one of the harder weapons to actually reaction roll, especially if there's wiggling and other things going on to try to bait your roll. And Saxy had really good discipline with that shield, holding that shield up, waiting for the attack to come to him, popping the shield up, and moving forward from there. So really, really good play from Saxy. Unfortunately, Laugh was just able to come out on top in everything that we saw. And again, we saw a phenomenal play from Laugh. We saw some really, really good spacing off the running attacks of Hunter and able to just space that out really, really well and find those couple R1s. And I think Laugh does a really good job of showing you don't necessarily need to land your vortexes on Curve Sword to make Curve Sword a good weapon. The ability to just sit back and punish those attacks and slowly get those damages in is really good. And the fact that we saw poison build up, though, does show that Laugh was attacking quite a lot and actually landing a good chunk of the attacks he was going for. So again, phenomenal play from Laugh, playing the weapon at a very high level.
And now, in this next round, we have, of course, Hurrah versus Kandemir. I'm very excited to see how this one is going to go. Kandemir, of course, an exceptional player. And Hurrah,
of course,
known for their Uggs. We'll just have to wait and see how they're going to handle this one. This is going to be a rough one, but I don't envy Hurrah's position here. But honest to goodness, I reckon they can pull through. I reckon they can persevere.
yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that. And again, Hurrah is a very good player. Typically, when people are playing with off meta setups, and quite frequently with those, it does really force you to play good mechanically, because the more meta setups just highlight mechanics so much more that it forces you to play at a very mechanical level and play in a lot of your reads in order to trip those players up. And of course, Kandemir, somebody known very well for his mechanics and especially his roll discipline and reactions. It's going to make that Uggs even more challenging. So we'll see if Hurrah decides to come out on the Uggs. I would certainly love to see that match, but I don't know. Maybe the name of Kandemir might sway him away from that. We might see a more meta setup coming out. I'm going to guess. What do you think? You think Candy's going to be on a curve sword? Or do you think Candy's going to be on straight sword S stock?
I imagine that Kandemir is going to come out SS off stock. That's what I imagine. Although
that's my assumption as well.
He may go sword and board as well. He is a formidable sword and board player as well. So we'll just have to wait and see with that one. Let me just make sure I can grab the right character. I think we're still waiting for Kandemir to get in, but the looks of things, unless they've changed their names to Hurrah. It's impossible.
I don't think they have. It's very interesting setup actually coming out from Hurrah. If you want to take a peek at what he's running, very interesting setup.
It seems to be. Is that Onakiri?
I believe so. As long as my eyes are not lying to me, that is the Onakiri twin katanas, and that weapon has really, really good hyper armor in the weapon art, and you can definitely set things up for that. Does just have really good damage as well. If you can land those couple R1s, those couple L1s together, they true combo and they do a lot of damage. So really, really interesting to see how that's going to play out. And again, we'll see what Candy comes out. I do think that SSS stock does handle Onakiri quite well, as it does juggle a lot of different setups, but specifically this one, it handles quite well. So we'll see, if I'm sure Hurrah is a very formidable player. I'm sure he's fought it before, and we'll see how they work out with one another.
He's definitely been playing the game for a long time, so he should know this weapon more than most if he's from the olden times. The long ago, and the horrid times when poison was good, when bleed was good. Oof.
Yes. back when bleed was actually viable.
Imagine us 2021ers. I don't know.
Easy on the us.
Well, okay. All right, old man. Dinosaur, go back. I think, who are we still waiting on? Let me just double check.
I believe we're waiting just for Candy to get summoned in. It should just be a matter of time before Shiro is able to get him into the world. So really, like I said, I think seeing the Onakiri coming out from Hurrah, it certainly, as a katana player, I'm quite happy to see it. I'd love to see some frayed blade action today. I don't know if we'll get to see that or not. But the Onakiri is definitely a very good katana, and it has that very unique set to it, and it can be hard to deal with if you're not very familiar with how the weapon works.
Yeah, for sure. We'll just have to wait and see how he adapts. Although I'm no doubt in my mind that Kandemir has fought this more times than can be counted. Did someone else summon me? Highly unlikely.
I would be very surprised if somebody else summoned you.
And you may have to send me their Steam. as to who it is, I do believe. Because that's going to be very interesting. Interesting. That is truly fascinating.
Yeah, interesting. I'm very surprised that we actually had a leak of sorts in terms of passwords. So
that's definitely not ideal. Definitely not ideal.
Not at all.
Imagine people trying to ruin tourneys.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a leak. So again, if we can figure out who that Steam person is, so we can make sure that they are not a part of anything moving forward, that would be phenomenal.
That would be absolutely outrageous, is what that would be. Yeah, I think changing passwords is probably a good idea. Maybe chill with that, Nuke. Thank you for posting that. I appreciate that. But LB, what did you think of the fight so far, gamer? I think I'm genuinely
impressed. Fights so far have
impressed.
been awesome. I mean, when you're in the best of threes, you typically do see a lot of 2-0s. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything towards the players that take those 2-0 losses, because all these matches are coming down to really just a wire. And and what we saw again in the Mizaki J0, that first match was extremely close. The second one wasn't as much. So in that match, we saw really good play. I think we're going to see J0 and Dimka when we get to round 2.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a really interesting setup as well, because again we saw Dimka coming out playing very, very well in the straight sword S-Stock, and we see J0 very, very well on the straight sword Dragon Slayer.
Yeah.
So one has hyper armor, one has the ability to roll catch on reaction and have really good trades. The other one has the ability to trade as well. So it's going to really, these dual wheel setups, it's going to be really cool to see those clash. Kandemir and Hurrah is going to be a really fun match. The Saxy and Laugh match really had me on the edge of the seat most of the time. There was just always constant pressure happening from either side of them. It looks like we do finally get Candy in here, so we were able to avoid the leak. Hopefully, the only thing that I could figure of a leak actually happening is somebody in the server doing it. So hopefully we can negate that moving forward. But we do see the two of them coming in, and it looks like they are ready. Are you all set up?
We're having some overlay issues. I may have to disable the overlay for this one, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll have it set back up and ready to go for the next one, unfortunately.
Perfect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to go once I head to the tourney setup. Ladies and gentlemen, go forward and conquer, I'd say.
All right, and a 3, 2, 1. There's our bolt. And our match is set. So again, we're going to see her on the Onakiri. We do see Sword and Board coming out from the side of Candy. So Candy now trying to find the pressure with that Sword and Board. Sword and Board very good at zoning and getting your opponent where you want them. But Hurrah aware of that and kind of circling around, getting himself back to the middle and forcing Candy in the position that he was in. So we're going to see the running attack coming out. The straight sword comes out, able to find the backswing for 164 damage on the side of Candy. The ring swap coming out from Hurrah to get that buff back. And now trying to find a pressure to apply with these katanas. The L1's going to come out trying to find some damage there. The R1's going to come out from the side of Kandemir, unable to land that. Goes for a bait into the backswing, but actually run out from the side of Hurrah and finds a whiff punish with that L1. So really, really good spacing there we see coming out from Hurrah on these katanas to whiff punish that straight sword that we see coming out from the side of Candy. And now Candy trying to find zone and back and get this in, forced to roll that running attack there that we see coming out from the side of Hurrah. Hurrah now just trying to find a way to get in and out of your opponent. That's a big thing with katanas, is being able to strafe in and out. But here's going to be the backswing, possibly able to bait it out behind. Goes for the damage there. There's the backstab coming out. He's going to whiff it out. Anyways, he actually misses it and gets pushed out by the L1 from the side of Hurrah. Amazing idea from her there to push it out. There's the trade coming in. Now we're going to see the straight sword just winning that off of priority and finding a backswing. That's going to be 1376 in that vortex. The straight sword vortex is too real as he's able to get him against the corner, and that's all he needed was to get Hurrah up against the wall and force that. There's going to be a running attack coming out. Hurrah throwing these knocks out, and there's going to be an R1 from neutral to finish it out, and that's going to be Candy taking the first batch here 1-0.
Damn. Again, an awful lot of those combo dependent setups are unfortunately not, they just don't cut it, especially with Kandemir's reaction speeds and just his general understanding of this game. It's well played to Hurrah though, and fair play to you for bringing it out. That was incredible. But there is another round. I can't wait to see what Hurrah has in store for us for the second round. What will they bring? Will they stick in the Onakiri? Will they commit, or will we see something
I think they will.
You think?
And the reason I think they will is because it was working out for them up until they got against the wall. That
Yup,
was
yeah.
really the turning point of that match, was them getting against the wall and not being able to get away from Candy's straight sword. Again, you talked about Candy being very formidable on straight sword. He's very good on straight sword. He's just very good at the game in general. And he understands how those backswings work and how to apply that pressure with sword and board when you have somebody up against a wall and in a corner. And if, that was the one downside that Hurrah had that whole match. He was winning in terms of health advantage. He, he was actually finding whiff punishes. He had a really good bait with the weapon art, forcing Candy to go for the backstab and actually punishing that. Really, really good play actually came out from Hurrah up until he got against that wall. Once he got against that wall, the straight sword took over. He was getting backswung. He tried to L1 out of it, hoping that Candy wouldn't keep the pressure. When you're getting hit by a straight sword, R1ing is sometimes not the option, as I've learned the hard way. And it led to, I think it was 1376, I think 1,376 damage in one encounter. So, and that's the thing that, realistically, he doesn't get hit by 1,300 damage in the corner. Very well could have turned something around with the Onakiri, as he was winning in overall health up until that point. So I actually think he stays on it, and I think his goal moving forward is not get stuck in the corner. But you never know. He might come out with something a little bit more comfort and go from there. And it looks like we are going to be getting him summoned in very, very soon to see how that's going to play out. And as somebody who, you use straight sword S stock mainly, obviously there's a straight sword in there, and you're obviously familiar with backswings and how that stuff works. What do you think Hurrah is looking at when he's being familiar with how the straight sword is going to work, obviously seeing what's going to happen to him? What's going through his mind right now?
Going up against a sword and board, it's a rough one, right? Because they have the ability to push you around the place, right?
Exactly.
They have the ability to zone you and put you exactly where they want you. And that's the power of sword and board, and that's one of the reasons why we're keeping this tournament as Old Wolf, because well, it has the most viable setups, and sword and board is a solid foundation by which to build all of the setups around. Right. But going up against it, you just have to be patient. You have to have really solid positioning. You have to stay the hell out of the corner and fight tooth and nail to stay away from it, because as soon as they get you against a wall, they go to town with those backswings, and it's going to be a bad time, a very, very bad time for all involved. So honestly, I think Hurrah could do it. They can damn well try. I believe in them in that much. But, it's going to be a rough one. It's definitely going to be a rough one for him going on and forwards in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's like you mentioned, it has the ability. I think the verbiage you used was push you around, and that is really all too true. If they get too close and you throw an R1 out, especially if you're on a physical build, which I believe Hurrah was, he can simply hold the shield up and kind of negate any pressure that you want to do, especially on a weapon like Onakiri. So that zoning that you see sword and board come out, especially on Old Wolf, can be very, intimidating to deal with. With somebody who's very familiar on sword and board, you won't even realize that you're up against a wall. Before you know it, you'll just, be playing your neutral game of trying to, space out or whatever, trying to get in their mind a little bit and force them to do something. And before you realize it, they've positioned you all the way back up into a corner, and then you're like, oh wow, I have to get out of this corner now. And sword and board is really, really, really good at doing that and forcing you in a situation that you don't really want to be in. And I think especially it's true against Onakiri. And like I said, I think Hurrah actually played the Onakiri really, really well. The one downfall was getting in that
wall. And again, I'd go further. I'd say that the sword and board is the ability to bully. Honest to goodness, that would be the way that I would look at it. They have the ability to bully you from one end of Old Wolf to the other at any given moment. Right. I think we're still waiting on Hurrah, are we?
Yeah, I believe from the sounds of it, we're waiting on Hurrah to place the sign. So, Hurrah, if you're in chat, this is a best of 3 for this first round. Please do throw your sign down, and we can get this moving forward.
Yeah, Hurrah, that would be absolutely fantastic. If you would be ever so kind, please and thank you. We would straight up not responding in Discord. Hurrah, you have approximately 2 minutes, I think. Any longer than that is please and thank you.
No, I'm with you on that.
Exactly. But again, apart from apparently a leak, I think this is going remarkably smoothly. We're getting,
absolutely.
Apart from fighting with the prototype, but again, we will have a better overlay and everything for the.
Yeah, we kind of expected that though. We kind of expected the overlay to cause a few hiccups. It's a new thing that we're trying out here. while we wait for these,
Yes.
the next match we're going to see is going to be Accelera and Lino.
Ooh.
Now, I have played with and watched some of Lino's fights, and I have a few ideas of what he's going to use for setup. What do you think? What do you think we're going to see in that Accelera Lino coming out? Do you think we're going to see the straight sword S-Stock mirror? Do you think we're going to see a Rotten Groove come out? Do you think we're going to see something a little bit more off meta?
I'm not sure. I don't really play Accelera all that often. I think he's an incredibly competent player on pretty much every setup. His fundamentals are there. He's pretty solid. What do I think of you, Lino? Oh, the thoughts, Sterling. The thoughts, Lino. The most important thing, I think, is, though, that Lino has the experience, and he doesn't play 1v1s all that much. True. I've dueled him a good number of times. I think he's an incredibly good player, a really solid player. And we might just see a sword and board mirror. We may see that. We might see the sword and board mirror coming out. I would be inclined to see Accelera. I would be inclined to think that Accelera is going to actually be on straight sword S-Stock. Typically, when I run into Accelera, I feel like that's what he's on. And granted, when I run into Accelera, it's invading at Pontiff, right? It's not a controlled duel. It's not me. He and I doing a session, but I feel like most of the time when I run into him, that's what I see him on, is that straight sword S-Stock. Yeah. However, duels are obviously much different than hosting and invading and all that other stuff. So it's entirely possible, like you said, that we will see him coming out on that sword and board. That might be more of a comfort pick for him. We might see him coming out on that Rotten Grew. Might be just trying to find those little bits of advantage that you can get. So really, really curious. And I suspect we're going to see Lino on a setup that you are not expecting, but I could be wrong in that. I'm not gonna spoil anything because I don't know how secret his setups are. So we're gonna keep that one wrapped up for now. He got that secret. Match. He got that secret jitsu. Let's go.
Yeah, I suspect I have an idea what we're gonna see Lino on, but I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna see it come out or not.
Whew.
All right, how we doing on Hurrah?
Apparently we're just waiting on Hurrah to respond to Shiroi, and then I think we are away. I think that's the
Phenomenal.
The Tourney curse? There we go.
We got sign. It. You just had to mention it. You had to mention the curse, and there's the. Hey man, I can. It's 10 in the morning for me, and I got nothing but time. I'm down to talk for as long as you'll have me. So I'm these small hiccups. It's completely fine, man. We can chat things about. We can talk about the matches coming up, the matches that we saw.
I believe. A great man once said something to the effect of, you get that on these big jobs. I think so. I can't remember who said it.
I think I've heard that before. Is it possible that they also do a little while they're getting that on these big jobs? I feel like that's something that might be a thing. I don't know, though. I'm not that familiar with Eastern culture.
I'm not sure, although we are getting, I think, Hurrah is actually getting in here at long.
Perfect.
Long last.
Finally. All right. Do we see the Onakiri? Here's gonna be the question: Is he gonna come out on that setup and really try to throw one past Candy? We'll see.
You know what he's up against? He's up against a formidable opponent. You know what? It's worth a rattle, isn't it?
Absolutely, he is. Yeah, I don't think anybody can argue with that. I think Candy is quite accomplished and quite good in his own right.
I think so.
Very definitely interesting to see. How Hurrah is going to manage that. Looks like we're getting the summon in now.
We are getting the summon. Time. Again, I'm not sure what seems to be going on. I don't think the Netherlands is down for that ridiculous lat, to be honest with you. That it should be
right.
It should be here. Again, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We have a summoning bug. Perhaps. Just make sure you check all of the your messages, please, and thank you, Hurrah.
Yeah, make sure for the contestants, there's a reason that we put together a completely separate Discord and everything. The reason that we asked you all to be there is so we can manage this tournament and avoid things like this, the small hiccups, and have a nice, smooth show, especially because there is a losers bracket. We don't want to have a 4 or 5 hour wait between the two or something. So keep an eye on that Discord channel. Keep an eye on what's going on when your matches are coming up, so you know what's going on and you can keep track of that stuff. But yeah, it sounds like Hurrah just moved his sign after he placed it. Is all that happened there. So we should be getting him back in very, very soon, very, very shortly, and we can continue this.
Just give it, and there we go. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to seeing.
That's what we want to see right there. The little bar on the screen saying he's getting summoned. You never thought you'd be so happy to see it.
All right, we should be. Well, up and ready to go. That is a sound, a truly beautiful sound, ladies and gentlemen. The last Hurrah and the overlay is sorted. Let us indeed go.
All right, and it does look like we see. I think we see straight sword S stock coming out. Or is that still on Akiri? It's still on Akiri. My apologies. So he does still stand on Akiri.
He's staying on it.
He is staying out on Akiri as long as I am not blind. All right, it looks like Hurrah's in this corner. Looks like Candy's in the corner. And 3, 2, 1. Here is the bolt.
And away we go. Let's go.
And away we go. So again, we're going to see that Onakiri trying to pressure the sword on board here. And Candy is almost walking up in his face now at this point, forcing Hurrah to make a decision. Hurrah goes for the whiff punish. Candy trying to set up for the backswing, unable to actually land that really well placement on the rolls and position that we see from Hurrah coming out. And again, we talk about that zoning. Candy immediately pushes Hurrah up against the wall, and Hurrah is able to get away from that, though, before the damage actually comes in. Candy trying to land these baits and feints in to find a whiff punish, unable to actually do that. And again, the positioning just pushes Hurrah back. Hurrah able to use a little bit of aggression, though, to get out of that corner immediately. And now the Zoni's going to come back. And the weapon R comes in. But that's going to be 2 R1s to actually land. It goes for the backswing. And then for the roll catch, unable to find it with the backswing there. There's going to be the L1 coming out from the side of Hurrah, unable to land that. Now we're going to see the running attack coming out from the side of Candy trying to find this pressure moving forward. And again, we see her do really, really well placement of his actual positioning here to get away from that pressure that's coming in. Candy just sitting there waiting for something to happen to try to punish it. Unable to land the backswing there, though. A little bit confused on the side of Candy. You see him kind of lurk around there a little bit. He thought he had that one, but Hurrah was able to position himself to not get hit by that and actually going for the feint behind him there to try to set her up for something. Hurrah is going to take advantage of that, and Candy's going to try to punish it. And unfortunately, neither player is actually going to find any merit in that exchange.
Hurrah is doing an exceptional job of just keeping him away, and he's doing an incredible job there of weapon arting at him. My word, that was a beautiful weapon art there, keeping Candy on his toes. But again, Hurrah's doing a really good job of just staying outside of it, trying to trade on reaction if possible, or whiff punish on reaction. But again, you're not going. I find it very hard to believe you're going to roll catch Candemir. I think he's going to have to rely on those big combos to try and get that damage in early. And again, he's slowly being chipped down. Ooh, but he's giving it right back to him. Oh my word.
Yeah, and we saw him go for the second weapon art, which is where it led this pressure that Candy kind of took advantage of. And what you talked about there, Candy actually made the mistake of rolling into him. Hurrah didn't take advantage of it, but Candy was able to hold the shield up and just missed a trade. I mean, there's going to be the running attack coming out, trying to find that too, and there's going to be a full swing and a back swing to catch it. 265 damage in total in that last exchange. You know, I gotta say, for being on Onakiri, Hurrah got Candy quite low. You know, we saw that weapon art that led to the L1. We saw another L1 land that I believe changed into another with him holding that shield up. So that's going to be the end of that round there. So it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Candy, and now we will be moving over to Accelera and Lino.
Accelera
assuming I can read.
A dangerous assumption to make, to be fair.
Right, it is, absolutely.
But yeah, that was an exceptional match there on behalf of Hurrah. They did an awful lot of work with something that's incredibly reactable.
Right.
They set the right baits. They got damage where they could. They took advantage of what pressure they could. Made some mistakes, as we all do. But again, the margin of error, it always boils down to that, unfortunately. And there we go.
Yeah, and you know, again, you know, he played those really, really well. I'm very excited to see how he's going to actually use those in the losers bracket, as I do think he will trip up a lot of players with that weapon. That weapon can be quite hard to deal with if you're not familiar with it. You know, it has so much damage that all it takes is 1 or 2 of those trades that you think you're going to win. The weapon art comes through, you get chained by it, and then, you know, before you know it, you're on tier stones. So did play it quite well, but we're going to see Lino is finally summoned in, and it looks like Lino is going to be, I believe that's Lino, is going to be on straight sword S stock by the looks of it. So my hopes of what he was going to run was not something that he ended up running.
Was someone telling fibs? Did they suggest something and then go back on their word? Outrageous.
No. I did catch a glimpse of a session where Lino was using the FUT setup with the offhand great axe and the main hand curved sword. So I was really excited to see if he was going to use that. But it looks like we are going to see the straight swords.
An unusual setup for sure, but one that I've seen Kaim use recently to incredible effect. Absolutely incredible effect. He is a monster in that, but then again, it's Kaim. He's a monster in everything. So
that's true. That's true. And yeah, it looks like so Accelera threw his sign down at the bottom, but Shuroi is able to see that, get the summon in, and unable to summon. Does somebody have Accelera blocked?
I don't believe so. He may have moved.
I'm guessing he moved his sign. Yeah, because it doesn't even look like he connected. So it looks like he did move his sign. So perfect. Just to make things easier, folks, just always throw your sign on top of the stairs. It's just that's where Shuroi is. It'll make life a lot easier. So just try to keep that in mind. But yeah, really excited to see what we're going to see Accelera come out. Like I said, I suspect we might see a straight sword stock mirror. However, Accelera is quite decent on curved sword, and I'm curious to see if he's going to come out with the curved sword or stick to something a little bit more comfortable, which typically is straight sword stock or sword and board, as you mentioned earlier.
In the tourney that Shiroi hosted, I did go up against his SS off stock, and it was quite good. He is formidable on it. And I'm curious to see if Lino will avenge me for, sadly, Accelera kicking me out of that particular tourney.
Hey, a lot of some people have met the fate of Accelera, unfortunately, from time to time. But that goes to show a lot of good things about him. He's a very, very good, formidable player. So it looks like we're working on just getting that last summon in, and then we'll be able to see Accelera and Lino.
Unable to summon.
And that one timed out. So you gotta love Dark Souls 3 connections. As unfortunately that one did time out. So yeah, it's. Like I said, one of those things, it's going to boil down, I think, to player in this matchup, and not so much setup. I think both of these players are not only very experienced in the game, they've fought in quite a few tournaments. They well understand the different setups and how to fight those. So it's going to be less setup-based, more player-based as they match up with one another, and I'm quite excited to see how that turns out.
Again, like seeing solid players mirror each other is always very interesting, because come the end of it, like of any extended dueling session or anything, you can tell who's who. Everyone has their individual style. Everyone has their spin on it. And I'd be excited to see what the different spins these two guys have. Sure. One of my personal favorite setups, End of the Line. Interesting choice there on behalf of Accelera, my champion.
All right, and is that Rotten Grew that we see coming out there by the looks of it?
That seems to be Rotten Grew. And
alrighty, are we ready?
We are ready to.
All right, and a 3, 2, 1. There's our bolt in the arena. And we are going to see the straight sword S-Stock coming out from the side of Lena. The poison buff on the Gru that we see Accelera applying here. Crossbow on the back, and he's going to immediately pull it out to keep that pressure away from the straight sword S-Stock. So now we're going to see these players dance around one another in neutral here, as these weapons are very good at finding those whiff punishes and chaining those into the damage. So each player almost afraid to swing first. But there's going to be the running attack coming out from the side of Lena. Unable to find it, though, as we're going to see Accelera actually find the pressure with the curved sword, get a little bit of poison build up, and find a little bit of damage. And there's going to be the lightning bolt actually landing. I think it was 152 damage coming out now on Lena. We're actually see sword and board swap coming out from Lena to deal with the straight Expo here. Perhaps he's going to go back to S-Stock now that we see that Rotten Grew come back out, but he is going to stick on sword and board by the looks of it. And I lied, he is back on the S-Stock. So lightning bolt's coming out, trying to find that chip damage as much as possible. And now we're going to see this Rotten Grew trying to find a way to aggress the straight sword S-Stock. And we see Lino is definitely taking, the advantage of the positions. We see the running attack swap coming out on the Shotel, and now we're going to see the Expo bolt trying to find a little bit. Actually does swap over to the lightning bolt and get a little bit of a shot out. Loads the crossbow back up, throws it on his back. Lino trying to find a way in, does swap back over to the S-Stock now from that Black Knight shield. You see him swap over to that Black Knight shield as soon as that crossbow comes out, but now he's trying to find a way to damage us here. Throws in a couple ones. There's the running attack coming out. There's actually able to base it out, and he goes for the whiff punish for the S-Stock, but unable to land that as well. Accelera, all too wise to that, gets out of the way with plenty of time to spare. But now we see these players still dancing around one another, trying to find a way in. Neutral is quite an interesting concept, and these players both play it quite well, trying to find ways to aggress without opening themselves up immediately. That Shotel swap comes out again for a little bit more chip damage, and we're going to see a lot of chip damage coming in throughout the whole duration of this fight based on how we're seeing it, I suspect. But there's the R1 coming out from neutral from the side of Accelera, and of course we're going to see Lino forced to roll that, but now trying to find the pressure. There's going to be a roll catch coming up, but the roll poise comes in, tries to punish it, uses that roll punish to his advantage to find a little bit of damage off of there. And then Accelera not wanting to get back in that corner, it does find a way to get around that. But there's going to be a really good micro coming out from the side of Lino. He finds that, and Accelera trying to punish that aggression, but Lino, all too wise to it, gets out of the way. The running attack comes in, the neutral R1 rather comes in from the side of Accelera, trying to find a way to move forward. Now we're going to see this S-Stock come out, trying to punish it. The Rotten Gruzer right immediately trying to find the punish, still unable to land it as these two players just continuously dance around one another. But there's a really good bait with that straight sword, using the end attack, as we call it, the hope they walk into it, and it looks like Accelera did. And now we're going to see the Expo coming out from Lino, now puts that one on the back, trying to find a way to damage this Rotten Grew, and that was going to be the straight sword behind it. He's able to find the backswing off of it, finds another backswing, 366 damage. So again, we see this really, really slow, methodical play coming out from both players, and Lino is definitely winning these exchanges. And there's going to be the Shotel for 160 damage, and again for another 160, and there's the running attack to finish it off, and that's going to be Lino taking the first map of this best of 3.
Again, curved sword is terrifying. Let's not beat around the bush.
Absolutely.
However, with a Rotten Grew, you have to hit someone with it first to be scary.
That's true.
That range difference makes so much of a difference in that matchup.
Yeah.
And again, especially lat dependent. On our current lat and the lats that these guys are going to have, SS off stock is going to, on paper, again, remember, ladies and gentlemen, on paper, dominate that matchup. and we have to be
Yeah.
and you have to be really careful, even trying to aggress.
Yeah, and something that you and I have kind of talked about is, and you know, when we've set up rules for stuff and we've talked about rules and chatted a little bit, player dependency is the key to setting up fair rules. And I think this rule set does a really, really good job of making it player dependent. As we saw there, like you said, you talk about what's going to happen on paper, but you know, again, you see it play differently when they happen. And what actually happened there, from the take that I had, was actually just kind of an elongated neutral. And if you care to take the time to explain neutral, you're more than welcome. But essentially, while they're in neutral, there we just see a lot of small trades coming out. There was no huge amounts of damage, no huge, you know, vortexes that came out on either side. They did a really good job of staying outside of each other's range and staying outside of those. And it just came to that small little bits of chip damage that Lino eventually had over time, set up a couple really nice backswings to take advantage of that. So we actually didn't see that, you know, that really strong engage. It was almost a full fight in neutral.
Yeah, which is a really beautiful thing to see. And I think we're ready. I will explain neutral afterwards. Don't worry.
Alrighty.
We're going to end this class. Don't worry about it. All right. I'm ready whenever you are, gamer.
And a 3, 2, 1. Here's our bolt in the arena.
You did it. I'm proud. And away we go.
You know, I got a strategy figured out now. But actually, a bomb comes out for 117 damage from Lino, immediately forcing the ring swap from the side of Accelera if he wants to keep those buffs. Dozenar one out on the curve sword, trying to find it. The shuttle comes in for the running attack, trying to punish out that running attack. Lino has done a phenomenal job of getting out of the way of that. And here's going to be a point-blank expo, but that's not going to give him the priority. He needs to win the trade, and now we're going to see him in the corner. There's going to be that first draw. One goes for the backswing now on the side of Accelera, unable to land it, but Poison does build up. And now we're going to see that slowly chipping away, and Accelera's going to try to punish that with a bomb, and he does, but Lino is able to get that Blossom off. So again, we still have that poison buff up. So now that the poison's been cured, he has the opportunity to get it again. We're going to see that trade coming out from the straight sword, or rather from the S-stock in the hand of Lino to try to point that out, and actually is able to force Accelera back with the health, though, still in favor of Accelera, as Accelera is trying to find a way to aggress. I assume we're going to see a shuttle attack there. It's going to be right there. Again, Accelera assumed that as well, is able to bait behind and go for the damage now. And now these Wiggles coming out to try to find the bait. Is able to bait the attack, just unable to land it again. You mentioned that range. Groot is lacking some of that, especially if you are used to PK or Scimitar. And now we're going to see these R1s being thrown behind, and there's going to be there. Straight sword for the backswing as well, 366 damage. Lino leveling this out a lot now as he's trying to find a way to take advantage of this. The S&B's coming out when he sees that crossbow, and now trying to zone into the corner, and actually swaps immediately over to that S-stock now, trying to find the damage there. Each player back in neutral. We're going to see Accelera trying to bait these Wiggles out to get an attack in, and he's going to walk into the straight sword, is able to find it, goes for the punish, unable to land it. The R2 actually lands, able to roll poison, but now he's low, and here's going to be the Expo bolts. Lino trying to find a way to land this one. Now the shield's going to come out, and that's going to force him back over, and the shield's going to drop and force it back to the Expo, and then the shield comes back out again. Actually, we see a Malbreaker now coming out to try to deal with this Expo on the very low health that we have, and actually a mirror of that Malbreaker comes out on the side of Lino as well. So we actually see those bolts coming out again. He's going to be getting low on those. He has to be careful when he's shooting those and trying to find it. The shuttle comes in for the chip, and he's going to find the trade, and that's going to be Lino. 2-0 taking it.
2-0 taking it away. God damn. And again, I apologize for the overlay bugs. However, it cannot be avoided with prototypes, but ladies and gentlemen, we will persevere. That was an exceptional match there on behalf of both of the players.
Absolutely.
Really close. Really close. Like, one or two mistakes each could have very easily led to, like, either side taking it away. And I do believe. So who do we have moving on to the next?
We are going to have Soviet Spaceship and Randomless. So this will be a very fun matchup to watch. I think I've seen Soviet use a few different setups now. I think Soviet, if they're known for a setup, would probably be S&B. But you know, we haven't seen them practice a couple different setups as well. So I'm curious to see how those, what she's going to use coming out. And I'll be honest, I'm not that familiar with Randomless and the setups he uses. So I'll let you take the.
I have a feeling we're going to see him go. I have a strange feeling we're going to see that chap on Curve Sword. That is what I believe is going to happen. He is a really good Curve Sword player. Really hard to go. Really difficult to try and deal with. He has the spacing. He has the patience, especially patience to the degree he's concerned. He's too patient. So. Hopefully we'll see how...
Hey, when you're on a curved sword, there's no such thing as too patient, right? Especially if you got a little bit of regen going. You can just take your time all day. Um, but that last matchup we saw from Accelera and Lino was really, really different than the first matchup we saw. We saw a lot of pressure coming out from Accelera, and actually was working for him. You talk about being a little bit too passive on the curve sword, and then he actually was quite the opposite that time. He was a little bit too passive, allowing Lino those opportunities on the shuttle, and decided to just take it to him, and actually was doing really, really well until he fell back a little bit and got caught by a few straight sword of the R1s and the S-Stock trades, etc., which just kind of slowly chipped him down. But Accelera did a really good job to start that match off of finding the pressure immediately, and we saw a quick vortex on Lino and immediately got poison buildup. So that was really, really good that Accelera came out, really showed very good use of that weapon. Lino was just able to dance around it a little bit too well near the end.
And that's sometimes all it takes. You have to be so careful in an awful lot of these matchups. Like when you're playing an incredibly neutral game, having let's say, I don't know, a really good curve sword, or having any of those things that have the ability, once they sink their teeth in, it's pretty much, if not GG, then not too far off it. But when you're up against someone who knows what they're doing, you don't have that guarantee that you're going to get your teeth sunk in, and you have to work really hard and use feints, play with your spacing, dance in and out as often as you can in order to try and get it. And not oftentimes that just flat out doesn't work, as we seen in those last matches. Lino dominated and put it away really, really nicely, and that's the danger of using a weapon that relies on that vortex. Anything's liable to happen.
Yeah, and that's I think Laugh was who I mentioned earlier. I thought did a really, really good job on curve sword, because he wasn't necessarily relying on the vortexes. He was playing it a little bit slower, and I think we saw Fury use it in the last tournament in kind of the same way of not really relying on the vortexes, just taking advantage of the fact that it is a very fast weapon and it has good damage, and just finding those whiff punishes, and finding that little bit of pressure, and not even necessarily going for those vortexes and trying to set up around it, but instead set up around it and play curve sword a little bit differently, to where you're pretty much just using it if they get too close, you're attacking, and if they attack, you're attacking. And it works really, really well when you do that. And I'm excited to see if some of these players are going to do that. It does look like Randomless is on the Rotten Gru. It looks like we also see a Dragon Head shield on his back. So I'm curious if we're going to see Soviet coming out on either the offhand the offhand RHH, or if we're going to see her coming out on SMB. What do you suspect?
I've seen her do an awful lot of practicing on the red-handed halberd, the red-hilted halberd. That's a mouthful, my word.
That's why I chose just to say RHH. I knew I wasn't going to get through it.
I mean, a really nasty setup, a really, really nasty setup. Let's not beat around the bush. You have those lingering attack frames. You have, the off-stock to punish closes. You have, so many options with that. It's going to be hard to tell, but she could just go sword and board. Again, those comfort picks are really, really important.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll just have to
wait.
And
especially if you're not super familiar with fighting your opponent either, comfort picks, in my experience, are often the right pick, because it gives you the opportunity to not really focus on this new setup you're trying, or you can really just play normal. You don't have to think those other things into consideration when you're trying to read that new player and trying to figure out how to get around that. Yes. And I think I don't know how much Soviet has fought random or not, but comfort picks in tournaments kind of work for the same way, that you're now dealing with nerves and pressure that you're not used to dealing with, and having the comfort of just being on a weapon that in and out and are very comfortable with can help you to play better in those situations, even though a different setup might counter it better. Exactly. There's a lot of pressure that comes into it when you're playing in these tournaments. So comfort picks definitely are something that we'll see come out. But like I said, I'm curious to see what we're going to see Amelia come out on, as she is quite good in her own regard and uses quite a few different setups. Yeah,
I'm again genuinely curious to see what she's going to come out with.
And it looks like straight sword S-Stock.
Straight sword S-Stock. Magnificent. All right, then. I think we are pretty much ready to
Alrighty. Go. And a 3 and 2 and 1, and there's our bolt in the arena. The bombs dropped, and the players starting. So again, we're going to see that straight sword S-Stock trying to deal with the Rotten Gru. We just saw the exact same matchup earlier, and we're going to see Randomless trying to dance around the S-Stock. Actually, Amelia doing a really good job forcing him in the corner. Goes for the R1, able to find it with a backswing as well, and finds the second backswing, and not able to land a third, though. There's going to be that shield coming out, trying to find a little bit of damage, and tries to get it again. 127 chip damage does come out, and now Amelia trying to find a way to aggress the Rotten Gru, as the Rotten Gru is kind of backing up, though, and giving her that space that she needs to push him him in the corner, but there's going to see that whiff punish coming out, throws the backswing out to try to keep Amelia at bay here. Amelia's going to throw out this L1, really trying to, or L2 rather, really trying to find the pressure. The Dragon Head Shield comes back out, and now the Rotten Grew's going to come in. The trade is going to be in favor of S-Stock, and Amelia gets caught out, tries to wait for the reaction, but thinks she's far enough away. Unfortunately, does get hit by the Rotten Grew, and again, we're going to see Randomless not really set that up for a Vortex. Instead, just landing those couple of attacks, taking his time to reset, and now, re-aggress this S-Stock, and we're going to see Amelia really good positioning, forces him in the corner again. So now he's going to have to try to get out of that using his aggression. The roll catch comes out, roll poise does kind of save him a little bit. There's an R1 from neutral and a backswing, 402 damage, and now we're going to see the health kind of level back out in the side of Randomless. So Randomless takes a big Vortex, but is able to kind of level things out as he moves forward. The running attack comes in, the S-Stock possibly trying to trade that, but it's not quite fast enough, and now we're going to see, it looks like perhaps a little bit of FPS lag, but it looks like Randomless is back up and good to go. The Shiv's out, so the connection is still good, and players are going to continue going, but he's going to be Amelia trying to find the S-Stock, but gets punished by the Dragon Head Shield again, and still punished by the roll, trying to get away from that. He's going to be the L1 coming out, goes for the punish there. A little bit of hesitation on the side of Amelia. I don't blame her. Rotten Grew is not a fun weapon to deal with, and Randomless now trying to find the damage in. The Shiv's coming out, getting
showing on my side as well, it seems.
I had a small skip, but it quickly went away on my side. But of course, what I see and what the players see can be two very different things.
I think the Mao, yeah, there was some pretty big skips there, so he was laggy. He's running in place constantly. Do you want to try for a reset? And if the problem persists, then I think Superior Gamer. I think a reset is probably the best thing.
Reset's fine, yeah. If you folks need to get resummoned in, that's okay. If you have enough Estus or Blossoms or Blessings, etc. to get to full, then we can reset with you in World. That's up to you.
And that is possible. I do know that on occasion from fighting Randomless personally, that there are, in fact, skips. It does occasionally happen. So I'd like a reset. I think a reset is probably for the best then, for sure. We'll do a reset. Just Boty Black Crystal out, LB, if you just cast the reset button, which is of course an expo into the there we go. Yep. There we go. Okay. On neutral it didn't matter. It was pretty persistent throughout the fight. I could definitely, if I can see it on my end, then it's going to be pretty bad. I think a Randomless as an issue where his ping goes up by 80. Yeah, that's why I'm siding with Soviet in this case. It does happen. I think so. It's unfortunate. Again, routing issues can cause like weird things like this to happen. Again, while we are in a tournament where everyone is sub 100, routing can still cause an issue with things like that.
Yeah.
And I hope that everyone understands that that is a possibility that can happen. And I'm excited to see how this next match is going to go.
And it's understandable that we would want to see a reset there as well, because again, on my side, I only saw one. I didn't see the running in place. I saw one small skip. But again, what you guys are seeing is obviously very different. So, when you have someone running in place or something where they're moving on their screen and even my screen, but not on yours, that does negatively affect you, as you can assume, quite harshly. So it's definitely, I think a reset's a good call here. Reset everything out, get them back in, restart this match. It was pretty even up to that point anyways. So, these players are just going to reset this out, and hopefully we won't have the same issue persist throughout the rest of this.
And I think we have everything in place as it should be. Let me just do something real quickly. There we go. And we are... Nope, that is the wrong one. Let's try that again. And I am ready almost.
Looks like Randomless is on the way in. And he's getting up against the corner. Okay, so we're going to reset this. We're still 0-0 on either side. The Expo Bolt is out in the arena, and here we go. There's our bomb right there. And the buffs coming out now, trying to find a way in. Again, we're going to see that Rotten Grew coming out from the side of Randomless. Amelia trying to find a way in, trying to find a way to aggress this outright, as we're going to see that Dragon Head Shield to come on to push a little bit of pressure, and quickly going back to that. But the spacing is going to come in on the side of Amelia, trying to find that whiff punish with the F-Stock, unable to land that as running attack comes in on the side of Randomless, throwing out that Dragon Head Shield, again, trying to keep Amelia at bay and try to set her up to walk into that curve sword. With the range, she has a bit of a disadvantage on the actual range, but of course his moveset certainly makes up for that. Trying to find a way in now as Amelia is doing a really, really good job of playing this neutral out and not giving him those trades. But there's going to be the trade coming in. Amelia forced to roll that. Possibly could have seen a micro there, but plays the safe card of rolling. I think that's the right card to play here, as we're going to see Randomless trying to set up for this Dragon Head Shield. Amelia, really good reaction on getting away from that, rolling at quite the right time to not get hit. Tries to get the backswing on the straight sword, unable to land that. Randomless is able to get around that. Now we're going to see him coming in, going for the trade, and we're going to see Amelia win that trade outright on a backswing coming in, unable to land that one, unfortunately. Now we're going to see Randomless trying to find a way in with that, and he's just throwing these R1s out, trying to find a way to aggress. He's gotten hit a couple times. He wants to take advantage of his curved sword, but Amelia is able to flip that right back on him as he keeps throwing these attacks out from neutral.
Yeah, again, like really solid, really patient play here on behalf of Amelia. She's existing within his space, which, you know, is the ability to punish any of the aggression that he can launch on reaction is incredibly useful, because he still has to walk within either Goddard's distance or he has to walk within S-Stock distance. It's pretty rough. Again, once he can get in, that's when he's dangerous, but it's not looking like he's going to get an opportunity to walk in. He's taken some serious damage there.
Yeah, we saw a couple R1s come out from Randomless that did actually land, but Amelia was able to wise up to that, and there's going to be getting the aggression. And actually just afraid that he's going to lose the trade there. It ends up rolling out, but now we're going to see him trying to find this, but Amelia, well known for her discipline and rolling, able to get around that. But there's going to be the Dragon Head Shield, possibly to throw her off, and finds the chip damage on the roll. So really good job throwing that around, but he's going to take a drink of the blue, able to space it out, but now he's up against the corner. There's going to be two R1s and possibly a roll catch, unable to land that. Now Randomless is really in a bad situation and just going from corner to corner here, and that's not an easy thing to do when you're low, but not something you want to do. As Amelia's trying to throw out that S-Stock, trying to finish this match out, clutch it out, throwing out the S-Stock again, and Randomless is trying to get in, but there's going to be the backswing to get it. 153 damage, extremely low. It needs to be the shifts, another 11, and there's 17 to finish it out. Amelia's going to take this first map to 1-0 now in favor of Soviet.
1-0 in favor of Soviet. Very exciting match there. Again, it's not often, it is not often you see a curved sword being bullied quite so thoroughly by any other setup. Unusual, I dare say. It's rough. It's very, very rough. But again, fair play to Soviet there. She played a blinder there on that one.
Absolutely.
An absolute blinder. And Randomless, no slouch again. That was really, really close. Really,
yeah,
really
he had
close,
very good curved sword play throughout the match that unfortunately got reset, and this one really sound curved sword play. Again, Randomless not really going for those vortexes, just taking the safe bet, which again I think in situations like this when you're against these players that are very disciplined in their roles, it's probably the right choice to make, is just get those whip punishes and try to push from there instead of trying to prediction set up for roll catches and everything like that. He's doing a really good job of finding that pressure, and what this matchup turns out to be, what we saw in the first match of Accelera and Lino, and now what we see against Sophie and Randomless, is it really comes into a neutral battle.
Yeah.
Who is going to take that first step, and who is going to, really just outplay the other player in that situation to allow them to get that damage in. And, we saw it flip back and forth a little bit. Randomless won a few exchanges, Soviet won a few, and Soviet was just able to take a little bit too much advantage of that blue drink that we saw Randomless. I think that when you're up against the wall like that and Soviet's close enough to punish it, the blue drink really was a bold move, and it allowed him to get up against the corner and allowed Soviet to land a couple different R1s. And again, we can talk for days on straight sword in the corner.
Yeah.
And that's really again what kind of pushed Randomless back, was that one small mistake. And as you get to this level of play, it's usually just one or two small mistakes that lead to the loss of it.
And it's important to remember as well, as much as we talk about the vortex potential or the roll catching potential that you have on a curve sword, SS off stock is lethal. In the right hands.
Absolutely.
You have the S-Stock, which you can waggle as well to put people under even more pressure. You have the running attacks on the straight sword. If you time it correctly and they're in a panic, you can catch them with that. You can even just catch them with staggered R1s. You have a really good weapon combination there to do some really nasty things to whoever you have the misfortune of going up against. And I think that is Amelia. I think we're getting everyone in now. Just slowly but surely making sure we have everything right. I think we're waiting on Randomless now, I believe.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, we're just waiting to get Randomless signed in. And I think you bring up a really valid point, talking about that straight sword S-Stock in the right hands being as lethal as it is. And you're absolutely correct. If you have the ability to basically reaction roll catch with the S-Stock, you have the ability to win trades with the S-Stock, even against a curved sword. So, it really does, come down to how you're playing your different setups at that point. And, on paper, these weapons are very close. I think you even mentioned you might even give a small edge to straight sword S-Stock on this latency.
A little bit. It's a tough one, right? Because range versus vortex potential. They're
Exactly. Yes, it's we could probably go back and forth for hours on that, but looks like our opponents are in, and we're going to be getting this bolt out in 3, 2, 1, and there is our bolt. All right, so again, we're going to see the same mirror coming out here, or not mirror, rather the same setups coming out as Amelia is trying to find a way to aggress and trying to zone Randomless to a corner. Randomless is going to take advantage of that and try to get an R1. Really good spacing comes out from Amelia to try to punish that, and Randomless unable to land too much. And there's going to be a trade coming out. The favor is in favor of Randomless, but the running attack from Amelia forcing him to roll out. The ring swap comes out from both players, bringing this back up to a complete even health, and now we're going to see that Dragon Head Shield coming out to try to control this space a little bit better. The backswing's coming out for Amelia to land. It's a really, really good setup there to think, make Randomless think he can get that catch, but instead the backswing comes in and trades out, and Amelia going back for a macro, trying to space out the attack from Randomless. Randomless running now around with the curved sword, trying to find a way to get in, and let's see if he's able to aggress this. The straight sword's going to come out, trying to find the roll punish, unable to actually land it, goes for it again. The S-Stock comes out, unable to land that, and we're going to continue this forward, but actually Amelia is able to space it out, able to get the roll catch on the straight sword as well, and a backswing, and now Randomless is immediately getting up and applying pressure to force Amelia back. Does a really good job of that. The bomb comes out, but actually the trade's going to be in favor of Randomless with that Dragon Head Shield to outweigh that bomb potential. He's going to throw out the R1 there and actually get roll caught by the straight sword off of Amelia. Goes for the backswing, unable to land it. Randomless is now pushed up against a corner and able to walk out freely. Amelia decides to let him get out, catch her feet a little bit, and try to retake this in neutral. So now we're going to be in neutral. The favor is going to be on side of the curved sword. Amelia does get a roll, but Randomless unable to actually land that R1 on the roll. Instead throws it a little bit late, allowing Amelia to get a second roll in with and get away from that completely fine. There's going to be the Dragon Head Shield coming out. Oh, go ahead.
I think this is the first point in the fight where Amelia was not in control of the situation. She had been bullying him consistently all the way through this fight, but only just then did she manage to get stuck in the corner. Well, not corner, but more or less cornered by the curved sword, and he didn't really get the value, but there's the value that Amelia wants. She's nearly put him away. Oh my word.
Yeah, nearly gets away with that. Again, we talk about the backswings on that straight, so it does a really good job. And there's the backswing again. He walks right into it and gets hit by it. Amelia trying to keep pressure forward. Fortunately, a little bit of movement pushes it away, and now we're going to see trying to use the Dragon Head Shield to block the Expo Bolts. Those in the running attack on the curve sword to try to keep Amelia away. But now Amelia in the corner, the Red Hilted comes out, and now we're going to see that setup that we talked about previously, that Red Hilted in the offhand to try to find it. But there's going to be the pressure coming in from the curve sword, just throws out the throws, and now just throwing the shivs, really trying to get him low and finish this one off. You have Tearstone Ring to think about if Amelia gets a little bit too carried away, and Randomless actually reads an attack and rolls, and there's going to be the shivs coming out from Amelia, really trying to finish this one out. The R1's coming. Now he's up against the wall. He's going to have to be forced to go for an R1 and gets hit by the R1 of Amelia. So Amelia taking that in a 2-0 brings us to our next match of Simple Most and Whitnick.
Simple Most and Whitnick, but my God, that round was, she came really close to being put away there. Again, all of these fights, they seem like in hindsight, it's like, oh, well, of course, someone has it won. But no, like, Amelia's on about, 560 health there leaving.
Right.
Like, that's maybe 3 R1s, 4?
Well, yeah, because you got to remember we're on tier stones as well at that point on the side of Randomless. So really, all Randomless needs is 1 or 2 good placed well-placed R1s that can force Amelia to make a mistake or maybe go for a trade because he's so low, right? He's able, if he gets that trade, if he gets that R1 and just delays a little bit and going for that second, Amelia might try to take advantage of that and throw that R1 out because he's so low, and he's going to obviously get priority and just flat out win and not even take the damage with that curved sword. So I think that's what he tried to do in the end there, and we saw him kind of throw that third R1 out when he landed too. Amelia fortunately was able to see that and get away, and like you mentioned, for lack of a better term, I think bully is the right word to take a look at here. That match really was one-sided. And again, Randomless found those bits of damage. He's on curved sword. He's going to, he's going to find those bits of damage against Amelia. But Amelia played that phenomenally well actually throughout all the matches that we saw against. There's a few times Randomless had the upper hand in terms of spacing, but we saw Amelia really good movement, really good. Almost one of the things I like to point out that Amelia did was almost after every time she missed an R1, she would immediately run back blocking a little bit.
Yeah. And
what she's trying to do there, I'm sure everybody knows, what she's trying to do is essentially macro the next attack coming out and easily be able to whiff punish that. And she did land that more than once against Randomless. So really good positioning came out from Soviet throughout the entirety of that match and played straight sword S-Stock quite well.
LB, who is in the field right now? Is that Simple or is that Whitnick? I can't tell. Here, we'll give everyone just a quick look.
That is Simple.
That is Simple. Magnificent. Okay.
So actually, it looks. I'm going to assume that we're going to see a curved sword mirror come out, being that it's Whitnick. But Whitnick is quite good at pretty much any setup he wants to be. So we'll see what he decides to go, fighting Simple Most on.
I've never seen Simple play. I believe they've only recently come over from PlayStation. If I'm incorrect,
Sure.
please do correct me. So it's really nice.
No.
to
From
see.
my understanding, they are very, very new from PlayStation. I actually know Simple from going back a little bit of time from Montage Fishing days is where I met Simple, and quite an accomplished fisher. I will have to say, very good swaps. Very accomplished fisher and has some very cool videos out there. But obviously, I don't think we'll see too much fishing in the tournament. I think we're going to see a lot more pure fundamentals coming out.
You know what? I'm happy to be surprised. It's good to see some other playstyles come through in any tournament. It doesn't matter, be it the swapping, the fishing, anything. Pretty much anything I'd be willing to see at this point, because when it's done at a high level, it's going to, at the very least, look pretty. And I think that's very important. I think that's a virtue in and of itself, I think, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. You know, I gotta say, I mean, if he's the guy to backstab Whitnake in a tournament, you're gonna remember that. So
I'll be taking notes. Believe me, I'll be clipping.
But you know, Rotten Grew not known for its ability to set up backstabs that well. So we'll see. You know, again, I suspect we'll see much more, you know, careful, methodical play coming out from Simple. But again, he is definitely a very accomplished fisher, and if Whitnake gives him the opportunity, I'm sure he will take advantage of that.
And there we go. We seem to be having Whitnake in the house tremble. Ladies and gentlemen, he is here.
All right.
All right, and both of them are in their corners.
What is he using over there?
Is he using Frayed?
Is that, you know, I said I wanted to know. He's using S-Stock by the looks of it.
Is he using S-Stock, the scoundrel?
All right.
All right.
Okay. So, 3 and a 2 and a 1. There's our bolt in the round, and there's the explosion. So the poison's going to come out on the side of Simple, and we see straight sword S-Stock coming out from the side of Whitnake. Had the two-handed S-Stock out there specifically for the buff when he ran in. That's why it looked like Freighter or Katana. But the running attack actually comes off from Simple, able to land a little bit of damage, forcing the ring swap over now from the side of Whitnake. Whitnake trying to find a way to dance around this curve sword, and again, we're going to see the same matchup that we've seen in the last 3 rounds now, and we're going to see him try to find that. There's going to be the S-Stock poke, and trying to get the punish is the side of Simple. Simple throwing these R1s out from neutral, trying to bait Whitnake in, trying to take advantage of this neutral, and actually is able to get pressure, forcing Whitnake to roll with that R1 that Simple threw out. Whitnake would get away, but really good spacing comes out, trying to find the damage. Simple just a little bit too aware of that and gets around it. So again, Simple trying to find the pressure now on the side of the curved sword, and Whitnake doing a really good job of waiting out this poison, but really good micro comes out from the side of Whitnake. He's able to get hit by the running attack, spaces out that R1 just a little bit too late on taking advantage of that spacing. That's a small hesitation or just merely mistiming there as he's trying to find this, but now he's actually just getting pushed back by the positioning of Simple. Simple really throwing out these running attacks a lot. He's landed a couple of them, but it's only a matter of time before Whitnake really does punish these on this latency. There's their R1 coming out. Actually lands the roll catch. So Whitnake forced to roll, gets roll caught by that, but Simple unable to make too much of it. Throws the bomb and actually finds it for another R1, and now he's going to get the roll catch again. No, Simple unable to land that due to, I think, purely the range of his weapon realistically at that point. There's going to be an R1 coming out for another 198 damage. Whitnake able to use the aggression that he has in that corner to get out of it, but Simple not letting him out that easy. Immediately gets back in his face, not letting him out, but there's going to be setting up the trade there on the side of Whitnake. Throws the R1 behind it, now going for the trade again. And we see those layering somewhat 298 damage, I think, at each one of those trades. Really, really good play off from Whitnake to, you know, set up those trades and get it. And actually nearly levels out the health. And again, he's falling a little bit low, though. He's got to be careful. Goes for the roll catch, but Whitnake, the reactions are just a little bit too good there. Able to get away from that. And there's going to be an R1, 222 damage from neutral. Now I think the health is favored in the side of Whitnake. So we see him slowly pulling this health battle back from the curved sword of Simple. But as we all know, it only takes a few R1s from Simple to really close this one out. Trying to find a way now to aggress Whitnake. Whitnake up against that wall. Goes for it. And able to get the spacing out from Simple. Simple lands 2 R1s. Going for trying to set up a vortex, but Whitnake a little bit too wise to that, gets out of the way. The running attack comes in 159 damage. Next to they clean it out. Simple's going to take this 1-0 in this first round.
And I never changed the overlay, and it turns out I didn't need to. Oh my word. That was an unexpected turn of events.
You know, again, it really boils down to the control of neutral, and that's something you and I have talked about for hours. Yeah. But not to sound like a broken record, really what it comes down to, and Simple did a really, really good job of setting Whitnake up. That being said, Whitnake showed us a lot of really good play. Some really, really good micros came out in that spacing to set up for some damage. He just was a little bit too slow in actually getting the damage out. Simple was able to get out a lot of that. Simple, you know, it's not often that you see someone like Whitnake, someone like Candemir actually just roll. they almost always will wait and have that reaction come out. But Simple was able to force Whitnick to roll on 3 different occasions and actually punished it twice. So really, really good play from Simple coming out on that curve sword. And again, you're seeing just how good that curve sword can be on this low latency, even against the straight sword S stock. And it's funny you would say that you would give straight sword S stock the advantage on this, and I would actually give it to curve sword. And the reason I would give it to curve sword is, in my own experience, when I play straight sword S stock and I switch to curve sword, I feel like the job I'm doing is the same, just a lot easier. So you get a lot of stuff from straight sword S stock, and it's a phenomenal setup. But I think Simple did a really good job showing there how to exploit it and take advantage of the slower movesets that those weapons have.
True, you have the opportunity to pressure a bit better. They don't have the ability to put you away. But again, when a fight is exclusively in neutral, things like range, things like extra damage from Leo or chip from your SS off stock, that can really come together, And neutral in these fights, more often than not, we've seen an unusual turn of events there, but more often than not, that's where these fights are won and lost. But where contestants are in.
Alrighty, and 3, 2, 1. Here's our bolt.
Let's go.
And the fight is off. So the exact same setups we see. Again, we see the meatball armor and the poison buff and the lightning bundles coming out from Whitnick. Whitnick really trying to find a way to kind of clean up this neutral game that he had last time and try to find a way to aggress the way that Simple is playing this Rotten Groove. So Simple doing a really good job dancing around here, trying to set up some feints and etc. Goes in for an attack, actually feints it out quite well. Whitnick able to see it, though. There's going to be the running attack. The L2 comes out on the S-Stock trying to punish, but Simple is able to get outside of that. Simple now trying to find a way to continue this pressure. Whitnick up against the wall. Simple tries to take advantage of that, but Whitnick able to get away and try to go for an S-Stock punish. Simple able to get out of the way of that, and now trying to find this pressure forward. So the R1's going to come out. The backswing's going to come up for 198 damage on the side of Whitnick. Whitnick really trying to way to keep this pressure moving forward, but the fight is going to reset to neutral as they just throw these attacks back and forth.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, we're seeing much more patient play here. Again, we're in neutral, where all these fights are won and lost. Whitnick isn't giving him the opportunity to come in and do that damage. He's not giving him the opportunity to roll catch. He's staying out, utilizing his advantages, his range and his ability to punish runnings and aggression. And I'm fully expecting, maybe I'm speaking too soon, he might be able to pull this one through, but it's early days yet.
Yeah, I want to just point out really quick, amazing feints from the side of Simple. He forces Whitnick to go for an attack that he nearly thought he landed, which caused him to go for that second S-Stock, and that's where Simple was able to take advantage of that. So really good spacing coming out from Simple. Simple's roll discipline is insanely good right now, and he's actually able to find these punishes onto Whitnick, and there's going to be a roll catch, unable to chain it, unfortunately. Whitnick's going to go for the two-handed got hard to throw the running attack out to get a little bit of space away from that corner. Simple is right there, and there's going to be the leap against the wall, and he's able to get away. Fights the third R1, they're punishing it off, 388 damage. Now Whitnick forced to back up now, really, and now there's the curve sword now coming out. The running attack comes in. He decides he's done trying to deal with it on straight sword S-Stock, and he's back on the curve sword. So definitely at a health disadvantage. But there's going to be an R1 coming out. 237 damage does force. And you see just simply swapping over to the Rotten Groove actually did force a roll way sooner than we saw the S-Stock actually force from Simple. So maybe Simple's a little bit more comfortable against that setup, and maybe that curve sword is a little bit more frightful for him as he's trying to find a way, still doing a really good job controlling the map in terms of positioning, forcing Whitnick to roll against that wall. When you're up against that wall, it can be really deceiving what you actually do and don't space. So I think good call on Whitnick to just safely roll around it and give up the opportunity to get some damage. And now Whitnick trying to find a way to get in on this curve. So there's going to be a running attack, rolling out, suspecting that the arm is going to come out from Simple. Simple, maybe a little bit too blown away from that, doesn't take the bait, and now just resetting back to neutral. And again, Simple, I want to point out the movement that we see Simple doing here. He's doing a really good job of zoning on this curve sword, and we almost see he never leaves the center of the map, and he's doing a really good job of controlling that aggression. So Whitnick trying to feint out, actually forces a roll with that feint, and now going in to try to run the roll catch. There it is. The roll poise comes through from Simple, allowing him to keep, take advantage of that and keep it forward. I think health is still in favor of its Simple at this point, but Whitnick is not far off in this, and now we're going to see Simple up against the corner, throwing out the R1s with the curve sword. Really good spacing comes out from Whitnick, and now we're seeing Whitnick almost just, do a really good job going back, but there's going to be the R1 coming out for 177 damage, going out that running attack as Simple's getting just a little bit too close, and he doesn't want to give him the opportunity to whiff punish a regular R1. So really good play. There's going to be the roll catch coming out for Simple, unable to land. Really good feint, but unfortunately unable to land and keep any aggression out. But really good spacing comes out from Whitnick there, able to walk around that R1 and not quite punish it, but now we're going to see Whitnick try to set up these feints of running back and forth. Then there's going to be the running attack, able to dead angle behind him is the side of Simple, hoping that Whitnick tries to take advantage of that. But there's an R1. Now we see the health actually teeter a little bit in favor of Whitnick. Whitnick now he's going to pull the Expo out and try to clean this up, and that's going to be it. Whitnick comes back, and now we're 1-1 in this. So again, Whitnick really was I don't want to say getting bullied because he wasn't, but he was definitely getting taken. The better was being had against him on that curve sword from Simple. And Whitnake just said, you know what? I'm tired of trying to play my chip game. I'm tired of trying to play the neutral game. I'm tired of trying to play the trade game. I'm low enough health. It justifies it. I'm swapping to the curve sword and just playing out the mirror. And he did a phenomenal job in that. I mean, absolutely. I think that's the best curve sword play we've seen today.
And I mean, it does bear saying, like, Whitnake is an exceptional curve sword player. An exceptional curve sword player.
Absolutely.
Saying it is even an understatement, you know? He's one of the best active curve sword players. Himself and Kaim, of course, have trained consistently for years together. Like,
correct.
They know those weapons inside out.
Yeah.
Beyond whatever's left in the game right now.
Yeah.
Unless there's some random hiding somewhere that none of us have heard of.
I'm sure there's just some insane player that lives somewhere that nobody even knows exists and is just absolutely a top tier player who having never fought these players. But until we see that player, I think, like I said, I think today we saw Whitnake really show what you can do with that weapon. And again, I want to point out Simple playing curve sword exceptionally well. Yeah. Some really, really good feints came out that, I mean, and again, just to kind of clarify what I mean by that, for Whitnake to fall for a feint, it's got to be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And to get him to fall for it 2 or 3 times in a row, that's impressive. So Simple did a really, really good job of controlling neutral all the way up until Whitnake swapped to curve sword. Now, I suspect we will see a full curve sword mirror for this match. I don't think Whitnake's going to risk it and go back to the straight sword S stock. I think at this point, curve sword might even be a comfort pick for him of just relying, he's good with the weapon, one of the best with the weapon. Very comfortable, knows how to handle the nerves. We'll see how Simple's going to come back now, having a small taste of that curve sword that Whitnake has.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see again. 1-1, match point, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know how this one is going to go. I've been surprised.
We're round 1 and Enda's already he's already gets heartburn.
I'm already.
So he's already sweaty. But it does look like we are going to see the curve sword coming out from Whitnake. And again, I would suspect we'll see the same thing coming out from Simple as these players finally match up. Looks like we're just waiting to get Simple in, and we'll see how well that's going to play out.
It should not take too long. We're everything is going well. We haven't had any overlay hiccups. Let's not jinx it, but it seems we're figuring it out. And there is Simple. So let me just make sure that he is slotted in correctly. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Simple Most versus Whitnake.
And the Expo in 3, 2, 1. There it is. So again, we're going to see a mutual poison buff coming out from each player here as they set up to take this aggression. That meatball fashion still coming out and actually going for the turtle on the back as opposed to the Expo. But the turtle is a very good counter to the Expo, so perhaps that's why he chose that. And now in neutral, we're going to see these small little wiggles, movement back and forth, and these players are actually doing a good job of controlling what neutral actually looks like and showing us. It really doesn't matter of finding a way to get into that opponent's space and force them to do something that you can take advantage of. And we see Simple try to do that with Whitnake when he's up against the corner. Whitnake taking the Expo to kind of keep the bait, and now we're going to see the trade coming in actually in favor of Whitnake. So I'm not sure how he managed to win the damage on that, but he did, and there's going to be the Expo Bolt trying to find the way forward. And now we're going to see it trying to really aggress this the best we can. The turtle's going to come out to try to counter that Expo, and the Expo's going to come out again, and it actually does not take the turtle out. Instead goes for the trade. The one-handed actually wins into the kick. So that's going to be 377 damage, and actually takes the time to eat a Blossom before that poison builds up. So really good use of the time that Simple had to eat that Blossom and negate that poison that Whitnake has going. Throws an R1 out from neutral. Simple, really good spacing to get around that. Now Whitnake up against the corner. We're going to take advantage of that. The running attack comes in, but actually going to be able to wait a fish back. We're going to see the backswing coming out on the curve sword to find the damage there on the side of Whitnake. Whitnake trying to find a way to aggress this as Simple's doing a really good job keeping it up against that wall with positioning alone, but Whitnake is fine. He doesn't even mind. He's against the wall. He's going to throw out these R1s, has a huge health margin that was allowing for some air, and there's going to be an R1 goes for the roll catch, unable to land it. Sorry, the Expo rather, and now he's going to throw the bomb out there. Simple is going to take advantage of that and get a small little bit of damage. Another Expo bolt comes out, really not showing out the skill of the aim here, but at this point, I think just keeping him at bay is a really good job with that Expo. He's low enough. He's going to force him to have to swap back and forth to that turtle, etc. And now the Malbreaker Expo is going to come out. So the Malbreaker versus the curved sword, and we're actually going to see the turtle swip out, and there's going to be the whiff punch coming in from Whitnake, and Whitnake's going to reverse sweep this for a 2-1 victory in this set.
2-1. What a complete change in approach, change in confidence because of that. And I would say an awful lot of it is, number one, getting used to your opponent. I mean, I've never this is the first time I've ever seen Simple play, but damn, very, very well put away. Very, very excellent. Just excellently done there on behalf. Like, trying to lure him in, try and keep him exactly where he wants him, and then it's like puts away, gets the backswing, chases him around the garden for a bit. Has an nom nom and some moss. Like, he has so much space to do whatever pretty much he wants because he has him on the back foot, which is, again, the power of curved sword.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I think Whitnake did a really good job playing curve sword in that match as well. I think the other match was a little bit more impressive coming back from that health margin. However, and in this case, we saw that the health almost didn't even matter. Whitnake took 3 or 4 hits maybe throughout the duration of that fight, and a couple of them were trades that I believe he won outright. So again, you have you're looking at how these games are played, and Simple, again, I can't stress, had phenomenal movement and really good spacing throughout that entire set. There was a couple times where, like I said, some of those feints were really good against the straight sword S-Stock, and I nearly landed a couple of them against the curve sword as well. So Simple, definitely a very good fundamental player in his own right, and to take Whitnake to a 2-1 is quite impressive himself. So we're going to see Supra and Errorfell coming in, and I do not know who got summoned first, but I'll go take a quick peek.
If you could just take a quick peek for me there, we will try and get everything set up and sorted as quickly as possible for everyone's.
So whoever Uganda Air Force is going to be our curved sword player.
I don't know either of these players, so
let's see if the sword and board player over here is going to be Rotting Corpse. So yeah, I'm not sure which is which. I don't know enough about them to know which ones they use. I would have expected Supra to have a name like Sup or Dog. So I'm not really sure. I'm not sure which player is which.
Challenge. If anyone could let us know who's who in the audience, just so we can get our overlays and everything sorted out perfectly. Otherwise, we're just gonna have to figure something.
Maybe wing it a little bit.
Maybe wing it. You know what?
Supra is Uganda. Okay, perfect. So Supra is going to be our curved sword player, and Errorfell is going to be our sword and board player.
Okie dokie. Let's get this set up then. My profoundest apologies, everyone. Supra, Errorfell. Supra's left. So, Uganda Air Force, let's go. There we go, we got it in 1. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready.
All right, and we're going to see the straight sword coming out against the curved sword in a 3, 2, 1. There's our bolt in the arena, and our match is set. So again, we see that poison coming out on Rotten Brew, and I'm guessing Gotthard. Yep, Gotthard sword and board comes out, and there's going to be a quick little bit of damage onto Super from the side of Errorfell. Errorfell now using that running attack, try to get this pressure, keep this curved sword at bay, and now we're going to see this Expo come back out again and try to set up for forcing the turtle to actually come out from the side of Supra. Supra now finding a running attack on that curved sword to get a little bit of poison build up, a little bit of chip damage through there as well. 200 damage, nothing to shake your head at when all of this damage is permanent. Trying to find a way now. We're going to see, Errorfell forced to go up against the corner, but the running attack comes out. Really good spacing on the side of Supra. Finds 2 R1s for 456. Actually feints out the backstab, unable to land it as the bomb comes in for a punish, but unable to get there. As Errorfell really trying to get out of this corner. Supra's doing a really good job of positioning to keep him there, trying to force this player back. The R1's coming out on the Gotthard's unable to land that as these two players really trying to find a way to get in each other. The feints coming out and the backswings coming out from the side of Errorfell. Get a little bit too caught up in it, though. Does get punished from the side of Supra. Supra kind of cleaning this one up pretty well here, keeping the positioning in the side he wants and keeping that pressure with damage in the side that he wants, forcing the turtle out to come out, but the running attack comes in, but able to get hit by 2 R1s. 381 damage. Now the running attack forced to block that out. I'm not really sure. I think maybe a swap for a running attack came out, but unable to land that as the fist comes out. Either way, blocked and negated. The poison does build up, and there's going to be a trade off of the Expo and into a backswing on the side, and now we're seeing this health slowly come back to a mere even matchup.
Again, I want to say Error is doing an exceptional job, even though they're very much at the back foot now of counter-pressuring. That life advantage was taken away so quickly there because of a couple of aggression attempts on behalf of Supra, and she kept him away. She kept him at bay. She managed to bring it back, but now she's incredibly low, and I don't think she's going to... Can she bring it back? I guess anything is possible with the red Tearstone ring, but we'll just have to wait and see. As she's kind of holding him back, she's in the corner. This isn't a good place to be for anyone, especially not even for a sword and board, because being on the receiving end is never good of a mail breaker switch.
And a small roll catch off that mail breaker now, really low. The chip damage off of the Knight's Crossbow here could be all that Supra needs to clean it up, and there it is, 30 damage on the Expo. So we actually saw Supra swap to Malbreaker there, and now Malbreaker can be very hard to deal with when you're on sword and board. One things I really liked that Errorfell did was they were up against the corner a couple times, and when you watch very good players in the corner, you'll notice that they can sometimes use that to aggress off of it, like you had mentioned, and did a really good job of the counter aggression. A couple running attacks got away from them, and that allowed Supra to land those attacks. But even just then, when they were in the corner, you saw Supra was almost afraid to attack. They were extremely low in health. That Supra on that red Tearstone up against the corner in that turtle position, it can be a very hard thing to aggress. given, if you lose a trade when they're on tier stone, you very well might just die for it. So Arafel did a really, really good job of counter pressuring throughout that, but unfortunately Super was just able to take those small bits of chip, the small bits of advantage that he got in the pressure, and just kind of clean it up from there.
It's really hard to know sometimes like how it's going to pan out, like, but on sword and board, being bullied around like that is never a good thing. It's very hard to get that counter pressure. Yeah,
absolutely.
On certain setups, you can like counter aggress and you can punish their advances, but you're at their mercy. If they decide to if they're in on top of you and they decide to R1, it's like, well, you might as well enjoy eating 2 of those, I suppose. But
right, absolutely.
We'll just have to wait and see. And I think that's Arafel who is in. We will organize this now. We'll get everything set up. Here we go. That is 3, I believe. Would be Supra. Yes, indeed.
All right, and Supra, they're both in the map and ready to go. We see a 1-1 in this best of 3 coming out, and a 3-2-1. There is our Bolt. And the players set up. Again, the poison coming out on the side of Supra. Arafel trying to get a quick, cheeky Expo bolt in. And actually does find a little bit of chip damage. Not enough to take that shield ring away, though, as we see, Supra doing a really good job using that turtle to negate a lot of what that Expo can do. And that two-handed Gothards coming out. Two-handed Gothards does kind of give away your intent, but actually does a small little mix-up with the L1 instead of the running attack. Good idea there coming out from the side of Arafel. Arafel using these R1s, but Supra's able to see it, though, and lands the roll attach. But the rolling attack comes out on the side of Gothards, not able to win that, but is going to be able to get the aggression off of the bomb after eating that little bit of damage from the running attack. So now we're seeing a much more aggressive fight coming out from both fronts instead of this kind of passively dancing around. But again, Arafel just finds himself in the corner and does a really good job of counter-aggressing out of it with the R1s, throwing them forward, backwards, trying to get in, but there's going to be the damage. Now up against the corner with this curve sword. That can be tricky to get around, but the shield comes out, and then we're going to see that poison build up. Super trying to find a way to keep that pressure forward to not allow that Blossom to come out. That is possibly could be the win condition on the side of Super. Throws the running attack R1 out, and there's going to be the shield coming out to try to deal with the Expo, and now we're going to see the Perseverance coming out. Really does not want to let that poison go to waste and doing a really good job, but here's going to be the Blossom, and actually is going to get the punish for 209 damage, and now we're going to see Arafel back up into the other corner. So from corner to corner, Arafel is gone. The 200 Gothards coming out. We'll see if they give up the intent, trying to set up a backswing with that, and actually able to punish it out with the curved sword, and Super's going to take this in a 2-0.
2-0 sweep. And oh me, oh my. Again, your win condition as soon as you land that poison, chill. Enjoy. Take a break. Keep pressure. Just kind of exist vaguely nearby. In the general vicinity of the poor unfortunate, and that should be enough to unfortunately take a W. But that is the name of the game. She did well, though. That counter pressure was exceptional on her part. Like, I still can't get over it. Like, when a curved sword is in on top of you like that, whew, I'm sweating thinking about it, to be honest with you. But we'll just have to wait and see.
We've talked about pretty much every set of different matches, and we're playing at such a high level that every small little bit makes a difference. And Super did a really good job at the end. I think I mentioned that the two-handed Gothards gives away intent a lot of the time, because what probably 98% of people do as soon as they two-hand Gothards is a running attack. But Arafel did a good job of kind of negating that thought process by throwing out those L1s. She just got a little bit too aggressive with it, and that allowed Super to really clean that last match up. And that's where, when you're up against the corner, we saw it twice in that last match, when you're up against the corner against the curved sword, if you are just a little bit too aggressive in trying to counter-aggress, it really opens you up to just take a lot of damage. And in both of those cases, one led to the poison, the second one led to the death. But really good play on both sides. Super did a really good job of staying patient when the poison was up and when the health was low on the side of Arafel. Did a really good job of avoiding that. So we're going to see J0 and Dimka in our round 2. So now we are into our round 2 here, J0 Dimka. And again, I suspect we'll see straight sword S-Stock coming out from Dimka. And I suspect we're going to see the notorious J0 setup coming out from J0.
The Foot's clone himself is out, listen.
Exactly, yes.
Nearly a bad joke at this stage, but no, Jay is phenomenal. Jay on that setup, I've never seen someone so comfortable in a setup. That is my unprofessional, uneducated opinion on the matter. No one is as comfortable in a setup as Jay is on that one. Like, it's truly incredible what he can do with it. And the amount of value he can get out of pretty much next to everything on it. It's...
Right.
He knows when to press which button when, and that is a skill that most Souls players don't seem to quite have fully grasped. It's a wonder. I'm curious myself as to how that pans out, but yeah,
I think they call that a 50-50, and I could be wrong.
Oof, maybe. I think maybe 50-50ers and Waggle PKers may be on par with them, to be fair. Okay,
Yeah,
some
and that's
people
the thing,
do
is
know
like
which button.
we've talked about it a lot. The fact that 50-50 does counter Waggle PK. We've seen it on several occasions, and I've even Kime himself has endorsed that thought. You didn't hear that from me, but we're gonna see J0 Dimka. So I am excited to see. Of course, I'm not allowed to have bias, but J0 does wear the best covenant in the game when he comes in, and that's going to lead me to kind of have a little bit of bias. I'm not going to lie, but we'll see, how that's going to play out with the force trade hyper armor. I personally struggle a lot in fighting that setup. It's one of the things I just can never seem to get into their mind and know what attack they're going to do. So J0 is very, very good at that, and a founder of it to an extent.
I I'm not sure whether it's the pleasure or the displeasure of having several people who really enjoy using that setup to fight on a regular basis. It is pain and suffering, ladies and gentlemen, having to constantly deal with that. Ooh, rough. Really, really rough to have to deal with it constantly.
Yeah.
Really rough.
The few times that I've only fought J0 the one time, but I've done quite a few sessions with Futz, and that is one of the setups that I can just never seem to get around. There's a few little cheeky things I might be able to do on like Frayed Blade or something, but that's less of my own skill in my weapon and more of just his lack of fighting that weapon, to tell you the truth.
Like theoretically, right? You do have the option of like you wait for them to come out with the lighter weapon, you whiff punish that on reaction. But whatever way they do it, they always just somehow manage to dance slightly off distance, just enough so that they can get the great hammer or the great axe. It's a wonderful feeling. It fills me with the joy. I'm beyond words, really, with the emotions it makes me feel in any given moment. But for sure, it's pretty good. What is the deal?
It looks like we're just waiting on J0. I don't know if we've heard from J0 yet.
We can always move on to we can always move on to another bracket if there's a delay. Let me have a quick look here. See, that is very odd, but I hope everyone in chat is having a. He is there. His sign is down. I am bamboozled and confused by this turn of events.
Now, Shurai, could you elaborate a little bit in the chat here about what you mean by you can't be summoned? Is there like a connection issue?
Oh, I know exactly what the problem is. This has happened to me on occasions. For some reason, it prevents you from picking up summon signs until it times out. So we're waiting for the for his sign to time out before we can get him back in, which is I even replaced it. Yeah, but it's our side, I believe, more so than anything else. It's a pain, to say the very least. It is the bane of any FC host, but that is the nature of the beast, unfortunately. This is the game we have.
It's one of the things. Yep, and we we get to deal with it with a smile on our face, and that's the best way to deal with it, folks, because none of us can change it. So, no point in getting annoyed at things we can't change. Let's accept them, and work through them.
I think we'll
be my boomer advice of the day.
We will take this opportunity, I think, to take a look at see what's happening with the losers bracket. I think that might be a good opportunity to do that. So. Let's head on into the challenge. Let me just have a quick look here, see, make sure everything is as intended. There we go. So we have, of course, in the winners, these are the scores thus far. Jay makes it through, Dimka makes it through, Laugh has made it through, Candemir made it through, Lino _2B has made it through. Soviet Spaceship makes it through to fight Lino in the next round. Witnek and Supra making up our next bracket. And then Masaki has made it through the first of the losers. Hunter has made it through the first of the losers. And Accelera has made it through. 3 fantastic players who I'm sure will do exceptionally well moving on through the losers, which we will hopefully be able to get on with once the once this has sorted itself out. But what are you expecting to see out of the losers? Do you think we'll see any of those familiar faces fight all the way through to make it to perhaps the finals, LB? What are you feeling about this one?
I mean, let's just take a peek really quick and take a look. So I would be by looking at by Simple and Arafel, my initial gut feeling is that we'll see Simple move on. So then you're going to have Masaki, Saxy, Accelera, and Simple all played exceptionally well in that losers round 2, and it's going to be dependent on what we see in these next couple matches, if they're forced to play against the same people, etc. And that's gonna really shape how that losers bracket works out. Sadly, majority of the time in the losers bracket, the person that immediately falls down ends up winning, right? But you have seen upsets. You have seen people make that long comeback, and I think all 4 of those players are. I mean, and not nothing against Arafel. I'm sure Arafel is capable of beating Simple, and if they do, they will be in that same category. And as we see, like I said, you're moving through players that very well have the capability of going all the way through to those last few rounds. So really, really curious to see how that's going to play out. And the exact things that we're going to see happen based off of that. I'm excited to keep an eye on that. I'll be honest, I've been kind of keeping an eye on it as I update this score, as I kind of drop down and
take a little glance.
Just take a little glance and see what's going on. So I'm excited what exactly is going to end up turning out there. And as we continue our own
and here we are. Down there. J0 is in the house. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gents. He is here. LB, I am ready when you are, darling.
Alrighty, and a 3 and a 2 and a 1. There is our bolt in the arena.
Most excellent. All right, we have Jayon, who would have guessed it, his usual setup, and then we have Dimka in the SS off stock.
Yeah, so we see Dimka trying to find a way to aggress, and the straight sword's going to come out from J0. J0 quite good at actually landing the backswings with this offhand straight sword, and does a really good job of aggressing, forcing you to play around that when he still has that pocket hyper armor, as we'll call it, hanging out with that DSG. And we're going to see the positioning actually swips around in favor of Dimka here. Dimka trying to push him in the corner. There's going to be the R1 coming out. Actually does land the roll catch off of that. The roll play is able to save Zero a little bit there, trying to find a way to aggress furthermore out of this corner. So the S-Stock's going to come in, going for a backside off that, actually decides just to go for the roll catch, and there's going to be that hyper armor trade. 569 damage and a roll catch on the backswing for 201 extra. So really, really good play, and that's exactly what this setup wants to do. It wants to bait you in, it wants to bait you into the trade, and then catch a backswing for the roll catch. So really, really good play from J0. I think just over 700 damage in that exchange in favor, and that is not something to shake your head at. That's a lot of damage in these, and there's going to be an R1 coming out, but actually you see that hyper armor J0 has is actually conditioned Dimka to roll after he lands the R1. He's just too afraid of the trade coming out, and there's going to be a really good mix-up for the attack coming out from J0 there. Instead of going for a feint or anything, just throws the attack out. Really, really good play there. Now going for a roll catch, unable to land that as he's going to continue this moving forward. The S-Stock comes out, really good spacing, comes out from the side of Dimka, unable to space the shockwave, unfortunately, as that is going to push him back. And now Dimka up against the corner here. The S-Stock comes out, going in for the best there, and there's going to see the shockwave pushing out, and there's going to be the trade coming out, but that's going to give him a priority on the trade. Unable to make anything happen with it, though. J0 all too wise and pushes himself back, and now that straight sword's coming out, and there's going to be the trade, and he's going to let you into the straight sword. He's going to roll catch with the DSGA. Absolutely phenomenal play by J0 there.
Oh my word, and that's just how quickly that setup can turn things around. Oh my word, 1-0 to the infamous J0. He's been playing this game for an incredibly long time at this point. I think it's fair to say that no one knows that setup better than he, and he's just shown today how well he knows it. Genuinely incredible skill there. Interesting. I'm not sure. Once he got that trade in the corner, did he necessarily have to roll? I think a micro space there to keep pressure on Dimka might have perhaps been the better option there, but ultimately at the end of the day, it did not matter. He still managed to put him away.
I think the thought process for Zero there is just being a little unsure of whether or not you're going to land that macro. When you're unsure like that, when you're winning the fight so clearly in health, it does a good job of showing that J0 made the safe call and not necessarily the aggressive call. So he decided, you know what, I don't know that I space this, I don't know that I punish this, I'll give up the corner pressure because I just won 700 damage in terms of the trade, and did really, really good job of showing that out and showing the thought process that these players have when they're out in a situation like that.
Yeah. But we'll just have to wait and see how he adapts into the next round. That's going to be the interesting part. And of course, Shiroi is the only true winner here, taking out J0. Yeah. Interesting choice. Truly beautiful. He moved to the next match. Shirai won, J0 won, Dimka won. Exactly. Why did you guys burger flip him? I have no idea. I'm very confused as to what's going on. But what I do know
I believe Shirai wanted to resummon.
What I do believe is going on, though, is that we have Dimka coming back in. Dimka's in the house. And there we go. Dimka does a little bit of running. Okay. So what do you think we'll see different here from Dimka? Mayhaps.
So actually, this is going to be my prediction.
Okay.
I'm gonna go on a limb and make a prediction. My prediction is Dimka plays more aggressive, J0 punishes it harder and wins outright.
Is that your prediction?
That's what I think will happen. I think Dimka doesn't want to play the slow game against this Hyper Armor. He's going to try to take it to J0 immediately, and J0 is going to flip that back on him, is what I would suspect we'll see happen, because I think that's quite common fighting that setup of kind of getting annoyed that you're losing these trades and being like, okay, well, I have a faster weapon. I'll just hit him.
Okay, then I think we're ready to go. We'll just have to wait and see.
And a 3 and a 2 and a 1. There's our bolt in the arena, and our match is...
Away we go.
So we're going to see Dimka trying to find the pressure here. J0 trying to run up, just going for those straight swords attacks, and that's going to lead to Dimka able to get bashed, but there's going to be a running attack, gets punished by that, and then the running attack of the Dragon Slayer is actually able to... So a good chunk of damage comes in off of that running attack. So really good setup by J0 there again to just flip the aggression right back forward. Finds the spacing on the running attack, lands a running attack of his own. The charge R2 comes out. The S-Stock's going to come in to punish, but unable to land it. Dimka, it's so hard to play around this setup when you're just trying to punish. It can be quite hard to punish, but actually just gets hit by the Dragon Slayer Great Axe and then gets roll cut into a backswing off the straight sword. 402 damage on the side of Dimka. Dimka now up against the back wall, trying to find a way to push against this setup that we see J0 on. J0 doing a good job of just spacing things out and going for the attacks here. The straight sword's going to come out, baiting into the shockwave he's going to get, but unfortunately able to find damage, just keeping his opponent at bay and keeping him in the corner as well. I'll point out Dimka up against the wall there, throws the S-Stock out, does force J0 to roll that. J0 was not in the position to try to punish it out, but there's a straight sword from neutral, and you see Dimka, he's almost afraid to keep attacking the way J0's conditioned him, so even though he lands the attack, it doesn't really make a difference. And there's going to be, now he's going to get that aggression moving forward. He's going to try to set it up, goes for the backstab, unable to land that, and Dimka could have read that and actually backstabbed that himself, but takes the safer bet of just getting out of the way, and now we're going to see 92 damage come through a chip through that straight sword, and that straight sword not the best at negating the chip, but certainly does do something for him as opposed to eating the attacks as he's trying to keep this pressure moving forward. Now Dimka doing a good job of playing around him. There's going to be that R1 coming out from neutral, the L2 off the straight sword, Dan angles it behind him to try to bait Dimka into something. Dimka all two wives, and now J0 just trying to control the neutral here, but there's going to be the R1 coming out from the side of Dimka, actually just takes that neutral and flips it right back over, trying to find the pressure now moving forward.
That shockwave just screws up all of your plans forever whenever you're trying to get in there. Ooh, it's just one of the most frustrating things. You can't space it correctly, it's rough. But that little shockwave thing always throws me for a loop whenever I fight that setup, because you're looking for those punishes of the heavier weapons. You have the frames there to be able to punish it while he's still in recovery, but you never can manage to space it correctly. And there we go, he's on insane damage there. Hopefully, can Dimka pull this through with the red tearstone ring? I'm not so certain. He's very low, and with Jay so trade heavy, it's going to be very rough for him, because Jay is looking for exactly a situation like this where he can force trades and just put him away. Dimka's conceding so much ground here, and he's put away.
And he just gets hit by the Dragon Slayer neutral R1. So kind of expecting that straight sword to come out, Jay just throws out the R1 and does it very, very well. So that's actually going to be Jay moving forward, putting this 2-0 and pushing Dima into our bracket hosted by the amazing Tommy of Astora and Lovely Huddle.
Excellent. All right. Damn. Now that was a match. Now that was a match. And who do we have coming up next then, LB? We have Laugh versus Kandemir.
This is going to be a really good fight, I think. We got the pleasure of watching these players go against each other in the SL90 tournament, and I'm sure we've seen the match off a few times since then. And Laugh is quite a good player, and I think I don't need to explain Kandemir. I think pretty much everybody knows the skill level that Kandemir has and is quite good. So I'd be really curious to see what we come out. I actually suspect we're going to see straight sword S-Stock from Candy versus the curved sword of Laugh. Is going to be my prediction.
I think so. I think that would be the sensible thing to do. Yeah, it's going to be a rough one, though. It's going to be a very rough matchup. Again, there's going to be an awful lot of pressure going in for this one. It's like, I can't imagine what the nerves were like for Laugh last time in the grand finals, making it all that way, and for Candy to have such a strong showing then. And even in the Brenna tourney afterwards, he fought his best. So this is a grudge match for sure. It's a grudge match for sure. But we will see what's happening here, and I will adjust all of the overlays and all of that accordingly. So we have, who do we have in the world currently?
I believe that's Laugh.
Laugh, excellent.
I think.
We will soon find out. And
I believe his name doesn't have kebab in it, which would lead me to believe it's Laugh and not Candemir.
There's a distinct possibility that would be Laugh, yes. Laugh, there we go. And then, of course, the wonderful, the amazing, the terrifying Candemir is in the house. Let us go, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever Candy gets in here. How do you think Candemir is going to play this? What do you think what's his end game here? How's he going to approach the fight?
Candemir is one of the best players at dealing with curved swords, and this for a couple reasons for that. The top reason I would say is his discipline and reactions is insanely good and pretty much second to none. I don't think anybody else can reaction quite as well and as calm as Candemir does.
Yes.
Now, curved swords are very good at forcing people to panic, and Candemir, you could sit there and waggle a PK in his face all day, and he simply will not panic it. So that is going to be what he's going to be relying on. It's going to simply go down to his fundamentals. He's going to rely on his ability to have discipline and roll things out. He's going to play it extremely safe. He's fought Laugh enough. He knows he can't mess around with Laugh. He knows he has to play serious. He's going to come out on straight sword S-stock, and he's going to punish everything he can with that curved sword. And just by, utilizing his fundamentals and his ability to, if he does mess up his spacing and doesn't, he has the ability to just very easily reaction out of it, given his phenomenal reaction. So I think that's what we're going to see come out from Candy, and that's how he's going to tackle the curved sort of Laugh if he's able to do it. And what Laugh has to do is, I think Laugh needs to focus more on spacing things out and rely more on feints instead of trying to force those rolls, because Candemir is not a player that is just going to roll. He's going to stay just outside of your space, and Laugh needs a way to bait him into thinking he's going to land that R1 and not actually do it. But it looks like Candemir is going to come out on his curved sword.
Ooh, I am excited to see how this is going to pan out. It's going to be a CS mirror, one of the few we've had so far. We had one with Simple and with Nick earlier on. It was exceptional, and I always love a good CS mirror. I'm a sucker for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to rock and roll.
In a 2 and a 1. There's our bomb in the arena. And the match is started. So the poison's coming out from both players. We see the optimal slash coming out from the side of Laugh and also coming out from the side of Candemir. So these players are going to come out, and it's going to be hard to keep track of who's who, but we'll do our best here as they're just kind of dancing back and forth here. The R1's coming out from Laugh to try to keep that pressure forward. The running attack comes out to try to pressure off the side. And actually goes for the throwing attack. I'm not sure if that was a bait or a misinput, but it is going to be traded by a running attack, and that's going to leave Laugh in a slight advantage in terms of health. We see some ring slots come out from both sides, try to negate that and get those buffs back as much as possible. The R1's coming out from Candemir, trying to keep that pressure moving forward. Candemir running up now, trying to get right up in the face of Laugh, and Laugh is just not going to let that happen, but the running attack does come out from the side of Candemir now. Candemir finds the time to eat a blossom, and Laugh does try to punish that, but is just unable to, as we're going to see another swap come out to really get those buffs back up, so probably foregoing that prisoner's chain to get that buff up and running. And there's going to be the R1 coming out, the roll, really good reactions coming out from the side of Laugh to get aside from that, but here's going to be, again, those whiff punishes coming out, goes for the backswing, and Laugh's going to bait that out and get 2 R1s of his own, and there's going to be a running attack coming out, 184 damage, and Laugh hasn't eaten a blossom yet, so it's entirely possible we're going to see that poison build up a little bit faster, and we're going to see 2 R1s coming out and not able to find the third, but actually is able to find that backswing. 573 damage. Perseverance now coming out. As soon as see the trade coming out from the side of Candy to mirror that, and the R1's coming out now from Laugh. Laugh trying to keep this pressure. He just took some good damage, wants to flip that back around onto Candy. It's a matter of how well he can do that. Candy, really good reaction, is able to set up their guard cancel into 2 more R1s. Goes in again, and now we're going to see that poison build up. It's just slowly ticking away, and that's going to be it for Laugh. Candy's going to put that one away for a 1-0 lead.
Damn. And one of the things I want to remind everyone of, I hear an awful lot of people, I don't like curved sword mirrors. One of the things you have to keep in mind, watch their movement, pay very close and very particular attention to their movement and look at what they're doing. It is so intricate. It is so simple yet so intricate. All of the baits, all of those small little feints. even just the little jitters that you can do with it. If you watch Kime play, for instance, those little micro spaces where he turns around to bait R1ing, and then just R1ing you normally, then after the fact. It's like these small little movements make such a big difference. And fundamentally, this is how Dark Souls 3 functions as a game.
Right.
It's it condensed, it's it fermented down and distilled into the finest stuff you can find, I guess, if that's what you're into, I suppose.
Yeah, and one of the things I'm just going to kind of shadow what you said there about the movement is that I've done a good chunk of sessions with Kime. If I had to pick a weapon that I would main in duels, it would probably be Curved Sword at this point. And one of the things I've learned from Kime and watching Kime is Kime does not simply vortex based off of getting the roll catches and his wiggles and things. If you're up against a wall and Kime lands a roll catch, Kime sprints in front of you. Yeah. He immediately puts himself in a position that no matter what direction you roll, he's going to catch you. So it makes it very difficult for you to get outside of that. And then plus, he has the different things that he's doing to try to bait those rolls, his different wiggles and everything else to try to keep that pressure moving forward. And it's very difficult to get away from that. And that's something that we actually saw Kandamir do there when Laugh was up against the corner. He was able to position himself that the backswing of the curved sword still caught. Backswing, unfortunately, is not just a straight sword thing, and you definitely can abuse it a little bit with your curved sword as well. So, looks like these players are here. Any final comments, Enda?
May the best rotten player win. That is all I have to say on the matter, because goddamn, is this going to be a nasty one, because we have Kandamir 1, Laugh 0.
All right, and a 3, 2, 1. There is our bolt in the arena, the match is started. Well, kind of in the arena. On the railing. All right, so the poison's going to come out mirrored again, and we're going to see Kandamir trying to take the initial practice here to try to get those R1s out, and really good spacing comes out from the side and actually finds a roll catch, so it does actually force Kandamir to roll and punishes it. So Kandamir now in the back foot, the little bit of trade damage that we got on the side of Laugh. Laugh is able to swamp a ring over and negate that, get his buffs back up and running, and now we're going to see these R1s coming out from the side of Kandamir to try to pressure Laugh away, but Kandamir up against the wall, the R1s coming out from the side of Laugh, really good spacing to just roll outside of that and not keep that pressure anymore. It takes the time to eat a Blossom, they trade that out entirely, so now Poison is back to neutral as back to reset rather, as these players are dancing around one another in this neutral, and they just kind of do this little small running in, these little wiggles and feints to try to bait things. The running attacks come out and they trade those. Now the R1's going to come in from Laugh, trying to land it onto Kandamir here. The Perseverance also going to come out, trying to get that pressure to move forward, and Kandamir just doing a really good job of walking around this stuff, playing this neutral quite well. The running attack comes in and actually lands a backswing on the roll there for 161 damage onto the side of Laugh, and only a couple more little chips like that, and Kandamir is going to be right back to a level health advantage. So it's just going to boil down again. Really good roll discipline comes out from Kandamir to not roll the wiggles that we're going to see Laugh throwing out here. And Laugh needs to be careful with these wiggles, and that's why he's only throwing out 1 or 2 before AR1s, because he knows if Kandamir sees him do it more than once, Kandamir is going to punish it. But that's going to be actually spacing in favor of Laugh, as he's going to find 2 R1s, and he's going to try to keep this pressure moving forward. Perseverance comes out. That's going to be the second use of that, and now we're going to see Kandamir use his first set of Perseverance as well. Laugh trying to find the pressure to keep this going. The R1 attack comes out, and we're trying to get the spicing on that side of Laugh. Laugh now really trying to keep this pressure moving forward, going out these R1s just to bait behind. It's going to be a matter of whether or not Laugh can keep cool feet in this matchup to take this win, but there's going to be the backsword trade, and actually Kandamir is going to get priority outside of that and get another R1 in, but still health is in favor of Laugh, but not too much anymore. Kandamir up against the wall. Laugh decides to take the damage he took and flip it back around, and Kandamir really good to just get around that, and another backswing comes in off of that curved sword, and that's just forcing Laugh to chip down more and more as Kandamir is playing this very methodical, but there's another R1, and now he's up in the corner, goes for the R1 again, the roll discipline from Kandamir is really second to none here. How do you just freely walk away from that corner? Absolutely, just again keeping cool nerves and just reactioning out without a single issue, knowing exactly when that R1's coming and which one's the feint. So really good on the side of Kandamir. Now Kandamir doesn't want to get over aggressive here. He's actually going to get the trade off of the Cestus and actually put that back around. So you see the damage come out. That's going to be the third use of the Perseverance coming out from Kandamir. Now Kandamir is just trying to find a way to slap this one out. Both players on the red tier stone. It's only going to be really 1 R1 and 1 mistake that catches him. The R1 comes out and the backswing. Oh, Laugh thought he had that. To be frankly, I did as well, but Kandamir saw it and came out, and there's the running attack. Kandamir will clean this in a 2-0. So very, very good on the side of Kandamir to clean that out. So really good play by Laugh as well. I haven't seen anybody force Kandamir to roll that way in quite a while.
I have palpitations, LB, after that one. Oh my word.
Go ahead.
I don't know you. I need a moment.
All right, I was just
Okay.
heartburn again, and just got heartburn like we saw last weekend. We aren't even into the semis yet, and Enda's got to take he's got to get some Pepto Bismol or something to help control this what he's got going on here. So, but yeah, I'll just kind of run through what we saw in that match a little bit. So again, hats off to both players.
Yeah, for sure.
They're really playing curve sword at the highest level that you can play curve sword.
That was
so
the best I have seen. The best I have seen Laugh play. That was exceptional to see. You've improved so much, dude. Keep doing whatever on earth it is that you're doing, gamer. Really, really well done. So, what were you going to say, LB? Sorry I interrupted you, darling.
No, by all means. Whenever your heart rate comes back down, you're ready to talk, you just let me know, man. But what we saw there was Candemir did a really good job of that kind of a passive-aggressive play style that I always kind of attribute towards Curved Sword. And the reason for that is that you don't really play passive. There is definitely, you're controlling neutral and doing things in neutral, but you very rarely are actually taking that first swing. And Laugh, again, just to point this out, this isn't really a matter of swing first, lose first. Laugh is not the type of player that you can just wait for them to swing and kit him, right? Laugh is very good as shown in the fight we just saw. So it boils down to the control of neutral, as many of these fights do. But what I would like to point out that Candemir did that I thought was really second to none was the control of his nerves throughout that entire fight. There was times when he definitely could have not taken advantage of an R1 that Laugh through because of the pressure being applied to him, and he stayed completely cool, calm, and collective, and just took advantage of it. He was up against a wall, 4 or 5 wiggles come out from Laugh before throwing that R1 out, rolls it without a problem. I mean, really, that again, yes, everybody, a lot of people know Candemir for his ability to reaction. But I think really what it boils down to is just his complete control of his nerves and his complete discipline in that. That he's able to just not freak out the fact that he's low on health, Laugh's winning the fight, and Laugh's in his face.
And
doesn't bother him. Just rolls out of the way and does the same thing in neutral. Walks up a little bit, waits for those attacks to come in, very cleanly attacks them. Yes, he did get caught out a few times. Laugh played exceptionally well, and I cannot stress that enough. Laugh, I think that is all the curved sword play we've seen. Laugh, Candemir, and Whitnake are far outshining the other curved swords that I've seen today. So Laugh played exceptionally well throughout that entire fight. Candemir just played that little bit better.
And I think next up, speaking of talented players who are doing incredibly well for themselves, we have Lino.
Yes, we do.
Mango or watermelon? He will force you to decide. He will force you.
I don't know if Lino and I actually agree on this, but it's one of the few things that we do disagree on. But Lino and Soviet, so two pretty good friends. The Battle of the Italians. Really excited to see how this one plays out. I think they do quite a lot of friendlies with one another, from what I understand. So I'm really excited to see, how the different matchups we're going to see coming out. I actually suspect we're going to see straight sword S-Stock mirror, would be my guess. But we might see Lino on that curved sword. We might see Soviet on that red hilted S-Stock. We might see Soviet on that sword and board. Very curious to see what these players are going to come out with.
It's just going to be, it's going to be a season to taste kind of match. I have that feeling, because both of them are really comfortable in a couple of setups. They don't really engage in all that much counterplay, either of them, that I've known them for. I've always known Lino to be pretty respectful with that. He's not going to pick just something to mess with you. He's going to probably use one of his usual setups and go from there. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a really fun matchup. A really, really fun matchup, and I'm super excited. See how
I think this is really anybody's game. At this point, especially between Lino and Amelia, both really, really good players, and I'm curious to see exactly. I think this is going to boil down to so many of the matches have of just whoever makes that first mistake, whatever mistake that might be, and how well the other player is able to capitalize, because there's not very many mistakes being made. So when a mistake happens, you have to be there to capitalize on it. And both of these players, like I said, when they do make a mistake, we'll see who's going to make that first mistake, who's going to capitalize on the mistakes better, and that's really what's going to control this fight.
Well, we're getting into that point in the bracket now where mistakes should be pretty much to be at a minimum. That would be what I would be expecting. Sure. So from here on out, I expect to be seeing one of the finest of play.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Was that the round? Oh man, I'm just keeping tabs on everyone, making sure we're okay. Where is everyone? we should be starting.
Yeah,
to
it
get
sounds like
people in.
we're starting to get them in. With all due respect, then I'm gonna run and grab some coffee while we're waiting.
Do you know
I will
what?
be back in about 13 seconds. It doesn't take me very long.
I
It sounds
think
like there's a small password bug that Shuroi is trying to figure out right now.
perfect.
So
No
I will take
worries.
that 2 seconds to go grab some coffee.
And you
I
know what? I'm
apologize for
gonna
leaving you
do
empty-handed.
that exact same thing, ladies and gentlemen, and we hopefully will come back to a full bracket. Catch you in but a moment and go.
I'm not crazy. You don't believe that.
time and space.
Você sabe que eu não canto se você não você sabe. Se você não canta, você sabe. Você sabe que eu não canto se você não
And hello, ladies and gentlemen, we are
hello.
back.
We are back and ready to go. We're still working on figuring out that small little summon glitch. I think we actually just went ahead and reset the world, get all the any issues that we might have out of the way. It happens. It's Dark Souls. These things do happen.
It is the
So
nature
we
of
are
the beast.
nearly. It is. We are nearly ready for that. So how's everybody doing, man?
I had my
Nice.
nice mug of water, LB.
There you
I
go,
am
there you
just
go.
chilling. I am enjoying myself. So we have everything set up here and ready to go for these two. Let me just turn off the tunes real quick. We got this. So
Perfect.
Your face is there. I am here. And everything. No, that is the wrong one. There we go. Hello, hello. Is that LB? Is that you?
No, I don't know what you mean, man. What do you on about, Enda?
What on earth?
I don't see what you're talking about, man.
What are you trying? Hang on a second. I think everyone
There we
deserves
go.
to see this.
There we go.
Everyone-
Come on, man. This is the build. This is the build I made just for the tournament. What do you mean? What's wrong with it?
It looks truly stunning, darling. I love what
You know,
you've done
it's-
with the bits of stone.
Yeah, well, so what I realized was that poise casting was banned. So my character, being that I am a caster, actually has 67.22 poise. So I went ahead and, I really wanted to, push the limits of poise casting, what we couldn't do with it, and that's what led me to this particular build. I have 99 vitality, 40 strength, 20 dex, and 18 endurance, and then 17 vigor. So I have the whopping amount of unembered HP of 676, but the poise casting is, I'd say it's worked out quite well up to this point. So that's the process that I had for this particular build when I put it together the other day. You look like you're at a loss of words.
I'm lost of a lot of things. I think
Hey, to be fair, I
respect.
warned you about this. Like
You did, and you know what? I wish you'd spoiled me in advance, so I could metaphorically slap you around the place with the PK. But no.
All right. Actually, I'm gonna.
All right. We should have everything coming along now quite nicely. I think we're starting to see signs and stuff like that.
I think we are. Yeah, it's just a matter of a few minutes at this point to get this back up and running and moving forward. So really exciting stuff. Like I said, we're reaching that point of the bracket that it is quite good. Especially when we finish this round out and get to these, I believe, because the round 3 is actually the semifinals, right? Challenge just doesn't like to show it correctly. So the round 3, I believe, if I'm asking you, Enda, that is going to be best of 5 for those sets, correct?
Technically speaking, the semifinals will be the finals of the winners bracket. I think that is fair because given the amount of potential rounds that people may have to play in order to get through to this,
I'm with you.
It's a rough one. It's a very, very rough one. Again, you could be looking at up to up to 18 matches.
We saw it with Fury last weekend that he played a lot to come back the way he did. Like he fought so many. He fought 3 different best of 5s and 2 different best of 9s, which is a lot of playing.
Absolutely,
a lot of playing. So no, I'm with you there. I just didn't know how the challenge was doing it and how you were reading it. But yeah, so when we get to that round 3 of the challenge, we're gonna have J0 and Candy. That's gonna be a really good match, and then we're gonna get either Lino, Soviet, or Whitnake and Supra. And again, however these next 2 matches shape out, the match following it will be just as intense. So I'm quite it looks like we do have Lino in as the watermelon enjoyer, and we're just waiting for Amelia to get some.
Just waiting on Amelia. I think we can very quickly swap over to this setup. I was actually correct first time. I don't believe it. Lino, you're very low on health there. Is everything okay? Do you need to take a slug of something, or is my overlay having a bit of a moment? That is the real question. Pausing stream. All right, we'll see you there, Soviet. Looking forward.
No, he's full health.
He's full. Okay, that's just wonderful. Let's restart that real quick. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. Will not take a moment. Again, prototypes. They do be. What is it? Someone says something about big jobs and.
Yeah, I think the way it goes is like on big jobs you get that or something like that.
It's
I think is how
effect.
is how it goes. But looks like we're here. So once you get that overlay set up, you let me know and I will shoot this bolt out.
You get a glance at the behind the scenes actions, ladies and gentlemen. It wouldn't be a Dark Souls tournament without something like this going on, don't you worry. So then there we go, and then that is that, and then I need to select the right player, with style and grace and something along those lines. So that should be Lino. No, that is not Lino. This is Lino, and then this will be Soviet. And there we have it, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, first round, the long-awaited first round between Lino and Soviet. Let us see what happens.
And a 3-2-1. The bolt is in the arena, and the players are off. So we do see that straight sword S-stock mirror coming out, actually completely mirrored in fashion as well. So Lino's going to be trying to take his pressure forward. Actually switches over to the Shotel Amelia, trying to punish that with the off-stock into the R1 of the Godhards. And Lino able to space that out without an issue, now trying to aggress that. There's going to be the trade coming out. That's going to be completely in favor of Lino, able to space that out and punish with that S-stock, landing an R1 and trying to roll catch with the S-stock. Again, Amelia is someone very well known for her reactions and discipline and able to get away from that. And now we're going to see that trade back around the other way. Amelia actually opts to go for the backswing there instead of the true combo. So very interesting choice, and it does land. It does get some more chip damage in there. I'm not sure which would have been better though. And now we see trying to set these up, and there's gonna be the backswing from Lino onto Amelia for 3 full R1s, 579 damage, drops the bomb. Amelia able to get around that. Now Amelia trying to pressure off of that, seeing that, taking some damage, trying to push the pressure off of that, throwing these pokes out back and forth. Lino doing a really good job of getting in. A great roll from Amelia to get away from that Shotel that Lino's throwing out. And now Lino is forced with these swaps to back himself against a wall, and that is not a good place you want to be against Amelia. Amelia's going to come out. The trade's going to be out there and actually forced to reset to a neutral, and there's going to be it. And does he find the backswing? He does! Amelia waits to get a reaction and just staggers it out and catches her in that little bit of a vortex. So phenomenal play by Lino there. We saw, nearly a one-sided fight throughout that entire encounter. So Lino found the spacing to begin with, found some damage. Amelia was able to counter that, went for a backswing instead of a true combo, which did land, and pushed that pressure forward more onto Lino. Lino did a really good job of just getting his breath, getting on his feet, and just retaking that back. And what we saw there, unfortunately, it was just probably a missed reaction from Amelia to not get out of that straight sword. And the really good staggers came out from Lino to kind of set that up. So really, really good play from Lino there.
It unfortunately happens to the best of us again. One
Oh,
or two
absolutely.
small mistakes
Absolutely.
at this late into the tourney, they can cost you big time. Absolutely. It's just
Like,
really hard to know how it's going to pan out in this next round. But carry on, please, as you were.
no, I was just going to say, like you and I mentioned before we kind of took the small break there, is that these fights are going to boil down to who makes what mistakes. In that situation, there was the one big mistake that Amelia made, and that led to her death. So it's one of these situations where they're playing pretty even. Yeah, Lena was probably controlling the fight a little bit more, but still pretty even. And it's just that one small mistake that we see Amelia have that leads to Lena taking that victory. And I suspect we'll see a very different fight this time. I think Amelia is going to play a little bit differently, probably a little bit more conserved, and just knowing how Leno's going to fight this match, going to it that way, we very well might see a 1-1 after this.
Well, that would be the hope, Listen, again, like, both of these players are incredibly good, and a tight match between them is more than deserved, I believe, at this point. More than deserved at this point. And I think both of our contestants are in and ready. And
alrighty, and the 3, 2, 1. There is our Expo Bolt in our arena, and the match is off. So again, we're going to see that exact same mirror coming out. Each player meeting each other in the middle. We do see the shuttle coming out for the swap. The backswing coming out from Amelia, unable to land that. So whether it was just misplaced on her part or just a really good roll from Amelia, Leno actually finds the S stock, goes for the roll punish. They're unable to find it. Amelia trying to flip that back around, immediately unable to find that trade of damage though. And now we're going to see Amelia try to bait it out. So the backswing's coming out from Leno, and Amelia just gets a poke, walks away, takes the damage, resets to neutral, and now is going to come back at this. So really good call from Amelia to not get caught up in the pressure and allow Leno to come in too much. And now we're seeing Amelia play this extremely smart, very cautious, controlling positioning, controlling the map off of positioning, controlling damage off of spacing. There's going to be 2 R1s, unable to land the backswing though. Leno able to get out of that. A little ring swat comes out, I'm assuming, from inside of Leno there, causing that odd little bit of movement. And then they're going to see the back to neutral here. Leno's trying to find a way in. Again, Amelia playing very cautious here, forcing Leno to make these attacks that he thinks he's going to land. There's going to be a backswing coming out, unable to land that one, unfortunately, as Leno's going to try to find the pressure here. Leno trying to continue this pressure forward, but Amelia has countered it every single time. He's going to throw these R1s out again, keeps going for it, and that's just going to give Amelia the opportunity to punish this. She doesn't take the opportunity there, but now she's going to try to set this up, and now we see Amelia with the backswing of her own, just more behind. The shuttle comes out, a little bit of 169 damage. A chip comes out on the side. The S-Stock comes out trying to punish that. The bomb comes out, and now Leno up against the corner, forced to stay here, but here's going to be that shuttle, unable to land the backswing on that, but he wasn't able to get to Godhards. Now he is actually swaps immediately back over to the shuttle to try to keep this pressure moving forward, and there's the Godhards coming back out on the side of Leno. Leno's done a really good job of leveling this health out and cleaning this match up a little bit, so now we are truly back to more of a neutral mean here. The running attack comes out. He's going to find it there, giving him a small bit of advantage in the pressure, but he's going to take that and just kind of back up with it. So we saw Amelia do it earlier, and he's going to take that out of the book and just slowly move forward. The Expo Bolt's coming out, trying to find it. The running attack comes out of Godhards, and now we're going to see a trade coming out, but Amelia's going to counter it before he even lands it, and a roll catch, and there's the rolling attack comes in. So again, we see that health going in favor, and there's going to be the Expo 129 damage. Amelia really needs to hold on to this, trying to clean this out, but there's going to be the running attack, unable to get that, and he's going to go for the roll catch, unable to land that, and now Leno's just going to keep this pressure and just moving forward. There's an absolute freight train coming out towards the barrel of Soviet. Soviet doing a really good job, though, keeping that pressure away. The S-Stock comes out, going for the R1, unable to land it, and now they're going to keep moving forward here. They're going to keep trying to find this pressure. Amelia just kind of on the back foot here. Leno trying to set these baits up, unable to land them as he moves forward.
I do not know how the pressure must be right in there right now, because again, we're a few mistakes away from, like, if not leveling it, then bringing it damn close or putting it away. Like, an R1, R1, R2 could very easily do a metric.
Oh, and speaking of it right there,
speaking of it there, yeah.
Find it. And I actually see Leno going over to the Malbreaker here, so he's gone full Malbreaker Expo. He's got to be getting low on Expo bolts. I don't know who's keeping track, but that was another exploding bolt that went out. I think that was his last one with how quickly he put it away after that. Yeah. So now we're going to see that shuttle come out, and the punish comes out from Amelia. So Amelia reads that attack, reads that swap, tries to punish it. So very fortunate to Leno that she just barely misplaced that spacing to punish that. But now Amelia isn't in the corner of the back foot, and that's going to be a kind of backswing, unable to land it, and there's going to be the shifts coming out, and now we see Leno's trying to punish this out. The shifts coming out from Amelia. Amelia wants this win. She does not want to go to the loser's bracket yet. This axe coming out, and there's the shift. 12 more damage. He's got to be so low. That's going to be it. Amelia's going to take it back to a 1-1.
1-1. Oh my lord. What did I say? I said one or two little mistakes, and this could be evened out. On the back foot for so long, all the way through that fight, and it still wasn't enough. She still managed to get it through. Oh my word.
Yeah, I think something just kind of clicked there for Soviet. She got to tier stones, and something just clicked in her head and was like, you know what? I'm done playing aggressive. I'm done walking into the traps. I will set up my own. And she did exactly that. Lino got very aggressive. He just got those bloodshot eyes and he wants that next spot, right? He wants to fight that next player. He does not want to be forced to take a loss. So he gets way too aggressive, and Soviet just does a phenomenal job of punishing that over and over, running attack after running attack, S-stock poke from Amelia after S-stock poke from Amelia. He gets him in the corner, lands an R1, and he just drains his health from, I think it was like 65% of health that he had left from the time that she was on those tier stones, all the way down to win the match. So really, really good play from Amelia to stay calm in that situation, not freak out that she's low health, take advantage of the tier stones that she has, and just clutch that one out. So I'm curious if Lino's going to kind of catch his breath a little bit, come back at this a little bit more clean. I do think Lino actually led the majority of that match and the previous one. And so we'll see if, Sophie is able to take what she learned that last little bit to flip this around on Lino and continue it throughout this match. This should be a really good one. This should be a nail biter.
I invite anyone to fight an incredibly talented player. Anyone. Once they get to tier stone, they are a completely different person at the end of it. A completely different person. They're going to play careful. They're going to reaction roll everything. They're going to chill down in the aggression and not make those really aggressive plays unless they can guarantee some damage out of it. They're going to play super, super conservative. Yeah. Super, super conservative. And in all honest to goodness, like we seen that there, Soviet was so low, she reaction rolled pretty much everything she could. And it paid off in the wind-up, that control, that perseverance. And she came through, and I'm really excited to see what she can do in this next round. I'm excited to see how Lino even adapts to it. This is going to be insane.
Right. Yeah, and I think Lino had the right idea to switch over to the Expo. If he didn't let a couple of those shots get away from him, it would have been completely different. Because realistically, Amelia was one Expo both away from dying. Yeah. And he just missed those last two shots that he had and just couldn't quite clutch it out. So he had the right idea. He went over to the S-stock, not the S-stock, went over to the Mailbreaker, went over to the crossbow, and just could not, whether it's nerves, whether it's just his particular ability on Expo, whatever it might be, Amelia is able to dance around it and do it. But they are both here. Are you ready?
I am prepared, ready, and let us do the dancings.
All right. And a 3, 2, 1. Here is our bolt in the arena.
Let us go.
As the players are set to match off now, and we're going to see the same exact setup coming out from these players, and we're going to see, again, Lino just really taking the aggressive foot here, controlling the map really, really well, and Amelia trying to set up these backswings behind, so, these dead angles behind to get him to come into that range for the backswing, the S-stock poke, whatever it may be. Lino tries to just take advantage of that, possibly thinks he even has a combo, throws out the full thing, but Amelia not able to punish that over-aggression from the side of Lino. Lino now trying to find a way to get into this. This one's the poke coming out. Now the shuttle attack comes out from Lino. Lino trying to find a way to aggress this, and Amelia playing this exceptionally well, not allowing him to get any room in this neutral play that we see these players at. So again, just getting these bundles up, trying to keep their AR as high as possible. The bait's going to come out, almost lands that R1 on the side of Lino. So really, really good dead angle to bait that out. Just it was a little bit off in terms of spacing. Amelia also threw that out there and was really good there. So now we're going to see the trade come in. Damage is going to be completely in favor of Lino as he did land the running attack into the trade. So Amelia tries to take advantage of that running attack, but is unable to actually punish it outright. And they are going to have a little bit of a trade. So dead angles to the east side. And now we're going to see the poke coming out of the S-stock. Goes for the S-stock here from the side of Amelia. Almost punishes that. And now the running attack comes in from Lino for 187 damage. So again, we're seeing these small little bits of chip and neutral that we've seen Lino do all throughout this entire tournament. Lino doing a really good job controlling neutral. Amelia almost catches him there, though, but he's able to get back on it, and he's going to keep throwing these out. The straight sword comes out for now from Amelia, trying to take that pressure of him rolling back, but Lino now up against the corner by that aggressive movement from Amelia. Amelia forced to back up, though, but immediately tries to get him back in there. Lino does find a way to get around this. Now we're going to see these pokes coming in and baits into the R1 and finds a backswing. So I just want to point out this match is playing so methodically, and these players are nearly at full health still throughout these small little trades that they've done, and they're playing it like they're at 1 health, but there's going to be a poke from Amelia and also a bit of a misinput. Goes for the R1 now inside of Lino. That's going to leave him open, and he almost gets hit, but he doesn't. Able to space that second rollout perfectly and get away from that straight sword. So Amelia nearly thought she had that. She must have thought she was going to land it. I thought she was going to land it, but a really good spacing came out from Lino and timing of that roll to get away from that straight sword. He's going to keep trying to keep this pressure moving forward.
They're covering each other.
So tight.
They are covering each other so well. If one of them makes one little mistake, you're in for an insane amount of damage and onto the Gru. Now, this is interesting. Is that Lino or is that Soviet who switched
That is
over
Lino.
to
Yeah, Lino's onto the Gru.
Yeah,
What happened there, Lino overextended a little bit. We saw an S-stock into 2 R1s come out from the side of Amelia. Really good dead angle there from Amelia to try to try to bait that in. A really good on Lino to not take that bait. And now Lino is actually not taking the pressure, and he's just going to run in for the running attack there and find it. So he's going to try to go for this slow chip game on the side of the Curve Sword. Curve Sword's fast. He's going to win that trade, but he's not going to win overall damage. And that's something that Amelia can leverage now. She can give up a couple of those trades and push him into that situation where he can get hit by a crossbow or a shiv and finish it out. And now Amelia throwing these R1s out, really trying to keep Lino to try to get him to come in and attack it. But that's not going to work for him. He's going to take the bait and actually landed, almost lets the roll catch. Now Amelia there to try to keep that aggression back, and he's going to fall back. And here's going to be the Expo back, and that's going to be 118 damage. Goes for the one-handed attack. These multi-slayers are very low, and Amelia, I don't know how she's that low. I don't know how she's so low. The one attack comes out from Lino now. These multi-slayers are extremely low. Here's going to be the poke coming now. He's going to try to find the R1,
and she's put away.
Lino's going to move on. 2-1 in this set.
Oh my god, we're looking at Lino here at 57 health, ladies and gentlemen. 57. Starting at a mild life disadvantage of about 12 HP in the difference, I believe. But my god, that was insane, dude. Absolutely
and again,
insane.
I gotta hand it to Soviet for being going up against that crossbow to find. I mean, I'm pretty sure both of those trades she had with Estoc with Leo Ring. Mm-hmm. So Alina was at a pretty good advantage, and he goes in with that crossbow. She trades with the crossbow twice and puts him in that situation where he's on 50 health. Like, that was a really, really good play from her. It just didn't quite work out the way that she wanted it to. She didn't quite get that when the blue tone, sorry, blue tier stone was able to kind of negate some of that damage, but really, really strong play came out from Amelia to try to counter that out. But now we are going to be moving forward to Whitnake and Supra. Now, the Whitnake Supra battle is going to be quite fun to watch. Do you think we're going to see a curved sword mirror?
I don't know. We have Whitnick here, and we have Supra, who's no slouch, but maybe Whitnick might live and die by the curved sword now. I think after that that very early round very, very near, I think he might, it might put some manners on him, and he might go back to the curved sword. We'll just have to see. And let me just change this here. Whitnick to 0. And then, of course, Supra. I'm excited. I don't get to see Supra play very much anymore, so I'm really delighted he managed to show up today. He's an exceptional player.
Yeah, quite a good player. It looks like he is going to come out on straight sword S-Stock. So I'm curious if Whitnake's going to go ahead and mirror that, go with a little bit of sword and board, or if he's going to drop that curved sword down. So it looks like we are just waiting for Whitnake to drop the sign so we can continue this forward. Mm-hmm. And what bit of one of the things that we've talked about a little bit, and we were going to go into depth, but we kind of continued on with the tournament, is the last match we saw between Soviet and Lino there was a lot of play in that neutral.
Yes.
Can you explain to some of the viewers what they're doing when they're in neutral like that, and the ideas that they have, and why the fight is going the way it is?
So to answer this, we have to go all the way back to the Revolutionary War, okay? No, honest to goodness, what we need to do is we need to look at what the fundamentals of the game are. The fundamentals of the game are the following: spacing and timing. You can call it like weapon matchups. All of that plays into it. But for the most part, it is, can you space it, and can you punish it within a specific time? Do you have a frame advantage? And knowing whether or not you have that frame advantage. And it mostly boils down to spacing. Mind games comes in later, but if you have those two things plus the ability to reaction roll, you are pretty much impossible to kill in any circumstances. It should be technically impossible if all players play perfectly. Neutral is when both players are trying to mind game each other out into oblivion by running circles, doing little internal gymnastics with themselves to try and tempt the other player into a whiff, or alternatively to tempt the other player to come into their distance of a spacing, and it becomes this really intricate little dance where both players are trying to force mistakes out of the other person, which they can then capitalize on, which they can then punish. Yeah. That is the short story. And then to come back into the Revolutionary War, I'm sorry.
And yeah, I think you did a phenomenal job explaining the way that these players look at the neutral of it, and that's what we're seeing when we see these players dancing back and forth. Yes, you can simplify it by saying, oh, our swing first, lose first. But that is really not what's happening. What's happening is these players are in each other's heads trying to set somebody up to make that first mistake, because none of these players are just going to walk up and freely R1. So it becomes this game to get them to do something that you can punish.
Yep.
And that's when you see this neutral come out. And that's what you see these really long matches where no damage has been taken. But we talk about somebody having an advantage. And we talk about that advantage. It's in that neutral. If, for example, Amelia was able to push Lino into a corner without actually swinging her weapon, that is very, very good neutral game, because you're using your positioning to zone that player into an area where no matter what they do, they're going to be in trouble.
Yes.
So they played neutral really, really well between those players. And, we will see that more and more as you get to the higher ends of play. The game is won and lost in neutral.
Yes, I agree entirely. Well, to say that it's won or lost in neutral is kind of oversimplifying just a smidge. It's won and lost depends on whose neutral game is worse, and then who's allowed to take aggression. It still boils down to some form of an aggressive play, more or less. You still need to be able to capitalize on those mistakes to roll catch and to be able to punish the other person basically shitting the bed. Let's not beat around the bush here, because that's what it all boils down to. To force them into a position mentally where they're going to make that mistake and then pull through. It's just most players at this high level don't really do that so well, I don't think. But again, really incredible play there on Soviet's part and Lino's part. Again, really nice to see Lino to come out of his 2v2 hidey hole and to finally show up for a 1v1 tourney.
For a 1v1.
Yeah. The game had to be nearly over before he came, but listen, we're proud he did,
Absolutely.
All right, what's the diagnosis here?
Well, Whitnake was getting summoned, and I'm not sure what happened with that. Probably just a small little timeout. There's the summon again, so he's on the way in now. Supra's hanging out. He's ready. He's ready to play the game. He knows what's going on. Whitnake versus Supra. This is going to be a really good match, I think. Again, I would suspect we're just going to see Whitnake. Whitnake wants to win it. He came out on S-Knock. Simple almost forced him onto Curve Sword. Whitnake's going to stay on Curve Sword. I would be very surprised if he comes out in anything other than Rotten Grew. It's at that point, we're talking about that comfort pick. We're talking about the ability to, just be comfortable in what you're playing so you can control those nerves, because you're in a tournament and quite a large one with quite a good prize pool. So, you're not playing easy players. You're playing people that are very good at what they're doing and the setups that they are on. So, and as I say that, it does look like he is going to be summoned in with the Rotten Grew.
Excellent. So, allow me to press the magical buttons that allow me to see all of the things. All right, we have Zamwich, Whitnick, and Uganda Air Force Supra. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
3, 2, 1. There's our bolt into our arena, and the match is off. So we're going to see the optimal dark damage optimal dark armor coming out from the side of Whitnake versus the Scott stock. Leads me to believe that we do see a dark build coming out from Super. The Rotten Grew with the poison coming out from Whitnake. Whitnake trying to dance around this the best they can. So again, we're going to see them in neutral here trying to find a way, but Whitnake's going to find the R1 very quickly, gets in and gets a little bit of damage to keep that pressure moving forward. And now we're going to see the counter action coming out from Super here. Super does get a little bit of a ring swap, get that shield ring back up and running. The running attack comes out for the Shodel, but Whitnake, excellent reaction to get away from that and avoid it. And now Whitnake just kind of dancing around, waiting for something to happen. You're able to condition him to walk in, do that running attack, throwing these R1s out. And there's going to be the poke coming out from the side of Supra. Supra's going to go for a roll catch on the side of the Shodel as well, but unable to actually land it. And Whitnake does not mess around. He gets right back up in there, and he's trying to take advantage of this situation. So again, really good feints coming out from both sides. We see Supra with a nice feint to get Whitnake to come in and throw those R1s, but unable to actually punish it. That's 2 times in a row. The Expo bolt comes out. That's going to be the full split, loads the crossbow back up on his back and ready to go with this Rotten Grew. The Shodel comes out, and now we're going to see the roll catch coming in. The roll poise does kind of save him, but really good patience on the side of Whitnake and really good read to know he's not going to get punished for going for that roll catch.
Keep in mind as well, when Super managed to get that bit of damage in early on, the whole idea is it boils down to that neutral game, but never mind that. He manages to lather a post. What?
Yeah, guard break comes out, and then the roll catch comes out for the Dragon Head Shield and back over to the Straight Sword Shodel, and I assume we're going to see, the S-Knock Shodel goes in for that running attack for another little bit of chip, possibly going for a roll catch here, but there's going to take that pressure, and he's going to find it, and he's going to go for the landed again, and there's another one. There's the vortex that we see coming out, the roll catch.
And that is...
There it is right there. Just absolutely flips it around. Takes a repost from a guard break, gets pushed against the corner, spaces out a single attack from Supra, and vortexes from there. I mean, talk about controlling nerves and playing calm. My goodness.
Remember how I said, the game is still won or lost in those aggressive plays that you get where you're able to get, I say, sink your teeth in or dig your claws in?
Yep.
You know, that's what it's all about. That is the first major vortex we've had so far this evening, with the exception of maybe one, I think.
And that was a powerful vortex. I mean, that was on the back foot to completely killing them in one vortex.
Yes. This is why Whitnick is one of the best. He's on the list at least. He's one of the best curved sword mains. He's insane. He is a cracked individual.
Yeah, I mean, just really, really good. And I got to point out his reads there as well. Mm-hmm. So normally, if you quickly are able to aggress somebody like that, you know, you have to decide as soon as you land that second R1 what they're going to do. Are they going to R1 you? Are they going to back away? When you're low health like that, that decision needs to be 100% accurate, and it was. Whitnick knew exactly what Super was going to do and just continued to punish him, which allowed him to get those vortexes. So really, like, again, extremely high-level reads came out from Whitnick to allow that vortex to happen. Because, again, players like Supra are not just going to get stagger R1 vortexed by a curved sword. It takes a lot to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
And Whitnick showed that really well.
All right, we have Supra and we have Whitnick in the arena ready to go when you are LB.
Alrighty, well, the Expo is out in a 3, 2, 1. There's our bolt in our arena, and the match has started. So again, we're going to see that poison coming out from Whitnick. We're going to see that straight sword S-Stock coming out from Supra. Supra trying to find a way to aggress this now. He was doing really, really well in the neutral game last time, but that running attack comes out, and he does get clipped by that from the side of Whitnick. Whitnick tries to get behind that one, reads the running attack, and goes for the backstab, but unfortunately isn't going to get punished by the running attack coming out from Shoto. Really good spacing on the Shoto coming out from Supra there to run up and actually get right in the face of that running attack. There might be just a little bit of latency between these two to allow these odd interactions to happen, and they're doing a really good job of predicting that. So here's going to be the S-Stock trying to find that little bit of a catch, that running attack coming out, and there's going to be the roll catch now coming out from Whitnick. The roll poise is going to save Supra in that event, and here's going to be the Expo Bolt trying to find a little bit. That's going to be the first one that we see Whitnick use, and now they're going to be moving back and forth with one another. Here's going to be the R1s coming out. Led someone up to get roll caught, but actually able to get out of that somehow. The spacing comes out around the Dragon Head Shield, trying to find a way in, and we see the S-Stock coming back out from that Dragon Head Shield, and Supra trying to find a way to get out of this corner, uses a little bit of aggression to push Whitnick back, but Whitnick is right back in his face, not willing to let this happen. He actually finds a little bit of a roll catch. The roll poise again going to save Supra, and here's going to be the second bolt that we see. Really good roll comes out from Supra to actually negate all the damage. The Poison Clamp comes up, and now these R1s coming out from Whitnick trying to keep this damage forward. He's going to be a third Expo Bolt. Whitnick is going to be forced to get a roll in from the side of Supra. Now Supra's going to find two R1s there of his own, and now Whitnick up against the corner trying to aggress his way out. Supra doing a good job of not letting him out. And here's going to be that S-Stock comes in and actually finds it. Goes for the backswing there, and he's going to find a little bit of damage through that as well. These R1s now, and that's going to be the roll catch, and now he's trying to punish it. But again, Whitnick is not able to keep that pressure moving forward, tries to go for the stagger delay, and he just times the roll for that really good use of that Dragon Head Shield, and a very risky maneuver, I might add. If he trades that R1 there, he actually ends up getting guard broke, I'm pretty sure, based on the stamina consumption of that weapon. Yeah. So again, we're going to see a swap right back over to the Gotstock.
It's really, really careful play here on Supra's part. He's adapted. He's trying to slowly chip away Whitnick. Slowly but surely, just try and keep him away long enough to not get vortexed. That's honest to goodness, and it's exactly working as well, because Whitnick is being forced to lay off the aggression. But rip.
And there's a backswing, and now he's one hit away. Let's see if these. I think he's got about 3 different bolts left, and actually swaps over to the Mailbreaker as well, just to finish this out. And here's that Mailbreaker to aggress this. And you see the shield forced to come out, and that's where that Mailbreaker comes out. And he's going to win the trade outright on that and find a roll catch as well. And Whitnick's going to take this set in a 2-0.
It's interesting that switch to Mailbreaker as opposed to staying on the Gru. That's really interesting to me. I would have thought that staying on Gru might have been better, other than maybe to mess with someone, perhaps. I think I think
the reason that we've seen that, because we've seen a few different players swap from whatever weapon they're on to Mailbreaker as soon as they get that player low. And I think what it allows them to do is that one-handed R1 from Gru when you are holding the Expo is a lot worse than the one-handed from the Mailbreaker. And it outweighs the fact that Gru might be easier to vortex with when it's two-handed. I think is what we see there. Is because obviously, And anybody using a shield that uses a shield for a long time knows that daggers are not an easy thing to fight when you're on that setup. So when he's on that shield turtle that the Expo forces, having that dagger out would be my take. Now, I do not use daggers very much. I do not use crossbow very much. So I could definitely be wrong. That's just what I'm taking from watching these players do it. That's the only thing that I can think that they're using by this, is that they get that really, really good one-handed moveset while still having a very strong two-handed moveset.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely makes a huge difference. Those small little minor changes, those minor frame advantages in terms of how someone is going to aggress on them or not, or keep them at bay. Because again, running at a dagger, even though it doesn't have great hit stun, even though it doesn't really do all that much damage, when you're that low, it doesn't really matter how much damage you're doing. It's all going to go the one way, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And that's going to force us into our round 3. This is going to be the last round of best of 3s that we will see for the rest of this side of the tournament. Yes. So we're going to have these 2 separate best of 3s. We're going to have a best of 5, and then we're going to get into our best of 9s once they finish up with the loser bracket stuff. J0 Candemir. This is going to be a fun match.
This is the old guard versus a relatively, really tryharding in the last year, 12 months, maybe 14 months?
Yeah, last year and a half, I think, is what he's been, about when Candemir became a little bit more popular.
Yeah, and again, he's making a name for himself for sure. It's going to be a battle of titans here, ladies and gentlemen, because J0, even though he's a very strange setup, I'd have to admit it, not many ran it before he did. Yeah. He's made it his own, and he's been around for so long. You know, the dinosaurs roamed the earth. You know, it was
it was from the weapon art of J0's Dragon Slayer Great Axe. That actually was the meteor that hit. No, I think you bring up some really valid points. Is that we're going to see, J0 would not be able to use these off meta setups, if you will, if he wasn't extremely fundamentally sound. And so you're seeing 2 players that are extremely strong in their own right, in their fundamentals, going up against one another. It's going to be a real battle of titans. I think we're going to see here. We're going to see the curve sword actually coming out from Candy. And I don't think I can't imagine J0 would ever swap off his setup, no matter what the other person's on. He's going to stay on it, I think. I think at that point, it's not only a comfort pick, but also a signature. It's a signature, and it's probably even a pride thing. That is the weapon that he uses. That is his setup. I suspect we're going to see that setup throughout the entire tournament, regardless of what Candemir, Whitnake, Lino, all these other players that are in these top sets around with him, or whoever he goes against. I think he's going to stick on that, and I can respect that as well.
All right. But riddle me this, then. Okay. Did you ever expect value to change over to Curve Sword? I rest my case. You're welcome, LB. Okay. You know what? Listen, you can concede now. I invite you to, darling.
Sure. But the reason I didn't expect value to swap to Curve... No, I'm just kidding. All right, looks like both of our players are here and ready to go. We do see the signature J0, and we do see the Rotten Brew on the side of Candemir. And a 3, 2, 1. The bolt is in, the bomb is down, and here these buffs come out. We're going to see the lightning on the side of J0. We're going to see the poison on the side of Candemir. These players now trying to find a way in. We'll see how Candemir can deal with this hyper armor setup that J0 runs. J0 doing a really good job of controlling the map, but it's only going to take a few little bits of mistakes for Candemir to find it, and he just find the running attack, but actually gets punished out by a backswing of the straight sword that J0 has in that offhand. So the hyper armor comes out for the R1, trying to get a shockwave there, maybe to keep him back, and there's going to be a really good bait into the 2 L2s and tries to find the R1 and able to land that. And now they're going to keep this pressure moving forward. Candemir forced kind of on the back foot here against the wall, and now Candemir trying to run forward. Really good reactions come out, getting away from that attack from J0, and there's going to be really good spacing from J0 to avoid that. The running attack's coming out again from Candemir, gets caught by a backswing. J0 really holding this quite well in terms of damage here. Needs to find a shockwave when he goes in for that punish. Unable to land damage off of it, but it definitely saves him a little bit. But let's talk about the positioning that Candy just had. From in the corner, now Jay's in the corner. Simply by positioning and movement. He's actually going to get caught by a backswing, though, as Jay's going to keep that pressure away from him with this setup. Just slowly chipping down Candemir. Yeah. Candemir's trying to find a way in on this curve sword, and he just simply cannot find it. But there's going to be a rolling attack on curve sword. I got to say, one of the first times I've seen that in a high-end play. But we're going to see the R1s coming out now. There's going to be the 2 R1s coming out. Only one actually manages to define merit. And now J0, he's got to stay calm and collective to get these kills. I think we do see a ring swap come out from J0 to try to get as much health back as he can here to try to keep this pressure moving forward. Let's see how he's able to close this one out, if he's able to close this one out. Candamir's got the turtle on the back. He's got the root brew in the hand. He's trying to find the pressure. These R1s coming out on this great sword, great axe, trying to keep Candamir at bay. Candamir's going to throw an R1 out. There's going to be the spacing, really good spacing to find that. Now we're going to see these rogue axes coming in. A really good read to get away from that hyper armor on the side of J0. The roll into hyper armor can be quite good, but he just lets him take the running, and that's going to be two more. That's going to be the rolling attack, and now Candamir, he's coming back with it. He's in a backswing right there. J0 with the very back foot here trying to get away, and here's going to be the X-Bomb.
And he's put away.
Gets caught with an R1. Candamir, it's like he wasn't playing for the first 45 seconds of that fight.
I think
he wasn't there.
I think he respected someone for half a second and then realized, wait, what? What am I doing here? This isn't right. And then remembered, oh yeah, and then went to town. That was pretty much that's my read on the situation. Honest to goodness.
I mean, J0 was just controlling that entire fight up until Candy just decided he was going to space an R1 this time. And it just led to the complete vortex that we see Curse Swords have. And again, that's the second really big vortex we've seen today, where this one bit of over-aggression that J0 had led to him getting vortexed all the way down to like 3 health. And then, all Candy has to do is pull the crossbow out. And that's enough for J0 to be forced to make a move, and it allows him to just walk into the R1 of Candamir. So really good play from Candamir to just kind of just calm down. Okay, I got some nerves going. J0's on the setup. It's tricky. It's hard to fight. It can be beaten. Let me just remember what I'm using, remember how to do this, and do it. And it's exactly what we saw. And really well executed from Candamir.
But Candamir, like, the respect he had for J0's space all the way through that fight, just as a testament to how, I'm not going to say annoying, but how difficult that setup is. It is horrible to go up against. You have to be careful, and then you have to pick your opportunities really carefully. And speaking of this, we'll see who picks their opportunities more careful this time around. Let's go. Round 2.
3, 2, 1. There is our bolt in our arena, and the players are set their respective buffs out. Again, lightning versus the poison here. We're going to see that R1 coming out, and now Candamir is a lot more aggressive. He's ready to punish J0 for this hyper armor setup that he runs. J0 throws that R1 out to try to bait for a trade. Unable to land that, so really good read from Candamir not to go in. There's the running attack. And then just outspacing and another running attack. Realizing what he can and can't get away with here, and Candamir is not giving J0 nearly the space he did last time. A roll comes out from Candamir to get away from that straight sword on the side of J0. J0 trying to get in there with this fast weapon, hyper armor setup, and he's trying to bait something to happen, but the curved sword is hard to fight no matter what you're using, and Candamir is proving that all too true as the shockwave comes out, pushing him back, and Candamir really, again, just not giving him the respect he was last time. He's up in his face, he's forcing him to make the move, and there's going to be a trade coming out for J0. J0 does land it, unable to land the roll catch, though. Very good to land that to try to land it, but again, really good on Candamir to know what's happening there and be able to avoid that entirely, and now we're going to see these damages come out. J0 is trying to find a way in with these weapons to get this big clump of damage that he can get in the vortex of his own. These players sifting around the neutral now, and Candamir trying to find a way to aggress the neutral.
Yeah, we're seeing much more careful play here this time around. Oh dear, hang on a moment. There is a little bit of a boo-boo on my part, but carry on as you were.
Sure. So we're going to see, again, just trying to throw these attacks out to bait different things from happening. Really good bait from J0. Candy actually takes it. He's just not able to flip the 180 and pressure it. So, and again, he's just going to get caught out there from a running attack. So just the small little bits of chip that we're seeing from Candamir here to find this damage. He's really forcing J0 to do something to, make his setup work, and Candamir is just there to punish it. So, Candamir doing a really good job of this kind of passive-aggressive play, but there's the spacing coming out from J0. 2 R1s land, and now the Dragon Slayer's coming out for the punish, and able to just walk around that R1 from the side of Candy, and Candy does a really good job of flipping him back against the wall and not letting him in. And there's the R1 of the running attack, and there's the roll catch into another R1. And he actually goes for the weapon R, unable to land it though, and there's going to be the roll catch off the back swing, and now the panic rolls coming out from J0. Actually manages to get away, and I assume we're going to see a crossbow come out, and there it is, crossbow over to the Malbreaker, trying to find a little bit of damage, and the Great Shield comes out from J0 over to the Llewellyn Shield, and then back over, but that's not going to work. And again, we're going to see that quick Malbreaker R1 to finish this one out. That's going to be Candamir in a 2-0.
Just a slap. It's like, get out of here. What are you doing? Just a backhand with the dagger to take him away. Oh my word. That was exceptional. A really exceptional play there on behalf of the wonderful, the great Candamir. And that is a 2-0.
Is it 2-0? Yeah, that is a 2-0 clean.
Clean sweep.
Yeah, one of the things Whitnake, I'm sorry, not Whitnake. I keep saying Whitnake. One of the curve sword made a curve sword made. No, I'm just kidding. One of the things we're going to see Candemir do near the end of that fight is J0 hits him with a couple straight sword R1s, gets him in a little bit of a pickle where he's at in the corner, and J0 tries to punish that with Dragon Slayer R1. Candemir gets around that entirely and positions himself behind J0, now pushing J0 against the wall that he was just up against. So in very, very good plays coming from Candemir to actually secure that win out is he just runs back a little bit, gets those R1s to come out from Zero and just flips it around on him. And now J0 is the one against the wall. He's the one in the corner. That's inevitably what led to his death there. He did go for a risky weapon art, which would have been awesome if he landed it. But you're talking high risk, high reward stuff. And it did ultimately lead to his death as well. But whether or not he went for that, he's up against a corner versus Candemir on a curved sword. There's not a lot of things I can say that would help him out in that situation. So I think J0 played phenomenally well. I think he did everything he could. I think he played his setup very, very well to try to counter Candemir. And he did really well in that first match, the set too.
But that first match was probably the highlight. That first match was most certainly the highlight there for Jay. He did an exceptional job of keeping him away, but Candy got the better of him. He figured him out. And once he had him figured, and once he was comfortable and cozy, that was it. Something switched, and he went to town. Absolutely went to town. So we have Lino, sorry.
Yes, Lino versus Whitnake. We all know Whitnake's going to be on curved sword. The question is Lino? Is Lino going to come out on curved sword, knowing that Whitnake's going to be on curved sword? Is he going to come out on a got stock build like we've seen him a little bit? Obviously, he's been on J-Sword S-Stock mainly the whole tournament, aside from that one half of the match with Soviet where he did swap to Rotten Grew to finish out the match. So it's really, I'm curious if he's going to come out on Rotten Grew now, if we're going to really start to see the Rotten Grew mirrors pick up.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of time, really, to see how it all pans out, Right. Because both of these guys know each other incredibly well. They are familiar with each other's play styles. I expect we're going to see a really long match with two incredibly skilled curved sword players going to town. That's what I'd imagine we're going to see. And it is the neutral game. Imagine. We're going to be using that word all day, I think. We're going to be playing a neutral.
That's the word of the day is neutral. And that's something that I think Old Wolf does a lot better than Dragon Barracks does, is because the neutral is a little bit, I don't want to say, trying to think of the right verbiage here. The neutral is important at Old Wolf, but not Old Wolf, at Dragon Barracks, but because of the shape of Dragon Barracks, it forces you to play a little bit more aggressive. So that neutral is less and less important in that area, whereas Old Wolf, with the shape of it and the length of it and the corners it has, it really makes that the game is a lot about neutral to set your opponent up to get punished by whatever setup you are using. And I think Old Wolf does a really good job of that. I think that's why we're seeing that a lot this weekend as opposed to what we saw last weekend, is because of the arena choice that we have. So there's just a little food for thought on that and the differences that arenas can have.
Yeah, they can play a huge difference because your entire approach to sword and boards, for example, we'll use sword and board as the example because it's like the stock.
Sure. Yep.
Your entire game is zoning your opponent into a corner, pressing R1 twice and catching them with the backswing when they're in the corner, and then having a grand old time and enjoying yourself while they're crying. That is the play. That is the high tier expectation of going into Old Wolf, for example. In Dragon Barracks, you do not have that guarantee that you're going to get that backswing in because they have the escape. But I think the interplay in Dragon Barracks is different. It isn't perhaps what we're used to, but I really enjoy how that arena forces people to play like in very specific ways against each other. But we're just waiting on, I think we're waiting on Lino, I believe.
Yeah, it sounds like we're, I'm sure I ran into the same thing with the sign pops up, but just can't quite grab it. Yeah, it'll be a few seconds. It happens. It's, you run into it anytime you host a fight club. Like Enda said, you run into it all the time. We've been fortunate to avoid it up to this point. So it's just something that we'll work around, but Enda and I will gladly chat in the meantime.
What?
One of the things I think, go ahead.
No, please, you after you, darling.
One of the things that you mentioned that I think is really important to take away from that is the interplay that Dragon Barracks forces. And I'm going to shadow that a little bit with kind of what I mentioned previously about that neutral game, is that in Dragon Barracks, the neutral happens faster. Because of the shape of the arena, because you don't have as much room to walk back and forth, because it really is pushing you and your opponent together. It really forces each other to play, that mind game is happening so much faster, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is certainly up for debate at that point. But either way, it causes you to play a little bit differently, and you're forced to make those split decisions and stick by those decisions a little bit more. Whereas as Old Wolf, I can back up a little bit. However, I will also point out, by backing up an Old Wolf, I'm doing what the player wants me to do. I'm giving them the ability to pressure me and kind of zone me into that corner. And that's true, really, let's give any setup. Any setup has the ability to zone. Sword and Boar is very good at it, but any really good setup, especially fast weapons, have the ability to do that. And Old Wolf is very good at zoning people, just based on the natural geography of it, based on the shape of it. It gives them the opportunity to really zone somebody into a corner and take advantage of that. And that's what we've been seeing a lot today. I think that's why we're talking about neutral so much in this, in this set of players and in this arena, is because this arena really forces you to have a very strong neutral game to not get pushed into a corner, not get pushed up against a wall. I
think a really good example of that early on, well, maybe in the last few matches, was Supra aggressing on Whitnick. Whitnick had frame advantage on so many of these attacks. But still, all Supra needed to do was walk forward and have the threat that he was going to press the L2 button first. And that threat in and of itself was enough to push Naki back to roll early and then be punished as a result. That's the level that we're talking. We're talking about these mind games wherein, like, I know you can R1, and I know that I know you could R1. Yep. But do you know that I know that it gets really dumb after a while, but it's brilliant. It is really what Dark Souls 3 combat is like, and I absolutely adore it. And we have both of our contestants finally where they need to be.
So it looks like we are going to see that straight sword S stock coming out from Lena, but without further ado, the Expo is loaded, pointed in, and the bolt is in the arena. There is our match. The poison buff is coming out from Whitnick, and we're going to see the bomb coming out from Lena, and he lands it! Actually, 141 damage! Whitnick did not even see it coming. So really, really cheeky play that we see from Leno coming out there. Again, we're going to see these armors completely optimized to fight the other player. A little bit of poke comes out for 146 damage on the side of Leno. Leno now using the zoning to get Whitnick back. Whitnick able to walk forward. The Dragon Head shield comes out. Really good spacing from Whitnick comes out to kind of just negate that entirely. And now that running attack comes out on the curved sword. And the running attack also comes out on the Shoto. And now he's going to try to find a roll catch. And he does land at 203 to 203. Goes for a quick little block cancel there, but just not able to commit to it fast enough, allowing Leno the opportunity to get away from that. So actually the poison is already built up. And it looks like we're going to see the Perseverance come out. 2 uses already, and he's going to get punished for that, and there's going to be a roll catch in, not quite able to land it, and now Leno's going to try to find the backswing there, able to ace it behind him again. Really good read from Whitnick to realize that and get behind him. Now Leno's in a tough situation. He's going to get the Blossom, but he's going to get punished for it. That's 450 damage to get Blossom, and another 193 on top of that with that poison building back up rapidly again, and now Leno forced to eat another Blossom. The Expo Bolt comes in from Whitnick, unable to land that as he keeps this pressure moving forward. Really good dead angle from Whitnick there to get Leno to try to take that attack. Leno really trying to get this as the running attack coming out, and the roll catch comes in. Actually, the backswing forces it out. So again, now we're going to see that Turtle Malbreaker coming out from the side of Leno, and we're going to see the Malbreaker Expo come out from the side of Whitnick. Really getting down to these last couple matches here. 7 dip damage comes through. And here comes that Expo Bolt, really trying to finish off Leno. We do see those Tear Stone rings really shining through now on the side of Leno. Leno finds a little bit of damage, or 108. This is going to show you how phenomenal Malbreaker is. And actually, it's again 131 damage there. Off of that, and 7 more chip damage. Goes for the roll catch and finds it. 474 damage, and he gets hit by the rolling attack there from Whitnick. So really good counter pressure from Leno. Just didn't quite have the health to make it last.
You know what? Sometimes too little too late, but I can say I'm very impressed he managed to hold his composure there at the end. My word, that was impressive. Holy moly.
Absolutely.
Like, to be that low, I think what some people forget, some people look at status effect builds, so we'll use Poison as probably the best example.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think that they forget one thing. There's a special ingredient. So that's, ingredient X or whatever that just makes it so special. And it's as simple as, it's pressure. It forces your opponent in a predicament where, okay, do I take the Blossom and take insane amounts of damage for the possibility of not taking future damage? Like, it's really rough. It's really hard decision to make in that moment. And yeah, Leno took the gamble, and unfortunately it didn't pay off for the chap. You hate to see it.
Yeah, and that's, It's really hard. Like you said, pressure is the perfect word to describe what you're feeling when you have that poison buildup. Because like you mentioned, if you can't safely get the blossom, you get punished and take 400 to 500 damage. However, if you choose to not take the blossom, over time it will very easily get to 400 to 500 damage, and it's really hard to play off of that because all Whitnake has to do is sit back and let the poison do the work. He doesn't have to give you the opportunity to counter pressure him. He doesn't have to give you the opportunity to actually kill him off of that because he doesn't need to hit you anymore. All he has to do is make sure that you do not blossom. Yeah. So poison is extremely strong in these no regen, no healing fights, and it makes it really, like you said, it applies that pressure so heavily, and it's really hard to get away from it.
And I think other status effects, this might be a controversial take. I think they all fulfill the exact same category. They are a form of pressure. One of them forces you to roll in order to avoid the bleed buildup if you don't want to take a blossom. Same thing goes for frostbite, and allows you to snowball after that, no pun intended, from the stamina regeneration debuff after the fact as well. Like, having these little things just... It allows you to get that snowball and to get those roll catches, especially on something as nasty as a curved sword or a straight sword.
Yeah.
So, that is something to consider that I feel an awful lot of people just think in terms of raw damage, and I don't think that's really what we should be thinking about some of the time.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you bring up about the bleed and frostbite really forcing your opponent to roll, because that's one of the things that poison applies pressure a little bit differently, right? It applies, it's kind of like a curved sword. It applies pressure by simply being there. And bleed and frost don't really do that. They apply the pressure of, like you said, forcing them to either take the blossom or try to roll the status. And because if you get hit by bleed, as not great as bleed is, as not great as frost is, compared to other things, it's still a lot of damage, and that little bit of burst that you get from that can really swing a fight. Especially if you're on a weapon that does good damage already. In this case, Rotten Grew Curved Sword with the poison buff, it's already going to chunk damage, right? So yeah, it's a really interesting take that you have there. I like the way that you looked at that. It looks like we're just waiting for Whitnake to come in. Looks like Shiroi maybe found the sign down below. Question mark.
What is Shiroi doing? She's having an Alexander. Interesting. We see now the residents of Pontiff in their natural environment, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly exceptional. The habitat, Tryhard Central. The sweat is dripping from the walls. Do you think that's blood? No, that's just the sweat on display here. But yeah, I think that applies to hollow builds, and I think that was maybe more what the developers were thinking when they thought of it. Because again, these builds are so badly optimized for meta play. Obviously, the developers didn't decide about meta. But to be able to pressure someone that heavily and to have no other option other than to take an action that would require like however many milliseconds in order to complete, soul crushing, especially with the way that this games work. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have these beautiful human beings, mostly, in the arena.
And a 3, 2, 1. There is our bolt in the arena, and the match is set. So again, we're going to see the poison buff coming out, and we're going to see that lightning urn again lands from Lino. So immediately just taking that health away, but it's actually going to get countered by 221. So 131 to 221 is in favor of Whitnake there. Whitnake trying to find the damage, and the jump attack comes out from Lino, unable to land that, trying to roll out the attack that comes from this Rotten Grew. Really good roll there, but still forces himself into position here where the trade's going to come out. He's going to get frame priority with that S-Stock, getting him into the straight sword advantage, able to find some damage off of that, and now Whitnake trying to find a way in. Again, just takes that Blossom. I think that's the right call. He has the opportunity to take the Blossom, though it might not be crucial he takes it. It still, it resets that pressure that Whitnake can apply with that resin. So now Whitnake trying, that resin is limited, trying to find it, but there's going to be a running attack to actually land some damage there. And the jump comes out from Whitnake as well, and he's going to get roll caught, but the roll point saves him. Does not get hot by the straight sword from the side of Lino. Lino panics out of the Expo. It actually lands it phenomenally over to the sword and board, back over to the Dragon Head Shield to keep this curved sword at bay, and he does actually manage to pressure the Expo due to that, and back over to the S-Stock, and now we're going to see another Expo bolt come out from the side of Whitnake. There's going to be 9 more damage comes in from the throwing knife there. I think we've seen 2 Expo bolts come out from Whitnake, and now Lino's going to throw that out, but Whitnake doesn't take the R1. Instead, he tries to go for a running attack, and here's going to be these straight swords coming up from Lino, trying to find a way to pressure it out. We're going to see Whitnake really trying to find a way to seal this one out and clear this win. He's going to find an R1, but is actually going to get rolled from the side of Whitnake. So from the side of Lino, rather, Lino's going to find 100 and some damage off of the running attack of the Carthage Shodel, and now we're going to see a trade coming off the running attack from, or not trade, rather, a reinforced coming out from that. There's going to be the Expo coming out from Lino, able to find 134 damage off of that. Now we're going to see him kind of baited him in to find the attack. Now he's going to go for a backswing, unable to land that. Really good prediction on the direction to roll from the side of Whitnake. Whitnake now trying to find a way to keep this stock straight sword at bay, and he's going to be coming up with the Dragon Head shield on the side of Lino. Forces Whitnake to roll off of that. The bomb comes in behind. Whitnake got the bundle on. He's looking to find a way to secure this fight out. The running attack comes in and goes for the trade. Is the side of Lino, but unfortunately Whitnake's just going to win that one outright and actually gets himself a nice little bit of advantage in terms of health. And now he's looking for a way to close this one out, trying to aggress this sword on board. The Dragon Head shield comes out, goes for the second rip again. Whitnake, too wise to that, does not get hit by it this time around. The Black Knight shield comes out from the side of Lino. Lino switches back over to the Dragon Head shield and gets a tap by a running attack from the side of Whitnake. Lino very low now, forced to make a decision to happen here. We're going to see that Expo coming out now from Whitnake, and he's going to find 174 damage, and now we're going to see the chip coming through, negating that for 9 points of damage, and there's going to be the R1 coming out. The Malbreaker comes out for 2 R1s, only able to land one for 117 damage. Now Whitnake cuts him up against the corner, goes for the R1, and able to land that. Really, Whitnake trying to keep this pressure moving forward, and now takes the blue drink is the side of Lino. I assume we're going to see that Dragon Head coming out very, very soon. The R1 comes out, really good space, and he finds 2 R1s, goes for the third, unable to land it, and now we're going to see the Expo come out,
and he takes it!
Lino leaving the ultimate 1-1!
Oh, sorry for moving the camera there at the end, but oh my word. Lino. Dude.
That was played so well from Lino.
212 health left. He had some to spare.
Yeah.
Damn.
What I like that Lino did there was he didn't pull the Expo out until it was going to kill him. He didn't pull it out for chip. He didn't pull it out to change the way the match was going. Whitnake pulled it out for that extra little bit of chip to try to secure that kill. We have that Black Knight shield coming out from Lino that's negating all of that. Lino goes for the Malbreaker Turtle. Dagger on low lap is exceptionally scary. And you see his really good spacing comes out. Whitnake doesn't take too many R1s that he doesn't hit. So really good feints and really good positioning comes out from Lino to find those 2 R1s, quickly gets over to the crossbow and finds the damage. So really well played from Lino in that last little split. A perfect example of taking the aggression that someone's putting on you, flipping it back onto them and securing yourself a win through it.
And again, like those last few seconds of a fight, well, the last few vestiges of your health become so important because that's when all the buffs start kicking in. You have your blue tier stones, so you're taking less damage. You have your red tier stones, so you're doing more damage. Maybe you have Marion's Blade there in a back pocket just in case.
Exactly.
It's a favorite of the curved sword players. So you have all this opportunity to do some serious, serious damage. And then you just again, have to, but the inverse is true as well. So
yeah, really, really well played. And this is going to lead us to a match point to see who's going to move on to those semifinals. Lino, Whitnake, 1-1, Ale.
There we go.
And again, we're going to see that poison coming out. And Lino does not take the lightning turn. Now he does. Forces Whitnake to roll into him. Whitnake sees the opportunity of being punished for that, immediately backs up. Actually does go ahead and eat the pellet here and trying to keep this aggression moving forward now. So Lino's going to find an R1 with that straight sword. He actually goes for the S-Stock for the roll catch and nearly lands it. So really good prediction from the side of Whitnake to know that he wasn't going to try to spam the R1 and go for the S-Stock and be in a position to punish that. So he actually gets 203 damage off of a roll catch that does get roll poison on the side of Lino. Lino now trying to find this pressure moving forward. The Expo bolt does come out, and that's going to be leading over the Dragon Head shield from Lino. Lino now trying to really continue this pressure forward through this neutral and not get pushed in that corner using the Dragon Head shield to do that. And we actually see Whitnake drop the crossbow and go over to the turtle now. Running attack comes out on that Rotten Grue, trying to find a way to attack it. There's going to be the S-Stock poke comes in for a backswing as well. 496 damage off of that combo that he just landed. And now we're going to see Whitnake forced to try to make something happen here. Throws the running attack out, and Lino not willing to let this fall so easily. The running attack comes out again from Whitnake though, and we're going to see the slow chip start to happen if Lino's not careful. Whitnake's only going to take those attacks, those small little chips, and not even go for a vortex, but there's 2 R1s, 436 damage, nearly lands the roll catch. Really good roll from the side of Lino to get away from that. We're going to see that Dragon Head shield now coming out, trying to force Whitnake to do something he can punish.
Yeah, it's going to be a really rough one now. Like, Whitnake has done very well to equalize. We were on such a good life advantage early on on the behalf of Lino there, but he's crawling back slowly but surely. He's looking to punish every little mistake. Lino seems very trigger happy with those running heavy CS attacks, and you know what? They're a great move. They're fantastic, but if you overuse them, you're eventually going to get clipped on the entry, right? It's going to be really rough now. But I think I have that strange feeling, and again with it, no punish though. Like Whitnick's at that level now, where if he keeps his cool and but he's getting clipped slowly but surely himself, so it's really hard to tell, and he manages to land an R when bringing it back to equal. Pretty much they're within 80 health of one another at any given moment here, all the way through this fight. Really, really incredible stuff. Whitnick's on the ropes, but he might be able to Mayweather his way out of it.
Back into the corner now, actually uses the perseverance to get out and finds a roll catch off of it. So a little bit of 1 damage from the thorns of Lino actually does catch Whitnick there. But, you know, Whitnick's not going to take his breath at that. He's going to take advantage of that opportunity to punish. And now Lino is going to be forced onto tier stones or very close to it as he's trying to secure this match. Lino does not want to go to the losers bracket just yet. He does not want to have to fight back up. He wants his chance to move forward in this tournament. The S-Stock poke coming out to try to punish that curved sword. Really, really good straight sword S-Stock play coming out from Lino here. And there's going to be that Dragon Head Shield, forces him against the corner. And he's going to get punished out. 218 damage come out from the Rotten Crew on the side of Whitnick. And now we're going to see that Turtle Mavbreaker come out again. Will Whitnick fall for it again? And Whitnick's actually going to go for perseverance now to try to bait into it. And there's he actually finds 2 R1s off of that dagger, 178 damage in total. And now we're going to see the chip coming through there. And that's going to be it. Whitnick's going to move himself forward, taking this one in a 2-1.
Damn, what a 774 health there left on behalf of Whitnick. Like, incredibly. Just the talent on display here, ladies and gentlemen, is truly something else. Truly something else. And like, whew, I'm really interested.
So that's going to bring us to our last round that we will be doing before we go over to the losers bracket, which is going to be Candomir and Whitnick in a best of 5.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very excited to see how this is going to play out. We're going to see some exceptionally high-end curved sword play coming out from these two players. Yeah. There's going to be mention of neutral quite a lot, so brace yourself for that. But that's going to be what we're seeing, I'm sure, is going to be a curved sword mirror coming out from 2 of the best curved sword players in the world, and even more so in Europe. So let's see how what we're going to be able to figure out here as we wait for them to come in. Any final notes on that whole set between Lino and Whitnick?
I'm like I'll have to meditate on that one and listen to the breath of the earth to tell me how whether or not mango or watermelon is superior. Lino did really exceptional there. Let's not beat around the bush. Like to be able to play at that high level and to be able to compete with someone like Whitnick,
sure,
and to make him work for it,
yeah.
Unbelievable, really, really unbelievable. I'm absolutely delighted to see that he finally came to do a 1v1 and to get this far. But he's not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. If there are any Lino fans in chat, please, please, please do check out the losers bracket. They are there. They're doing their shenanigans. So.
On the topic of the losers bracket, really quick, while these people there, Mizaki has made quite the run. He beat out Ominors, beat out Supra, beat out Soviet, and now is going to be facing J0.
Oh my word.
Mizaki is making a comeback. Like he's up against the person that sent him to the losers bracket, funnily enough. The first match between J0 and Mizaki led to a 2-0, and now Mizaki's going to get the chance to fight J0 again. That's going to be quite fun to watch.
That is more or less incredible. Like that's an exceptional feat, like irrespective of anything else to consider, to go from the very first round of the losers all the way up to very near the end. They must be thereabouts right now, right?
Yeah, and Mizaki and J0 are actually fighting it out right now, and I think Mizaki just cleared him out 2-0.
What?
I think, but we'll get there. Yeah, Mizaki, he's making a comeback, and I'm very excited to see where that leads to.
Oh, my.
But it looks like we are getting our last match underway. And again, this is going to be a best of 5. So they're going to have the opportunity to lose 2 different times in this set and come back for a victory, whoever that might be. It looks like Sword and Board is going to be on the side of Candomir.
Sword and Board?
Interesting choice. Interesting choice.
Oh,
I don't think anybody suspected him to come out on Sword and Board versus Whitnick's curved sword, but I'm sure they've done sessions with one another.
They know each other better than I think any other players who are currently playing the game. So to be honest with you, I defer to them. I'd be curious.
Right? Yeah, I would trust. I would trust there's a reason that the Sword and Board's coming out. And I mean, not that I am anywhere near the level of these players. However, I struggle against Sword and Board on Curve Sword. I would rather fight Straight Sword S stock than Sword and Board personally. So maybe he's taken some type of read off of that to try to counter it. But I believe that is Whitnake on the. Yep, that is going to be Whitnake on the Curve Sword and Crossbow. Enda, my friend, are you ready?
My friend, I am just setting up our very fancy overlay. This is very important that we
Yes,
look pretty, you know. Listen, we put on our suits. We're expecting the game to put on the fancy health bars. So I think we are set.
And we expect to see the lap helms coming out. Alrighty, and are you ready?
Yes,
Enda?
I am prepared.
Awesome, and a 3, 2, 1. There's our bolt in the arena, and this will start our match. So again, we're going to see the poison coming out from Whitnake. Candy on the probably Dex, I'm guessing, based on the bundle that we see of. Actually, that's an S stock turtle, so it's not S and B. It's going to be an S stock turtle. That makes a little bit more sense, I will say, fighting this curve sword. So let's see how he's able to find it. Those are the running attack. Find a rolling attack on the side of Candy. Whitnake able to space that out with absolutely zero issue. We see the optimal armor for both coming out on each player here, really trying to find a way to get around these players, and let's see how well Whitnake's able to do that. He's controlling the map a little bit. Really good feint comes out from Candy, and Whitnake is able to read it though and force him to roll back in the corner. The trade's going to come out. Actually does favor the side of Whitnake, and now we're going to see that poke coming out. 428 damage into a kick for 537. Now we're going to see him in the corner. He's going to find 2 R1s, and the poison has started, and now he's going to try to find it here. Whitnake trying to find it. He does find the trade. There's another R1, and it goes for another, but the comes in. 833 damage is what we're pointing to with the point of these blossoms, and now he's trying to find a really good reaction roll. Comes out from Candemir. Comfortably eats the blossom and gets out of the corner, and now he's trying to find a way. I think he's kind of playing for trades at this point, but Whitnake is not letting that give him an advantage. Whitnake is giving him the trades and aggressing with his frame advantage out of it. So really, really interesting how this match is going to play out. And we're going to see it in neutral again as Whitnake's trying to find a way in, and Candy is doing quite the same. The R1 comes out from Candemir, gets outspaced from the side of Whitnake for 2 R1s. There's the running attack. It doesn't even roll. Excellent spacing comes out for Whitnake. Whitnake really playing at an extremely high level right now to just kind of walk freely around this player using this setup, and that is definitely Candemir's the one on the setup, so it's not an easy feat to do, and Whitnake doesn't even have an option. Takes the trade and he's gonna win it out. 425 damage off of that, and that's gonna be Whitnake taking this first set.
Candemir
lead
going on S-Stock Turtle. I didn't expect that. I'm not gonna lie.
At all.
I did not expect him to do it. I've only ever heard him complain about S-Stock Turtle, to be perfectly honest with you.
Maybe the reasons he complains about it is why he's using it, right? Maybe he was trying to get. So I would be surprised if he doesn't come out on Curve Sword after this match. I think it was a right idea. I don't know exactly why he chose it. My guess is for the Leo trades. That's the only thing that I can figure is for those poke Leo trades against that curved sword, and to still be able to justify using that shield to negate the pressure that curved sword can apply and not be stuck with the straight sword. Have something that can trade with it and have something that can win trades with it, I think is the idea that he has there, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see if he decides to stick on it. Maybe we'll see the reasoning that he kept using this setup if he does continue using it and finding some wins, but this is going to, again, leave Whitnake in a 1-0 lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see, does he change the setup, or is he going to play around here and see if he might find his way through the losers? But it's too early to say. He could adapt. He's the type of player that'll feel someone out, go, okay, this is how this person plays, okay. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. And
actually looks like Straight Sword S-Stock comes out from the side of Candemir to try to counter out this Rotten Groose. So does not want to take the Curved Sword Mirror. Very interesting. Yes. All right, are you all set, Mr. Lion?
I am prepared, ready, and on the edge of my seat,
3,
sir.
2, and a 1. There's our bolt in the arena. Our match is off. Again, we're going to see that poison buff coming out, and we're going to see a bomb thrown out this time from Candemir. Whitnake a little bit too wise from that, from all the abuse that Lino gave him with those bombs last match that he had. So Candemir trying to find a way, and he's going to call out the Expo. We're going to see a trade coming out, and the damage is actually in favor of Whitnake. Must have been a shield ring, or maybe shield ring or something along those lines to push that forward, and actually goes for was that a curved sword parry attempt?
Oh my word.
I think it was, and that's going to force, all 90%, or not finding 50% of his health's going to go away, but he turns it right back around for 566 damage of his own. And now we're going to see interesting choice to run Godhard's Scimitar. Is Scimitar allowed in the offhand, Enda?
Oh, it's not. Oh dear.
All right, I will throw this bolt in to stop this out.
Yeah.
we do have a rule break.
It is unfortunately the nature of the rules. Offered no. If it's not allowed in the rules, then why ought we not allow for Corvian in the offhand? Fuck. I'm sorry.
So
it's not
we will
because
leave
it's
this.
broken. It's not because
Yeah.
it's broken. I am fucking.
No,
giving
it's-
the, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's it's the way of the rules. However, that does put us in a situation, and I'm going to defer to you. And are we going to leave this up to Whitnick and Candemir to either choose a reset or a 2-0 in favor of Whitnick, or are we can just give the 2-0 in favor
I am
of Whitnick?
going to allow.
Sure.
I am going to allow Whitnick to decide what he wants to do. I think this is fair. I think that he
Sure.
can either choose to take the win, bringing it 2-0. Unfortunately, this is the most unfortunate thing, because if we allow one thing that is banned to go through one-handed, even as a joke, as like a parry or whatever, you have to keep in mind that we'd have to allow other things for just the same reasons that might be
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it's really up to Whitnick if he wants to take the 2-0 lead, or if he wants to give Candemir a chance to reset and stay at 1-0. It's completely up to Whitnick on what he would like to do.
Yeah, I think that's his decision to make, because again, I think at least giving one bye, if it happens again, I will be forced to do it personally and just say nope. That'll be an instant DQ. I think everyone wants to see the fight. Well, it's up to Whitnick to decide what he wants to do. There is money on the line, remember, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't just for fun and games.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. This is that's why these rules are in place. There's a reason that we build the tournament the way we do. So it's unfortunate. I've seen just as silly things of somebody swapping to a banned weapon for a simple running attack. Mm-hmm. It happens. It's a part of Unfortunately, he had it in his inventory and swapped to it. So it's where it led it from here. So it's just, like I said, a matter of what Whitnick would like to do, and I think we're waiting to hear from him on that. Mm-hmm. I would suspect he's going to take the 2-0. I know I certainly would, but they are pretty good. They are pretty good friends in regards to that, I'm sure, and he might decide to give him the 1-0.
Yeah, that's entirely
reset
up to him. That is entirely in his prerogative. Any word for him, Shiroi? I see in chat it might go one way or the other way. It's entirely up to him if he wants to. It's again,
mm-hmm.
It is a money match, ladies and gentlemen. This is not for playing around. Again, you have to keep in mind that at this point, these matches can go from complete and certain losses all the way around to being really close. So to say one way or the other, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're speculating at this point. It's the principle. No word from Wit.
No, yeah, I also have not heard from Whitnick. I went ahead and just shot him a DM just in case he didn't see the Discord channel or something as he's trying to play in the tournament, and I have not heard from him either. So it'll just be a matter of time before who knows, maybe he's chatting with Candemir about it right now. Who knows?
That would be up to him. It's entirely up to him, to be honest with you. Yeah, but, it's up to the pair of them to decide between themselves like gentlemen, If a gentleman's agreement cannot be taken, then that's what I said.
Yeah, I mean, if it comes down to cast your bias, I would be very clear just saying make it a 2-0. But it's not, like I said, it's not really my choice. I'm not the one that's trying to compete to win this money.
Yeah, exactly.
And all those other things.
I don't like that choice, lol. Interesting. Well, from what we did see of that match, though, we're seeing an incredibly aggressive match on behalf of Whitnick there, all the way through, running from one end to another.
Yeah. Oh, and Whitnick did finally reply. He's going to take the 2-0. So we're good to go there.
Magnificent.
Phenomenal. And we're good to start the summoning in.
Oh, let's go. My apologies, Candemir. The rules are the rules. Nah, it's fine. It was dumb. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so we are 2-0 in our best of 5. There is one, all because Offhand Corvian is banned. So there we go. That's your honest to goodness. It's called consistency, darling.
It's just the way it works. It's one of the things. If you're when you're in a tournament, it can be a risk to leave banned things in your inventory.
Yep, exactly.
Because it can be a huge risk. Now, if he had swapped to it and quickly swapped over to Gru and didn't do anything with it, we wouldn't even have brought it up, right? But unfortunately, he left it out there. He went for use of the weapon. It doesn't really, at that point, he can just as easily have Gru there as well. Yeah, the weapon's banned. It is what it is. But moving forward here, we did see the straight sword S stock coming out from Candemir, and I gotta say, Whitnake was playing the straight sword S stock on the curve sword, like countering it exceptionally well. So I'm curious to see if Candemir is going to stay on this straight sword S stock, or if he's going to come back out on the curve sword. I mean, again, realistically, curve sword it's going to be a tough thing to overcome, especially when Whitnake's the one holding it. And that could be why Candemir doesn't want to take him in the curve sword mirror. Maybe they've done curve sword mirrors and Candemir's more comfortable on these other setups. It's only really a matter of time before we can see what his plans are to move forward.
I know he's been in the gentle dojo, ladies and gentlemen. He's been training with some of the best with his PK, so that's probably going to give him a little bit of confidence, but he hasn't brought it out so far, and there's a considerable amount on the line, unfortunately. So, and now there's even more on the line. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens now in this next round. So we'll be going. We're waiting for Shiroi to give us the indication of what on earth is going on. Shiroi, my dear, what is the diagnosis, doc? Will she play the violin again?
Yeah. Let's
Excellent.
Looks like the signs.
Okay, dokie. Who's next? We're still waiting on Whitnake and Candemir.
This is a best of 5,
best
folks.
Of 5 this
is a best of 5. So Whitnake still has to win another one to move forward in this set.
Or Candy could have a reverse. That's the other play here. Keep that one in mind, ladies and gents. So, are we just having issues with summoning people in Shiroi, or what's the deal? The Whitnake advances. Okay. What do you mean? No, there is another round between the two of them, Shiroi.
Yeah, we're in a best of 5 this set.
Yes.
Yep. So all the band does, all using the band weapon does Candemir is it gives Whitnake that match. Because just swapping to one weapon and being out of the entire tournament, in my eyes, is a little bit unfair.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
We've talked about. So yeah, all it does is it gives that match to Whitnake. Now again, there's limitations with that. If someone comes in and burger flips the world, they're out of the tournament, right?
But they'd be out of every other tournament.
when it comes to a matter of maybe using too many bolts by accident, or using that extra perseverance, or swapping to that band weapon, you're not going to kick them out of the entire tournament. It's just going to be okay. That particular match that they're in that set they're in, they lose that match. I think that's the best. That's the most fair way to do it. So we do see now. We have Candemir summoned in, and I believe Whitnake on the way.
We do indeed. Allow me to get him up right now. That should be 3. Yes. That's not normal. Let's just close that. That's a little bit early to be saying that now. Come on, lads. Jesus. All right. And there we go. That should be all good. Of course, tech issues after a long break. Of course. What could possibly go wrong? There we go. Health. There we go. And then there we go. Now we're just waiting on. And so what do you reckon then, LB? Will we see any changes on behalf of Candemir, or are we going to be looking at We're going to be looking at this pretty much what we saw so far. What do you think?
We're going to be looking at what we've seen so far. We're going to be looking at Whitnake's going to, I'm sure, come out on Rotten Brew. I think we're going to see Whitnake on Rotten Brew for the remainder of the time he's in this tournament, if not up to the very, very end, if he was to take it. And I think we're going to see, again, I assume that in their sessions, Candemir must not feel comfortable on Rotten Brew the mirror. It's the only thing that I can figure. Like you mentioned, these two players know each other very well in how they play. They do sessions together frequently. They train with one another. Candemir deciding not to use Curved Sword. It's a calculated decision. He's not just choosing it because, for whatever reasons, maybe he's more comfortable on a straight sword S-stock. Candemir's comfortable on every meta setup. Any of these top tier players are comfortable on any meta setup. So he's going to come out on straight sword S-stock for the reason that he thinks it's going to counter the Rotten Brew that Whitnake has. So I think it's really important to recognize that these decisions are made, very much based off of previous things that have happened, and maybe not just off how he feels today. Now I could be wrong. I'm not Candemir. I don't know what's going through his mind. He could certainly be feeling types of ways, but I suspect it's based off of the things that have happened, and that's causing him to use the straight sword S-stock. And again, straight sword S-stock. It's not, if it's far behind Gru, it's not far behind. If it is behind Gru, it's not far behind rather. So it's important to realize that as well, that, when you're looking at these top tier duels, it's every small micro mistake that they make will be exploited. And that's why you see such few mistakes happen on these levels. And that's one of
it's the beauty of these matches as well. Like when the game is played at such a high level, because I think people get the impression that because the fundamentals are so simple all the way through these matches, the very core of it is very, very straightforward, that it lacks the depth. But watching an awful lot of these players play today reveals that there's a little bit more than that. There's a little bit more meat on those bones, and it's a true treat to see. And I hope that everyone, no matter what skill level you are, no matter where in the game you come from,
exactly,
that you can at least appreciate this for what it is.
All right. And the question is Whitnake going to take this in a 3-0? If he takes this, is it going to be a 3-0, or is Candemir going to at least win 1 or 2?
It's a really hard one to know now, to be honest with you. There's a possibility, but I wouldn't bet on it. I think that Candemir is an incredible player, but that remains to be seen, ladies and gentlemen.
Alrighty, and our opponents are ready. 2-0 in the best of 5 and a 3-2-1. Our Bolt is in the arena, and the match has started. Again, we're going to see that poison coming out from Whitnake. Whitnake trying to counter this straight sword S-stock on the side of Candemir. Candemir doing a good job controlling the middle of the map here, forcing Whitnake to walk around him and not walk into his space, but throws out that R1. Whitnake thinks about taking it, decides not to, bides his time a little bit longer to really be a little bit more methodical on this curved sword as they work towards each other in this neutral, able to use the positioning to kind of flip it around. The Dragon Head Shield going to come out on the side of Candemir, throwing that out, and he's going to possibly look for that immediate second one again. Kind of these feints coming out again from these players extremely well, and the fact that they're able to read that very, very well. The roll catch does come out for 130 damage, and now we're going to see Candemir tries to run behind him a little bit, but is forced back from that curved sword as the first Expo Bolt comes out on the side of Whitnake. That's going to be 1 of 6, I believe he's allowed to use as they move forward. The running attack comes on, bold block on the side of Candemir, but he's able to block it and get away pretty scot-free. The Dragon Head Shield does find a little bit more damage, so 130 damage, and also in addition to that finds his chance to get the Blossom, but 2 R1's going to come out from Whitnake, and that's going to force him off that Dragon Head Shield. He's done playing around. He's on the S-stock now. He's ready to fight it. The Blossom's going to come out, and there is no more poison resin in the rest of this match unless Whitnake manages to find a way to get back up. But I assume we'll see bundles from here on out. So the risk of poison while still being there is not nearly as high. And there's going to be a trade coming out. Does favor Whitnake as Whitnake is forced to roll out that, but he's going to get that health right back now. And Candy's trying to find a way to keep this pressure moving forward. He gets a little bit more than this, and he's going to find an S-stock poke and finds the R1 and finds a roll catch. He's going to go for the backswing and able to land that. Whitnake actually cues an R1 there, was able to dead angle it into the wall, and it's going to force Whitnake back, it's going to force Candemir back a little bit, and we're actually going to see him swap over to the Cestus, decides, you know what, nope, let's get back over to the curved sword. Let's make sure we can finish this one out cleanly, as now we're going to see Candemir slowly moving forward with this with this Dragon Head Shield, trying to push the Rotten Brew back. We see again Whitnake swap over to this more optimal armor to fight this and try to aggress off of the situation.
We're going
to see them. Oh, go ahead.
I want to point out one thing. Watch where those ring swaps happened earlier on in the fight. Straight, almost as the hit happened, the health was already gone. absolutely exceptional play here. Like, and that's like one of the amazing things that some of these players can do. It's just like immediately. It's like no second thought. It's almost as if they predicted it was going to happen before our very eyes, and that's Whitnick pressuring Candemir really nicely there. But
yeah, I mean, Whitnick on his last 300 health and decides to push through and aggress off of that. And it does work for him, but he's still got a lot of health to burn through. So we're going to see the Malbreaker crossbow come out now from Candemir. And a roll catch comes out on the Expo as well for another R1 there. Goes for the backstab. He's going to leave him Bates to get hit by the crossbow, and that's going to be Candemir taking back a match now 2-1 in our best of 5, moving into our fourth
match. Me, oh my. What a change. Like, we're on 1-1, we're on 2-1 now. Are we going to see that reverse sweep? Is that how we're going to see it?
Yeah, it's possible. I think what happened there was Candemir was a little more level-headed this time around. And what we see Candemir doing, he's not really staying on the S-Stock straight sword. He's often swapping back and forth to that Dragon Head Shield to really keep that curved sword at bay. It can be quite hard to aggress the Dragon Head Shield on curved sword. They have a very, that large sweeping attack is a really good job at keeping you away. The thing that Candemir needs to be worried about is now, Whitnick is in this situation where he's 1 win away from securing himself second place at the very least. 1 win away. And Candemir is in the way of that. He's up 2-1. He needs to win 1 time as opposed to dying twice. In theory, it should be quite easy for him to do that. He has the advantage. It's just a matter of playing smart, playing safe, and staying calm. But this is a tournament. This is a 500 euro tournament. There's going to be nerves, right? Whether or not Whitnick can work around those nerves is going to be the deciding factor. Whitnick needs to stay calm in this and, not give him the match and just really play really, really calm. And it's the same for Candemir. Candemir's on the edge of getting sent down to the loser's bracket where he's going to be forced to play another best of 5 to try to get back up in this match versus. So it's really, it's really forcing him in this situation to really play well on both sides. Both players really need to focus this one out. They really need to think about what they're doing for every single attack that they make in every single position that they're in.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they carry this one through now, to be honest with you. I'm like genuinely excited to see how this one is going to pan out. And just taking a quick glance at the losers bracket, we have Lino in the losers finals. Oh me, oh my. Very exciting stuff.
And did Mizaki make it all the way up, or did Lino take him out?
Lino took him out 2-0. Just
okay. Well, Mizaki made a run, though.
That was an impressive
hats off
run.
to Mizaki. Mizaki was the first person in the losers bracket and made it all the way up to dying to Lino, who just went out. So, incredible play
Very
from
well
there.
played.
I mean, really, really well. Hats off to Mizaki. Talk about really coming back in that losers bracket.
Yeah, for sure. They pulled a blinder. And I think who are we waiting on now? We're waiting on...
do we have anybody in the world yet?
I think we have Whitnick.
Looks like Whitnick
there
is in. We're just waiting for Candemir to get the summon through.
Oakley dokely. Again, sorry, no worries, Candemir. No worries at all. We're getting places. We are nearly there. The last little leg of it now to go. And then we're set.
The last hurrah of the last hurrah.
Ah ha ha ha.
Yeah, I'm nothing without my puns, Enda, I promise.
I'm delighted.
All right,
to
and
hear.
there he is. The Bob Consumer himself.
We are in the house. Okay, so to the tourney setup. We can switch to this. And then there we go. Our health bars are away.
Okay, are you all set?
I am prepared and ready. What about your good self, sir?
And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. The bolt is in the arena, and the match has started. So, the players now moving off of one another here. The poison buff coming out on the side of Whitnick. We do see that Dragon Head Shield coming out, and actually Whitnick is kind of forced into the corner by the immediate aggression from Candemir. And now it's going to kind of level out now in terms of aggression. Whitnick's going to get his buff, get out of the way, and kind of reset this out. So, and it's a fact trying to find a way to counter out Whitnick here with this off stock and trying to find a way to set him up for a trade or just set him up to flat out whiff punish. And Whitnick is a little bit too wise to that right now, doing a really, really good job of keeping his wits about him and playing safe. But there's going to be a guard coming out from Safak, almost leading to a guard break. The ring swap now comes out over to the Dragon Head Shield, and there's going to be the Expo Bolt on the ground, the one-handed Rotten Grew, and now he's trying to force it. The roll comes out from Candemir. Really, really good reactions again, and just discipline in that. The Dragon Head Shield might be a saving grace here, just kind of keep Whitnake away, but he's going to actually take the time to eat a Blossom. And that's going to be 210 damage off of the crossbow. That's going to be the second bolt we've seen come out. And really trying to keep him away with the Dragon Head Shield here, pushes him against the wall and tries to find it. Really good spacing from Whitnake to just freely walk around that. Doesn't even roll. Doesn't give Safak the opportunity to pressure him. And now Safak's trying to find the ways with the Dragon Head Shield. And he's going to find it there for 592 damage. Unable to find the roll catch, though, as Whitnake, again, does see it coming and does roll around it. But still 592 damage comes out onto Whitnake from the side of Safak. And now Safak's going to eat 2 R1s for 434. Really leveling this health out now is the side of Whitnake. Safak's going to throw that R1 out and get caught. 217 damage. Unable to get the roll catch, though, is the side of Whitnake. And Whitnake now does manage to force a little bit back on this Dragon Head Shield. Finds a little bit of damage. Now going for that R1 with the bundle up. And now we're going to see Safak pulling out that Dragon Head Shield again. Will he try to go for some type of trade with that and try to force to get an advantage with that straight sword? Remember, if he trades with that, he should have frame advantage on the straight sword, assuming he trades it correctly. But is actually going to see the situation change here as Whitnake is going to find himself up against the wall and forced to run around up against the gravity here. Fak's going to try to take advantage of that. We're going to see 3 different bolts have come out now. Let's see if he can get the 4th to land. He's actually going to put it away and pull out this curved sword here, trying to get the pressure moving forward. Goes for the R1. Safak able to macro out of that and roll away. And the running attack comes out again from Whitnake. We're really seeing this neutral play extremely high levels here. Just each player trying to get in and out of one another. Again, taking the time to get another Blossom in is the side of Safak. Safak now pushed up against the wall. Whitnake trying to find these R1s off the Rotten Grew, and that's going to bait him in for 380 damage in a backswing. The methodical play off of Safak there to find that damage and baits him in for a running attack for 527 and finds the roll catch. 756 damage, but now Safak's in the corner. All it takes is one reaction roll to get away, though. Safak able to drop the bomb and finds it, and that's going to be an S-Stock leveling this out to a 2-2.
How do you breathe, dude, first and foremost? And oh my god, that round, dude. Oh.
Yeah.
2. Whitnake is missing out on some really, really golden opportunities here to do damage, and he is suffering so badly as a result. Again, like, there's one thing not making mistakes, and there's another thing that's not taking advantage of the other person's mistake. Right. This is a 2-2 in the final here of the winner's bracket. Like, this is super, super close. Like, super, super close. And I'm going to be honest with you, I can't wait to see how this one is going to pan out with this last one.
I'm almost inclined to give Candemir the favor here. And the reason I will be inclined to do that is because Candemir has really countered the curved sword simply with Dragon Head Shield and done a really good job of it. And Whitnake's, I mean, again, Whitnake curved sword is not every other curved sword, right? It's not any other curved sword you're going to fight. He plays it in his way, and he plays it exceptionally well. So Candemir is using this Dragon Head Shield to create the space that Whitnake wants and create trades that give him a frame advantage. And when you're on lower latency, especially with a straight sword, you need those frame advantages. You need things to set up for those frame advantages to get the damage in where you need to get your backswings in. One of the things I want to point out really quick before these contestants get summoned in, Whitnake had Safak against the corner. Whitnake feinted out an attack. Safak not only read the feint, feinted in his own and punished that with a straight sword, R1 and a backswing while Whitnake was against the corner. That is next level mind games. He knew exactly what Whitnake was going to do and not only read it out perfectly and got around it, baited it phenomenally, and then landed his own little bits of feint to just land his attack. So really well played from Candemir near the end of that fight when Whitnake was up against that wall. The way he flipped that pressure around was really phenomenal.
And that's one of the useful things about baiting corner pressure. Like, if you mess up, you're in a world of hurt. Exactly. But if you get it just right, if you can get the right baits and the stars align, oh my word, can it be devastating. Because the other person is expecting to be on the offensive. They're not expecting to be turned around. And that, like, mental switch, it can lead to a whole freaking lot. A whole freaking lot. So I think we are waiting on...
It looks like he's in.
We have him in.
So,
let's go.
This is our match point in this best of 5. It is a 2-2. Whoever wins this will be guaranteeing themselves second place and moving into the finals.
3. Okay, I actually got it right first time. Oh my
Phenomenal.
God.
All right, the players are here. They're ready. And a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Our bolt is in the arena. The explosion is down, and the players are getting ready to take this one out. Again, we're going to see that Dragon Head Shield. Again, we are going to see the poison coming out from Whitnake. So immediately trying to get some pressure with the Dragon Head Shield is the side of Candemir. Candemir now trying to find this middle ground in this neutral to really apply the pressure best he can. I assume we're going to see him swapping back and forth to that Dragon Head Shield the way we've seen. It's been quite successful for him so far.
Yeah, it has. Again, being able to just zone out the opponent and force Whitnake to engage with him on his terms is super, super important. And I'll be really curious as to... Oh my word.
Really good backswing there from Candemir. So baits out the running attack, takes the trade, and takes the frame advantage that he has to set up for a backswing. So really, really good. That is the pinnacle of sword and board played at the best level that you can play it at right there, and does a really good job finding that backswing and nearly guaranteeing it to an extent. So now Whitnake has him against the corner. He's going to throw out another bolt. That's going to be 2 of his bolts coming out. And it looks like he's going to go for that 3rd bolt as well. Really trying to force him. 94 damage comes through. It's not all for nothing. There's another 41. The Dragon Head Shield is a little bit better. That's going to be a total of 4 bolts used on the side of Whitnake. Only 2 more left if he wants to use that as a chip weapon when Candemir, or if rather Candemir gets low. So now Whitnake kind of controlling this neutral a little bit, but Candemir not making that easy, running forward, throwing out these R1s, trying to find some bit of traction to sway this back into his favor.
Yeah, it's again, speaking of waiting for opportunities, Candemir has given him no opportunities to mess up. None at all. And you know what? At this point in the tournament, very, very, very important, to be able to punish everything. And, oh my word.
Oh, goes for the S-stock actually, and really good spacing comes out from Whitnake to get around that, but still the health advantage is quite in favor of Candemir here. And like you pointed out, Endo, you really have to be able to, one, not make mistakes at this level of play, but also be able to capitalize on every single mistake given. And Candemir's done a phenomenal job of capitalizing on those. So Candemir trying to find this, goes for the bait behind. Whitnake trying to find a way in with this Rotten Grew Curve Sword. Is he able to find some pressure here? The neutral game is really second to none at this point. Each player just trying to find a way in. Candemir thinking about going for the R1 there, backing out. Here's the Dragon Head Shield. He's going to go ahead and get his blue juice back, and there's going to be an R1 coming out from Whitnake trying to take advantage of that space. Does get him pushed in the corner, but with this Dragon Head Shield, he has to be careful there. It's going to be actually just the double roll in to not get hit by it. Spaces it out with 0 issue, and the R1s come behind from the side of Candemir. Now Whitnake's going to be throwing these R1s out. It just takes one clean hit to set up a vortex here to take him into the finals. He's trying to land that right here, and there it is. The first hit right there. It comes into the trade. Actually, he's able to space it out with the micro and punish it with the Dragon Head Shield. The R1 comes out. Whitnake trying to find a way in, and now we're going to see the S-stock coming back out from the side of Candemir. Candemir throwing these R1s behind, and the S-stock poke as well, just trying to set Whitnake up. Whitnake playing this exceptionally well now. At this point, does not have that much health to give up in the form of trades, and Candemir wants to make him do exactly that. Candemir running up, trying to find a way to aggress this here. Candemir possibly looking for an R1. Whitnake very afraid to take that. Here comes the Perseverance to try to get out of the corner. He's going to use that Perseverance instead to apply pressure. Candemir is going to hit a phenomenal reaction roll and get away from that R1 pressure, and now we're going to see Whitnake with the running attack actually finds a little bit of damage. R1's bait behind, trying to keep this pressure moving forward. Candemir back over to the Dragon Head Shield. R1's coming behind. Whitnake trying to find a way forward, and Whitnake's actually going to get caught by that.
And he's put away.
349 damage.
Sending.
And that's going to be it.
Whitnake to the losers bracket. Oh my good God.
And that's going to be 3-2. Candemir.
3-2. Candemir takes the win. And it went to full 5. Whoever said it in chat, whoever said it, you were spot on. It was going to be a sweep. A reverse sweep. Oh my word. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible play on everyone's behalf there. And I think that's us done for the winners bracket. There's one more match. However, we are going to send you, beautiful human beings, off to Tommy of Astora for the finals of the losers bracket. And we hope to see you here in about maybe 20 minutes to a half an hour, depending on how long that goes. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you then once I remember how to press the raid. Let's go. I hope everyone's enjoyed themselves so far. I hope you've had a good time with us, and I hope to see you back here in about... How long do you reckon this next one will take?
Time. Well, it's going to be a best of 5. It really is going to depend on how quickly either one of these players is able to finish it out. So I would say give yourself 15 to 30 minutes and expect to probably be back here, depending on how fast everything's able to run on that side.
For sure. All right, we're sending everyone here in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have fun, everyone.